Unbelievable.
Weather change, finally.
You guys ready? You guys ready? Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is November 12th, 2024, and the time is 9:03. At this moment, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Chair. Those who can, please rise and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk of the Board, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ding? Supervisor Ding? Present?
Oh, yes. Halfway.
Almost. Supervisor Canepa?
Happily here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villapudua.
Present. Clerk of the Board, can we have our first recognition or presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our first proclamation was requested by District 2 Supervisor Canepa, and I would like to invite Supervisor Canepa and also Prevail's Director of Community Engagement, Elizabeth Sanchez, to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas Youth Hope Month, which stands for Youth Homelessness Outreach, Prevention, and Education Month, was established in 2002 and is led each year by the National Runaway Safe Line, NRS, the federally designated communication network for runaway and homeless youth. And whereas the prevalence of runaway and homelessness among youth is staggering, with studies suggesting that every year 4.2 million people ages 13 to 25 endure some form of homelessness. Many runaway youths endure difficult circumstances, including family instability, trauma, and barriers to health care, yet they show resilience in the face of these hardships. And whereas young people experience homelessness are vulnerable to high-risk situations, but by raising awareness and expanding access to supportive resources, we can help reduce these dangers. And whereas effective programs supporting runaway youth and assisting youth and their families providing safe and stable homes succeed because of partnerships created among families, youth-based advocacy organizations, community-based human service agencies, law enforcement, schools, faith-based organizations, and businesses. And whereas the County of San Joaquin stands in support of Prevail's efforts to help youth heal, grow, and thrive, Prevail is actively working to raise public awareness and promote safe, positive alternatives for youth who are at risk of experiencing homelessness, as well as their families. And whereas recognizing November as Youth Hope Month will help raise awareness of the challenges faced by runaway and homeless youth and educate the public on solutions and the role they can play in ending youth homelessness. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of November 2024 as Youth Hope Month in San Joaquin County. And we urge all citizens to support the effort to increase public awareness about, advocate on behalf of, and provide positive and safe alternatives to runaway and homeless youth and their families. Presented this 12th day of November, 2024. Chairman Villapudua and Supervisor Canepa.
Good morning. Thank you. I think it's really important that the youth are our future, and it's giving them a voice. And so just a little background story on it. It's the month of green, and I want to commend the county because it was like, hey, how do we light up the lobby, right? And so I thought, well, that would be really cool. I got some LED lights that we need to do it. And General Services Department, the county, you guys rock because in the fountains out in the front, they already put the green lights in the fountain, which is amazing. It didn't hurt that somebody ran into it, so probably had to empty it for that. But it's amazing, and it's the partnerships that we have. And Prevail does an amazing job of helping our youth because it's a very traumatic time in their life, and giving people that voice is important. We go there for domestic violence, and Prevail does an amazing job there. And so the partnership between the county and the behavioral health, there's another exciting agenda item coming later for the Be Well campus. And I think what we need to do is do a better know my district, we've been working on it too with the Community Health Leadership Foundation for doing a mental health for youth website. So there's lots of pieces to the puzzle that are coming together, and this is just part of it. So if you'd like to speak to it and the partnership we have, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, and my name is Mary Ann Prieto here on behalf of Elizabeth Sanchez and Prevail. I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors and the San Joaquin County for supporting us during Homeless Youth Awareness Month. As you mentioned, the lights are beautiful. We saw them, they look great, and the Light Up the Night campaign, Green Light Project, is really important for us to spread this awareness county-wide. So we have a lot of partners that are joining us to really shed that light, because a lot of times we forget, right? We forget about our youth that are actually out there that are suffering, that are struggling, family violence, drug abuse. So through our TASE specialists, through our youth shelters, and our drop-in center, we are supporting our youth, and we could not do this without your support. So thank you.
Well, I just want to thank you also. I know Prevail does an amazing job for youth. You guys are always looking out for our community. And I know that other supervisors would like to comment. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning and welcome. And thank you and your team, for what you do for our youth in San Joaquin County. In fact, I just had a meeting with Prevail here a few weeks ago, and all the great work that you're doing. And thank you to Supervisor Canepa, or Vice Chair, for bringing this forward. One of the best things that we can do as a county is bring awareness, on the challenges our runaways and our homeless youth are dealing with. And I know, Supervisor Ding and I have been, when you talk about services, we're trying to expand services and what this talks about, beyond just Stockton, but throughout the county, up north in his district, and even, in down south, and increase it everywhere. And so, thank you, continue the great work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. It's fantastic. Leadership Stockton is partnering with you guys this year.
Yes.
And it's really fantastic to see more awareness, more engagement, and the expansion of Prevail in our community. We know that there's a lot of at-risk youth, and one is one too many. So thank you for the efforts, and I'm really glad to see the support. I've got something actually on my desk for some use of discretionary funds. I got a whole list of asks, but we're looking forward to supporting Prevail, and we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ding?
Thank you and welcome. I support hope in children. I think we all do. But we can't do that unless we have priorities and guidelines. And I think for those groups that are truly interested in helping and taking care of our kids, getting them off the street along with everyone else, I'd suggest you go look at the board priorities that have been passed this last year, and how those groups are going to be handled that come forth to the county for support and for funds, because we need to put our funds where our priorities are, like getting children off the street. We've got a lot of feel-good projects out there that I think the board in its wisdom wanted to tighten up to make sure that we get every ounce a benefit from the monies we spend, and I want to commend you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to focusing on groups such as yours.
Thank you.
Can you please join us for a photo?
Get in there, you're the chair.
No. You present it. No. You're right. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Clerk of the board, can we have the next proclamation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of November 21st, 2024, as Children's Grief Awareness Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Bobby Jackson with the Jackson 3 Foundation to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas Children's Grief Awareness Day was established in 2008 as a day to honor the profound impact of grief in the lives of children and adolescents. And whereas this observance aligns with the mission of the Jackson 3 Foundation to support children and families experiencing the loss of a parent or caregiver, raising awareness of childhood bereavement, and encouraging advocacy for resources that enable children to build resilience and thrive. And whereas before graduating from high school, 1 in every 20 children will lose a parent, and countless others will experience the loss of siblings, grandparents, relatives, or friends, often feeling isolated and misunderstood as they navigate this life-altering journey. And whereas we recognize that grieving children often conceal their pain from the world, and that awareness and compassion from our community can provide essential support as they navigate their grief. And whereas Children's Grief Awareness Day shines a light on the unique struggles grieving children face, and on the ways we as a community can help provide the empathy, understanding, and support they need to heal and grow. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim November 21st, 2024 as Children's Grief Awareness Day in San Joaquin County, and encourages all citizens to support our youth and their families during these difficult times. Presented this 12th day of November 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you very much. Bobby, good morning. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, first off, I would just like to thank you guys for having me here and our foundation, and then also for acknowledging children's grief awareness. I was a part of the statistic, the 1 to 20 before high school, and it really impacted my life in a whole different way in just the blink of an eye. And what we do with Jackson 3 Foundation is not only keep the lifestyle that these children had before, but also give them new opportunities that they didn't know that they can even get to. And not only me, but we've also helped 12 other families and many families over the year from ages 5 years old all the way up to 24 young adults. And all these extracurricular activities and extra support systems, they really do make a difference. It's very easy to think that the best way to get rid of depression or grief is just to stay busy. But I learned throughout the years that that's not always the case. It can catch up on you on any given day, and it's not always visible. So I really appreciate you guys acknowledging the children's grief awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. District Attorney Freitas, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chairman Villapudua, Vice Chairman Canepa, County Administrator Regalo, members of the board. What an honor it is to be here today to recognize children's grief. This is a problem that hides in the darkness, and something that we need to bring forward. And it fits in with the district attorney's plan that we work with education, early intervention, so we have less enforcement. And that we see individuals that have grief so often come, especially children, from our crime victims and our victims that we see through our proceedings. So I'm joined here by members of my team that work this way. We have Hope Dunsing representing our Victim Witness Unit. We have Alexis Wilbur from our Family Justice Center, and we have Angela Hayes, Supervising District Attorney for the Child Abuse Sexual Assault Unit. So if they could say a few brief words.
Absolutely.
Hope, please.
I'm just very honored to stand next to Bobby and Pawnee and just see the beautiful work that came out of a day of darkness. And it really is a dream come true to just watch these kids grow up and then do something so amazing like the foundation that they have. We don't always see that as victim advocates in our office. We don't always see the good that comes out of this. And so today was really a blessing for me that I do get to see something beautiful came out of such a tragedy. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So as District Attorney Ron Freitas said, one of the goals of the Family Justice Center is that early intervention. We know that adverse childhood experiences can have profound impacts on youth, and so having organizations like the Jackson 3 Foundation, it's important because maintaining that lifestyle and making sure that kids aren't going into a dark place is really important to not have that enforcement. So thank you so much for having us today.
Good morning, board members. I just want to say this has been my career for many years, both as a prosecuting attorney, now the supervisor of the Child Abuse Sexual Assault Unit. And I have learned never bet against a kid. Kids are the most resilient of us. They have the most potential, and this is a wonderful thing. We have to acknowledge their grief. We have to do something about it because they ultimately they are going to be the leaders of our society in the future, and I think it's a sad thing that we have to recognize. But again, they are the most resilient, and children, do have the power and the capability of doing great things like this. Again, out of tragedy, great things can come. Thank you.
And I think we're also joined with Cooper Condit, Field Representative for Assemblymember Heath Flora.
It's great to be here to recognize this day. Board, I thank you all. Our office has been a supporter of the Jackson 3 Foundation for the last number of years, and now it's our privilege to move forward as a partner to work with them on a project to expand their mission in San Joaquin County. Again, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here.
So thank you, Board, for this brief, for this honor. As we know that we need these public, private, nonprofit, and faith-based partnerships to get our work done, and making this recognition is very, very important. Also, we ask you, while you're wearing green on November 21st, also wear a little bit of blue in support of children's grief. So thank you very much for this great honor and this proclamation.
Thank you all for coming out today and supporting this day. If you'll forgive me, I lost my voice a little bit, but I know the victim, these poor children who lost their families. I know that, Jackson 3 Foundation, Pawnee lost her husband 13 years ago, but her kids turned out wonderful. And she has the Jackson 3 Foundation. They do an amazing job for children who lost their parents. And I know that they're trying their best and they're trying to involve the community, and really proud of you guys. And I'm really proud of the Family Justice Center, Ron, what you're doing with your office and supporting these children who need families and need parents who need support. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here in the DA's office, Coop, and Heath Flores' office, and of course the Jackson 3 Foundation. I think you mentioned it the best, is that, depression is not always visible, right? And again, our proclamations like this bring awareness, and the people can identify the signs and symptoms of depression and grief, and get to those children early in the stages and help them through the process. So again, thank you all for the job that you do. We appreciate it. God bless.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, and thank you for your work you do. And I guess I've got a question, because it's not unique to the Jackson 3 Foundation or mental health or labor development. We have a communication problem in this community trying to, we've got all these services out there and nobody knows how to connect to them. So is Jackson 3, is this something that is referred, families are referred from the DA's office? Is there a 1-800 My Life Sucks Today number, or what? Where's the communication? Where's the contact?
So we take referrals from anyone, no matter what your background is or who you may know in the community. We try to treat everyone equally, but there's an application process that we do go through, and we only have so much funds right now. We really can only help a certain amount of families at a time. But once we expand and get larger, we're hoping to be able to reach almost everyone in the community who needs our services.
So this is your free PSA here. Is there a phone number they call?
You can find our application on our website,
Okay.
Jackson 3 Foundation. And on our website, there's a QR code. You can scan it, and you can refer people that you may know who might need our services.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and I think our district attorney said it right. It is partnerships. You look to expand the public-private partnerships with faith-based organizations, local nonprofits, and so appreciate the outreach. I remember, just, it was personal, but my little brother had died back in the 80s, and there was a parents bereavement program, I think, through the church, but wasn't much for kids. So I think this is a great and worthy project, and so glad that it started as grassroots, and look forward to the partnerships throughout our county. Thanks.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Anybody that knows Pawnee and Bobby, they when they put their mind to something, they get it done. And Pawnee is nonstop. I went and looked at the old Southern Exposure. She's looking for a hall so that people who are grieving and can't afford it can have somewhere to go. So we go and look at this empty building, and I'm thinking, wow, this is definitely a clean slate. So, their ambition to help youth is amazing, and how you do it is part of one of the tools that we're looking for at the county, to partner with folks to make sure that people, have the resources, if they don't have the money, to possibly be able to reach out to the Jackson 3 Foundation. And I think it's one of those things that provides some dignity where dignity is lost. So thank you for all you do in the community, and we look forward to partnering with you in the future.
Will the board please join me for a photo? Thank you so much. Okay. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes and consent calendar and closed session items. Our first speaker today is Arthur DeWitt Jr.
Thank you. I'm short on. Anytime?
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you. I was told to come here regards to an incident that happened to me on a hole in the ground in Tracy, California. And as a good Samaritan, I called and reported hit the hole, damaged my car, and I got the receipts showing how much it's going to cost to repair it. And I already paid to have the brakes done on it already. And then I got declined on the services, and then they came by and fixed the hole, and then 2 months later they had to come back and do it again because it didn't do it right. So I called again. I talked to a lady named Mary here in this office, and she told me to come on and explain it. And I did get my brakes fixed. I got the receipt here. It's $1,601.30 to repair the damage underneath the bottom of my car. It's all smashed up because of the hole. And now I understand the hole is falling apart again, and I'm not going to go drive that way no more. So I just want to try to get my car fixed. I'm not hurt. I didn't get hurt. I was just doing it as a good Samaritan. The fire chief on Durham Ferry Road and the Highway Patrol backed me up 100% on it. He said, if I need any assistance, let them know, and they would follow me up. So I just did what I had to do what they told me here. A lady named Mary here, I guess, and she told me how to do the paperwork, and I did. So I'm not hurt. I'm happy, but I just need my car fixed. I got the brakes paid for already, and I got the receipts here showing what the body damage to be repaired through the big hole. The hole is really bad. You got a fire truck has to go around the other side of the road that they won't hit it either. And the Highway Patrol said they put signs there and put cones there and everything else. It still didn't do no good, but it's fixed now. They fixed it twice. I had to call them twice, and they fixed it twice. I want to thank them for that anyway, so nobody else gets hurt. I didn't get hurt, so I'm okay. I'm old, but I didn't get hurt. My birthday's coming up December the 1st. I'm going to be 85. And Mary didn't believe how old I was either when I told her. So I'm a commie type guy. I just don't want nothing for nothing. I just want to get my car repaired. I drove it here, but I got brakes. But the whole fender is all broken down. I got everything right here. But the cost to try to get it repaired. That's all I need. And I thank you all for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
So where was the location? Durham Ferry and what? What's across street on that?
Across the Durham Ferry Road and Highway 33.
All right, thank you.
Right at the railroad track. Matter of fact, the train goes through too now, and the holes are breaking loose again on the railroad track. So, but I don't go that way no more. I go another way. I learned my lesson. And I've been driving 68 years, no accidents, no tickets, no citations. So, and I'm an ex-police officer too. So, I got old and retired. So, and I'm going through some changes right now because my wife's in Texas and she had a stroke. And I'm tripped up, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for y'all listening to me. I appreciate you. Very kind. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Salvador Valencia.
Oh, good.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you guys for always giving us a platform to speak our minds. I really do appreciate it. My name is Salvador Valencia. I'm organized with North Valley Labor Federation. North Valley Labor Federation is a coalition of different unions coming together for the betterment of workers. Today, I am an ally for SEIU 2015, who are in current contract negotiations, as you guys probably do know. It's come to my attention some data that I want to share today, and it's data from the research team that they conducted. So the statement reads, the following data comes from HR&A, an independent research firm who conducted analysis to project the economic impacts of wage increases for in-home service supported services workers in San Joaquin County. Raising IHSS providers' wages to $20 an hour by 2027 will support the creation of 300 new jobs in San Joaquin County, generate $65 million in local economic output through IHSS working spending, generate $600,000 in new tax revenue to the county through sales tax from increased IHSS worker spending, and bring in $533 million from state and federal funding services. To me, that sounds like economic development. It also sounds like a pathway to this new industry, not new industry, but the industry, and just not supporting these services will drastically will not support not only the workers, but also new workers who are coming into the industry. So as an ally, I do encourage you to meet with the organizers of SEIU 2015, meet with the actual workers who spent their days taking care of not only the loved ones, but our community-aged members, and just hear them out. Please, we're labor, and I'm sure that you guys are an ally of labor, and I really do appreciate you guys' time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Henderson, Sr.
All right. Good morning, board. All right. My name is Paul Henderson, Sr., and I've been in home care worker for now 7 years. I'm going to take a minute to share with care, invest in care. I know the San Joaquin has a lot of projects that's going, and you guys try to support you, but my main focus today is for care. I'm also a proud member of the SEIU Local 2015 Bargaining Committee, and we are working to secure a strong contract for our fellow home care providers in San Joaquin County. Also, I want to kind of piggyback on what Sal was saying. In this community, we understand that the care, that the cost has really increased. And all I'm advocating today is that you would give a decent salary. Right now, like I said, I've been working for IHS now for 7 years, but I've also had to get other jobs on the side just to sustain. And so investing in care today, what you invest today would benefit us tomorrow. And so I'm just asking the board just to think about it, make it available where we can have affordable housing. We can also be able to have a little money on the side to go get groceries. You know, if you get affordable housing and don't have no groceries, then I don't see where that's going to come in either. So stepping up to help has also been my nature, and I soon discovered a deep calling for this work. Caring for another human being is incredibly rewarding. It's not always about the money. It's really not. But the money would be a little help to go forward in the community. I always say that just a little bit, you know, I come from the country, and just a little bit help will make a whole lot for tomorrow. So, board, I thank you for giving me this space, this platform. It's good to see Mr. Rickman, especially Tom Patty, Miguel, Paul. Y'all know me. That's not the first time I've been here. But again, I'm advocating just to give us a decent wage. Thank you for hearing me, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Lopez.
Good morning. My name is Erica Peña Lopez, and I've been an IHSS worker in San Joaquin for 1 year. I currently provide care for my grandmother who needs 24-hour care due to dementia. I love the work I get to do every day, and today I'm here to tell you why IHSS workers like me urgently need a wage increase in our next union contract. Before I stepped into the role as my grandma's IHSS worker, I was pursuing a career in plumbing. I was receiving a higher wage, had room for growth, and started dreaming about my future career. But in July 2023, my grandma's need for care increased, and I was the only person in my family able to take on the responsibility. Managing her care and taking phone calls from her medical team began to interfere with my job. Then I was fired in February of this year. I started receiving wages through IHSS in June 2024. But after missing a few rent payments, we were evicted from our home in the same month. We are now waiting for the next available affordable housing unit in Stockton. And despite navigating severe housing insecurity, I'm grateful I get to provide the high-quality long-term care my grandma deserves. But in order to keep this job, IHSS workers need a wage that allows us to keep a roof over our heads so that we don't have to juggle multiple jobs. I'm committed to taking action with my union to secure a strong contract so that this job can offer the same economic security that my former career could have offered me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Armando Rodriguez, and after Armando is Jody Graham.
Good morning. My name is Armando Rodriguez. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Patients for Patients. I'm here advocating on behalf of the Department of Behavioral Health. From my understanding, they're trying to launch a project for a detox center, a respite center here in San Joaquin County. I currently house I help with the homeless population. You know, I go around town and I see a lot of people that are homeless that have mental health issues. And the problem is that we're overbooked. There's no place to house them. Most of these individuals they're having drug-induced psychosis, meaning they're self-medicating through drugs, right? And let me see what is this? In 2019, we had 2,600 homeless. In 2022, we had 2,300 homeless. In 2024, we have 5,000 homeless. It's doubling, right? And now the funny thing about it, that here in Stockton, there's only 8 detox beds through community medical centers. There's only 8. So how are we gonna house, there's 44% of our populations have mental health needs. And me as a community organizer, I mean, I'm going and I'm housing these people, you know, at SLEs and stuff like that, and they're detoxing in these homes. You know, it's a big problem too, you know, for the sheriff's department, for the police department, for the, all these departments. We go and try to house them, and then, you know, they stay 10 days in county jail, and then they're back out, right? And it's just a huge problem. I'm not going to go too much in depth, but I think that the Department of Behavioral Health has, well, here, Stockton or San Joaquin County, we need to detox these individuals, get them stable, then get them into a sober living so they can become productive members of society, and then get them back to reconnect them with their children or whatnot. But yeah, it's a huge issue. So I'm hoping that you guys do hear us out, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jody Graham, and our next speaker is Shireen Piper.
Good morning. Our county despite having voted down the Voters' Choice Act, has become VCA adjacent. When you vote in person, you can go to any precinct and receive a printed ballot on demand specific to your own precinct. However, this was not the same for the provisional voters. They were given a pre-printed ballot regardless of their actual precinct or if it was the correct version of the 600 different ballot configurations. When questioned about how these votes would be counted, Ms. Hale explained that the actual ballot would be printed for the provisional voter, then the two ballots, the one voted on and the correct ballot, would then be compared. Only those races in common would be marked on the new ballot, and then it would be voted. When questioned about the down ballot races that were district-specific on the ballot, Olivia said that they would not be voted on. So only the races that were on every ballot in San Joaquin County were guaranteed to be transferred to the corrected ballot if the wrong ballot was originally issued. How many of the 10,000 provisional ballots were given the wrong ballot? We don't know, and neither does the ROV office. Ms. Hale stated that this is the way it's always been done for provisional ballots. While that may be true, we used to be a precinct-specific voting place. You had to go to your own precinct to vote in person. This election, voters were told that they could go to any precinct and have their ballot printed there. When asked why the provisional voter couldn't have their precinct looked up by their address and their correct ballot printed, Ms. Hale said that the poll workers don't have access to that database. Here we are, with 9,819 provisional ballots in the basement of the ROV. We do not know how many of these ballots were voted on the wrong ballot, thereby disenfranchising the voter by not allowing them to vote the district, city, county-specific races for which they were entitled to vote. Some of the provisionals were for non-provisional voters, those voters who were standing in line when the ballot paper ran out at the precinct and were made to vote provisional, perhaps on the wrong ballot. When asked how to fix this, Ms. Hale said that a judge would need to order her to allow extra voting time for these affected voters to come in and vote the correct ballot. I implore each one of you to instruct the ROV to continue to segregate the provisional ballots, set a date for the opening of the provisionals, and post notices of such so observers and candidates can see the process, determine the number of disenfranchised voters, work with legal counsel and a judge to set aside additional voting time for these disenfranchised voters. It's time for action. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We don't normally comment on public comments, but I think this is really important because what happens, it's like an aluminum can string communication session, and by the time it comes back to me at 1 o'clock in the morning, the story is completely changed. As you know, we and Jody, I do want to say thank you, and that the citizens stepped up to the plate and they've taken an active role in overseeing our election system. We set up the Voter Integrity Committee a year and a half ago and pushed this envelope over and over and over again to restore transparency to our election system, and I think we've done that, and that's why when I hear, Jody, some of the things you've mentioned, I want to make sure people have the right information, because I think it kind of smears the progress your own group has made. For instance, when you say we were told we could go to any precinct and vote, that's not true. Most people in your group opposed what was called the Voter Choice Act. The Voter Choice Act allows you to go to any precinct and vote. The group opposed that, and so we heard and we listened. What it allows you to do, yes, you can go vote. You can take your ballot that everybody in the universe was mailed one, live or dead, and take it to a polling place. You can vote there. But if you live in Tracy and you go to Stockton, because remember the group advocated that they didn't want any of the computers hooked up to the internet.
Through the chair. I apologize, but we don't have this agendized and we
Okay. I guess one more comment. The ballots have been segregated due to my request. All parties will be involved in the observation of those, and I do believe that this process has been carried out meticulously, and quite frankly, shocking to me how well they have done. So I ask you to be patient and please continue to show up and observe the process.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shireen Piper, and after that, it's Karen Campbell, I'm sorry.
Good morning, esteemed board members. My name is Shereen Piper. I'm a staff nurse 5 in the Med-Surg Tele Unit of San Joaquin General Hospital. I have worked for the county for the past 11 years, and I would like to work here for my remaining years serving the community and the patients of San Joaquin County. However, I feel it is getting harder and harder for me to justify staying here. I have been a CNA nurse leader, and I have sat on the professional performance committee for the majority of my time at San Joaquin General, and this is my second time serving on the bargaining team during negotiations. It is extremely disheartening that every time we get into negotiations for a contract, we end up having to fight the county for basic protections, fair wages, and a safe environment for our nurses and patients. But here we are again, as we have been in negotiations since March of this year, and we are really no closer to a settlement. Our last bargaining meeting was on October 28th, where we introduced to the county a comprehensive, fair, and competitive package proposal for a settlement, which we believe will serve to recruit and retain nurses this county needs to maintain the health of the community. This package proposal is fair. It reinstitutes benefits that we previously had that were unjustly taken from us, and it ensures San Joaquin County can compete for nurses and resources now and long into the future. This package also creates a more harmonious and longer-lasting labor peace. The package also solves the unfair labor practice charge created when the county violated our MOU by giving some 400 nurses an unjustified wage increase while leaving over 600 of our long-term loyal and experienced nurses out. Today, we stand in front of you to urge you to accept this package proposal and to deliver a petition supporting our bargaining demands. This petition has over 800 signatures from our nurses who work for San Joaquin County, and it reads as follows. We will vote yes for a strike. If San Joaquin County wants to retain nurses now and into the future, our CNA bargaining team has shown them exactly what the nurses need. Maintain all benefits within our contract. Maintain the hour cap exemption for non-full-time nurses. Equitable and fair economic enhancements, including but not limited to equitable wage increases for all nurses. Unencumbered charge nurses to ensure safe staffing. Improve protections for health and safety at a workplace free from violence for nurses and patients. Protecting RN professional judgment and patient safety when management implements new technologies. Cease all unfair labor practices and bargain in good faith over wages, benefits, and working conditions. We stand united to fight back against the county's obvious move to circumvent the bargaining process, intentionally done to divide our nurses and to undermine our negotiations. We stand united in favor of our contract demands for a fair contract. This pledge by over 800 nurses that work for you, your constituents, and your community. We will remain united and do what is necessary to get a fair contract.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karen Campbell.
Good morning. My name is Karen Campbell, and I'm a staff nurse 4 in the NICU at San Joaquin General. I've been an RN with the county for over 7.5 years. I'm a nurse representative, and I serve on the Professional Performance Committee, and I sit on the current bargaining team. When San Joaquin County nurses are hired, their job offer includes pay based on a wage scale. It is currently a 5-step wage scale. In the past year, the county hired over 250 new nurses, with the majority of them being new nurses that just graduated nursing school. Those nurses accepted job offers at the current wage scale, most qualifying at step 1 based on their experience. Our nurse bargaining team in May presented a salary proposal to the county, which included wage comparisons of surrounding hospitals and proposed wage increases across all steps of the scale equally. Shortly thereafter, we heard of a plan by the county that would give minimum 10% raise, but it would target only the newly hired and less experienced nurses currently at step 1 or 2 of the wage scale, meaning having 2 years or less or brand new nurses. The county confirmed this plan and then incorrectly applied a county ordinance to do this administrative procedure, never before used in this capacity, and gave a minimum 10% raise to a specific group of new nurses by moving them up in the wage scale to step 3, or the equivalent of 3 years of experience. Our team and the nurses we represent feel this was done in direct violation of our MOU and was meant to and has undermined the bargaining process. It was also done outside of bargaining. Our nurses are outraged, and rightly so. While the board earlier this year voted to increase your own salaries by 20%, the county came back and offered an offensive economic proposal for all the other nurses who did not receive the wage increase in the county's plan. So the county offered over 400 of its newest unseasoned nurses a minimum 10% increase and a slap in the face to the more than 600 of its most qualified nurses. This is insulting to the nurses who have given their time and their hard work to the county over many years. Those 600 nurses are the nurses that are currently training the new hired nurses. Can you imagine working the last 3 or 4 or more years and earning your increase by gaining knowledge, only to be told that the nurses that you are training with no experience have just been promoted to your same wage? Our nurses showed up and cared for you and your loved ones during a global pandemic over those 3 or 4 years they were earning the experience. While most of the public quarantined at home, our nurses left their children at home for online school, put themselves in harm's way on a daily basis, and experienced conditions never seen before. The county's maneuver does not fix the problem of retention. Instead, it devalues the experienced nurses currently serving in our community. It has resulted in an unfair labor practice charge that has to be addressed and severely limits the ability of our team to negotiate on behalf of the almost 1,000 nurses we represent. The package proposed for settlement in October is fair and comprehensive fix, and on behalf of all of our nurses, we urge you to accept our settlement package.
Our next two speakers are Shalina King and Annie Masaki.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here to speak with you today regarding the important issues that are facing our nurses and things that we feel are paramount in the safe and excellent care of our patients. My name is Shalina. I'm a nurse in labor and delivery. I've been a labor nurse for about 24 years, 22 of those years being a travel nurse. I feel very upset that we, as frontline workers, have to fight and plead for what should be given to us without question. I myself, after joining the Family Medical Center as a labor nurse, have seen, I don't know how many of our orientees come, train, and leave after about 3 to 6 months for hospitals with better pay, better staffing, and less risk to their license. None of us here are asking for $200 an hour, even though we deserve it if we were. We're asking for an equitable and fair contract. We're asking for protection while we're on the job, caring for your family and your friends. We nurses are the backbone of the healthcare system in the world, yet here we are in front of you because you don't think we deserve decency. We account for more than half of all healthcare workers, yet here we are in front of you having to plead to be treated with respect and paid a competitive wage. This is beyond sad. I'm urging you to accept the package proposal that the nurses of San Joaquin brought to the negotiation table in October of this year on October 28th. And before I go, I want to touch on a topic that's very close to me as a per diem nurse, because I am a per diem nurse. If you remove the hour cap exemption for non-full-time employees, you are going to cause a tidal wave of issues. You are going to cause critically short staffing at San Joaquin General Hospital, and you will be asking for the state to set up tent outside. You are going to receive complaints from patients, staff, physicians, family members, and all of these complaints are going to increase expeditiously. You're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on travel nurses who care nothing about the county or its patients, decreasing our patient satisfaction. Per diem nurses are vital to the operation of San Joaquin General Hospital, and you'll lose many of them if you put a cap on our hours. And when we leave, it will be catastrophic for your staffing for that hospital. Please think about this and vote against maintaining the hour cap exemption for our per diem nurses. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. I hope that you are actually listening to us, and this is just not a formality, that you're here just to say we listen to the nurses. Please do what's right and accept our package proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Annie Masaki, and the next is Kelly Mertz.
Good morning, esteemed board members. My name is Annie Misaki. I'm a staff nurse 5 in the ICU of San Joaquin General Hospital. I've worked for the county for 11 years. I serve on the Professional Performance Committee. I'm a nurse representative, and I'm on the negotiating team. I come to you today to speak about a particularly problematic proposal the county has given to us. This proposal is to remove an exemption our nurses have had for over 20 years from a yearly hours work cap. State law requires a certain nurse-to-patient ratio based on the unit the patient is on. This is for patient safety and improvement of patient outcomes. When this law was passed, the hospital was already struggling with staffing and found that the cap on the hours worked for part-time employees prevented them from meeting the state-mandated staffing ratios. As such, the county approached the union asking us to sign a waiver agreement from the cap, and we agreed to ensure that the patients of San Joaquin County had the nurses they needed and deserved. The county's proposal would reinstate this yearly hour cap, and if an employee works beyond that cap, they would then be required to join the pension state system and perhaps retroactively pay the retirement contributions back to the beginning of the year. San Joaquin County feels emboldened and able to do this as it has gone on a hiring frenzy for the last year, hiring over 200 nurses. Essentially, anyone with a nursing license and a pulse was hired. 85% of these nurses were hired as part-time employees, and the vast majority of them were hired as part-time benefited as they needed health insurance for themselves and families. Many of these nurses were hired with the promise of full-time hours. With the cap in place, these nurses would not be able to work full-time hours, or they would hit the cap far too soon and in the year end up losing their health insurance. If the county required nurses to join the pension system after working beyond the cap, the nurses would get hit with a bill for thousands of dollars and receive essentially a wage cut, as those funds would be required to be paid back. With these negative effects, many, if not all, of these nurses would leave the county to other employers where they could receive health benefits year-round, where there would not be a cap on hours they could work, where their employer would live up to their promises they make, and they could not only make more per hour but pay less for the health insurance, and wouldn't have a mandatory wage reduction through a pension payment, something that has never been required for non-full-time nurses before. Full-time nurses would also reap the negative effects of this, as mandatory overtime would destroy any work-life balance, and nurses would face burnout. With this loss of part-time and per diem nurses wanting to avoid these impacts, the hospital would again be in a situation where they lack the staff to meet the nurse-to-patient ratios. The patients and citizens of San Joaquin County would suffer the reduction of safe therapeutic care and drastically increased negative outcomes. All of us are here today, backed by almost every nurse in the county, to implore to you to withdraw the county's demand for this dangerous
Okay, thank you very
proposal.
much. Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Mertz, and I am a trauma nurse clinician at San Joaquin General Hospital and the co-chair of the California Nurses Association Professional Performance Committee at SJGH. I have been an RN at the county for over 20 years. I spent this last holiday weekend working the night shift and caring for members of this community, as did many of my colleagues joining me here today. We felt compelled to give up our normal sleeping hours to stand in front of you and advocate for ourselves and our patients. This is the third negotiations that I have participated in. Time and again at the bargaining table and in previous meetings with this board and your representatives, we have been told that our proposals to increase wages, to be competitive with other local hospitals, to better our working conditions, and to improve retention are out in the stratosphere, or as seen as a misappropriation of county funds. But it seems as if the leadership of this county are the ones guilty of misappropriation. During our last negotiations, the county hired replacement workers and locked our union nurses out for 3 days, violating our MOU. The county wasted taxpayer money on the replacement workers and defending itself in the PERB case, which it lost, and still had to use county funds to pay union nurses with interest our lost wages. This summer at San Joaquin General, the county gave over 400 nurses at least a 2-step wage scale promotion, even though they did not meet the requirements for such advancements per our contract. This action was also against the ordinance code of San Joaquin County, which explicitly states that the county can hire employees at a higher step for positions they have trouble recruiting for. The county has repeatedly stated that it does not have a recruitment issue, as evidenced by the enormous amount of hiring done in 2024. The county has a retention problem. Recruitment and retention are not synonymous. This led to another unfair labor practice charge in which the county will waste taxpayer money defending its unfair practices again. This misguided plan isn't helping with the retention problem, as more than 30 nurses left hospital employment last month. Once more, I'm asking, who is misappropriating county funds? This move by the county was divisive and antagonistic, as the county left out over 600 of our long-term, most loyal and qualified nurses. I'm sure I don't have to inform you that this violation by the hospital was done outside of the board approval process by your administrative team and without meeting and conferring with the union. All this while we are in the middle of contract negotiations. Leadership is making decisions based on comments they're reading in online chat rooms, but ignoring the nurses standing in front of them. The citizens of San Joaquin County deserve safe patient care. They deserve to be cared for by experienced nurses with ties to our community. I encourage you to assist us and help us settle this contract quickly and fairly by accepting our package proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Tracy Glaves and Mary Nicholson.
Good morning. Tracy Glaves, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. On October 20th, I received a very upsetting phone call from DBW that we now have a new aquatic invasive mussel in our delta. The difference of this mussel, it's not our first. We've had the zebra mussel, but the difference on this mussel versus the golden mussel is the golden mussel will thrive in high calcium environment and also shallow water, which were a perfect breeding ground. After the call, as always, jurisdictional rodeo started. This time, 10 agencies, 8 state, 2 federal. It took 11 days before a formal statement was submitted to the public. The agency that stepped forward was Fish and Wildlife. This mussel, this has changed boating as we know it forever. They don't have a plan. They're not to eradicate it isn't going to be an option. I started immediately doing outreach to our community, to all of our boat yards, to all of our divers that maintain all of the intakes for our farmers. It loves intake. All the water systems, not only for the city and the county, any cities or county that bring water into, out of the delta are gonna be affected by this. Within 2 days, I found a 26-foot houseboat, steel, that hadn't been serviced in 5 years, that was pulled out from over at the berms. That's in between Paradise and King Island. It had 200. We found them up on the Calaveras, east of Stockton Yacht Club, attached to a buckle on a backpack that had been thrown in. There's not much information coming forward from these agencies as of yet, because it's new to them. We are the first in Northern America to have this mussel. It was found on state monitoring water monthly buoys that they go out and investigate, and they found them. We've got them at Turner Cut. We have them up the Calaveras. We have them Disappointment Slough. It's changing the way for a boater. Can I keep going? Okay. For
Chairman,
boating.
if you will, could I ask?
Yes.
What's the ask? What do we, you're informing us, what can we do? That's the really important thing right now.
What we need from
is
you
to tell us what
is
you
to
need.
get involved, to reach out to these agencies and put some gasoline on the fire.
Okay.
That's what I need.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Mary Nicholson and then Gloria Murphy.
I'm here as a resident of French Camp, 3rd District, to ask that the French Camp Municipal Advisory Council, MAC, be reestablished and the 7 applicants desiring to represent the community be approved today rather than later for the following reasons. The French Camp MAC does not exist, and according to the expiring terms and vacancies, French Camp MAC has not existed for over 5 years and should not be subject to the recommendations on expiring terms and vacancies listed pursuant to Government Code 54972 and Attachment A that's in your packet. I personally inquired about the French Camp MAC over 5 years ago and also discussed the reestablishment of MAC starting 4 months ago. Again, the information shared was that 7 community members were needed to reestablish the French Camp MAC and shared the importance MAC is to the communities. Since there are currently 7 applicants expressing an interest to serve the French Camp community, continued delay will continue the lack of having a cohesive body to represent French Camp's concerns and delay in progress. The French Camp community continues to be overlooked for funds of programs, services, and resources that support the residents. Today, there is a distribution of funds to many communities. The French Camp community is not on the recipient list. Why? Because the French Camp community has been ignored because there has not been representatives through MAC. 2 months is too long. This should actually be, it should have been done a long time ago. My request is that the Board of Supervisors gives life to the French Camp MAC without delay. As representatives of French Camp, as District 1 and District 3, over the years, I ask that part of your legacy, Supervisor Villapudua and Tom Patty, that you make this part of your legacy, to get this thing back on the menu so that our community can be represented and get some of that money you've been dishing out. French Camp is not getting any, and we need MAC to ask for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria?
Hi, I'm Gloria Murphy, and I am a resident of French Camp and a businesswoman in French Camp. I have a business that is really important, but it has been sometimes jeopardized by the lack of services. So I am really, I am part 2 of the Fire Department Board, and we need more of your attention. It's the oldest community in San Joaquin County and the poorest community in San Joaquin County. We really need a little help. I mean, we had to privately put street lights. We have to, create, sidewalks. We have to, the only place that look like a reasonable is the federal or the state properties. So we really need your help. We're really poor, in French Camp, and we need this community to happen so that way we can be proud of where we are and where we live. So we just plead you to support us, to create that community board and be able to support the application that Mary just talked about. Please, take that in consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And have a wonderful day.
You too. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Please come forward. Good morning, Nani.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. I'm going to share a press release from Advocates for Faith and Freedom. Recently, in a decisive move to ensure the accuracy and integrity of California's upcoming elections, on behalf of Election Integrity Project of California, a writ of mandate was filed against California's Secretary of State and various county elections officials. The filing comes after a thorough audit of election data from the November 2022 elections revealed major discrepancies, including instances of multiple votes being counted for individual voters. This legal action seeks to compel election officials to perform their legally mandated duties, ensuring that every vote in the November 2024 election is lawfully cast and accurately counted. The audit showed an unexplained discrepancy of 43,625 votes between the certified election results and the data provided by the Secretary of State's office. The advocate's legal representation stated, "We are not here to challenge election laws on the books quotes, "We are not here to challenge election laws or results of past elections. We are simply demanding that the laws on the books be followed and that every vote in the 2024 election be counted for correctly," end quotes. This is about protecting the fundamental right to vote and ensuring election integrity in California. These two organizations are working together to keep the republic by addressing election procedures that fail to prevent individual voters from casting multiple votes. The writ calls for the appointment of a neutral special master to oversee the certification of results, to prevent further discrepancies, and to uphold the transparency promised by the California Voter Bill of Rights. Question: was our ROV office involved as one of the county election officials included in this writ? I will close with this. The Bible says, "Righteousness exalts a nation." And President James Polk, the 11th President of our United States of America, said, "Let us fervently invoke the aid of that almighty ruler of the universe in whose hands are the destinies of nations." Divine providence calls us to humble ourselves, seek his justice, to restore trust in our elections. Thank you. Have a wonderful day, and God bless you.
Anyone else like to address the board? We have one, that's it? Come on down.
Okay.
Please state your name.
Leanne Imimokoi.
Okay.
I did submit a comment paper. My comment was gonna be, I was asking questions about, the mayor has on the agenda, I spoke to him briefly. He has an agenda about the board discussion is gonna be give direction in creating a homeless community response team. I haven't heard what it is yet, but as far as I can see, he was explaining to me a little bit. So I am gonna just say I'm offering my services to help you in whatever way I can, because I am a very, very good expert at this situation, because I have been literally homeless for 13 years. of my own doing. And I've lived in the community where I did live through the shelters, and I've lived in the streets, and I sleep right in front of St. Mary's Church for the last 12 years solidly. And I am so involved with the community, in the homeless community and regular community. I have 7 children that I bore, and 4 came from this community, born here in Stockton. My family is vast. I'm related to so many from I'm Rainbow Tribe, basically. My children are grown. I have grandbabies. They're all over the place. I'm still here. I stayed here. One child was still here. He got killed 2 years ago during the COVID pandemic, which is very serious to me. But it's sheer fact that my son became homeless too and was trying to be homeless with me, and I am losing my son because of this. When I've been trying my best to get out of being a homeless person, but many serious issues have occurred and violated upon my life, and it just made me more where I stay determined because I see so much going on that's so wrong, and I live within it. And like how that man explained, there's over 5,000 that are here. Like you realize, like the numbers are astronomical, and especially when it does come to youth. And I live in it. I see it. I am in the worstest area possible on a daily basis. I see all the detriment, the people that have been in it long in years, like they're stuck in it where it's creatures of habit and they don't know how to get out of it. And I stand back looking at it going, oh my God, like I realize what the problems are with like all these like individuals to groups, because it's like we're communities within the communities of the homeless communities within itself, which you guys do not understand. Because you go home at night and you guys go to sleep and you just like, oh, it's just homeless. But like you see one homeless person and you blame the whole communities when you don't really realize there's so much going on when it really does have to do with they need treatment programs. Mental health issues is severe. And I
appreciate you trying to offer help. But
I talk to you again, and I'm gonna send you emails, and I'm gonna be very determined to help you as best I can because I have like very good right there in the street to the knowledge.
I appreciate all your help. If you can leave your information, we'll
God
call
bless
you.
you all. Thank you so much. But it is a very serious issue, and I can totally help you. I guarantee it all my life. God bless you all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to address the board? Anyone else? Okay, that adjourns public comment. Thank you all. Moving on to the minutes of September 12th, 2024. Is there a motion?
Any changes? Motion approved.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Okay, the motion passes. Waiting on Supervisor Ding. And the motion passes 5-0 for the minutes. Now we will adjourn to boards and commissions for a public interview. Today is the opportunity for the appointment of one position in the San Joaquin Regional Transit District Board, Board of Supervisors appointee, position number 5701.1 for the term of November 8th, 2024 through November 8th, 2028. Mr. Mike Rusteka, please come to the podium. Rustusha. Mike, sit there, please. All right, anywhere you want. Here's fine. Thank you.
Been sitting down too long anyway.
I know what you mean. County Administrator, would you like to introduce the questions, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rustusha, and welcome. And I appreciate you waiting for your interview, but I'm going to go ahead and just ask you 5 questions, and then I'll bring it back to the board. Okay?
Okay.
All right, if you're ready. Mr. Rustusha, can you please explain your interest in the San Joaquin Regional Transit District, your qualifications, and your understanding of the role as a director?
Sure. I have a 45-minute PowerPoint. Can we get that started first? Yeah. A fellow Ripponite. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, you know, I've been on the RTD board now for about 13 years or so, and you know, you start a mission, you want to see it continue, and I think we're in pretty good shape right now, and I'd like to be back on the RTD board to continue. One of the things that most boards, as you know, that all of us sit on is lack of really financial capacity of the board members. They have other skills. Mine's all financial. And so I think that I'd like to be back on there to help with that. Let me finish some of the others. My qualifications, I don't know if I'm qualified. I'll tell you, I've got 24 years sitting on a city council, mayor 3 or 4 times, I don't count. Been on the retirement board for 24 years. I manage all of your retirements. I sit on a bank board. I've been on that 3 years. I sit on a international real estate data calculation company, sit on the state audit committee. I owned my own company for 20 years. We traveled the West Coast. I think it was the largest on the West Coast, and audited banks. And when banks bought banks, I went in and figured out whether we should buy them or not. I looked at the balance sheets and marked the risk, the assets. I still own a company that manages, I have two managers. They manage my own properties. And so I guess that kind of qualifies me. My role as a director is not day-to-day operations. It's oversight and guidance, and that's it. When you get involved with day-to-day operations, you got the wrong leadership.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Okay. Number 2, can you share what you believe are the primary objectives of the Regional Transit District?
Sure. Our primary objective is to move our customers safely from where they want to go. Some of that's to work, some of that's to school and fun and wherever else they want to go. But that's our primary goal. And to take care of our employees. But that's the primary goal. You got to take care of your employees first. Without employees, you're not going to be able to provide the service.
Thank you.
That's it.
What do you believe are the biggest threats to public transit?
There's probably many, but here's 2 that I'll give you. One is skill. It's very difficult to find good bus drivers, mechanics. I mean, you take a look at the people that are retiring out, as you all experience as well, that are retiring out, and the people that are replacing those is limited. So trying to find a good skill set of employees is really challenging, as you probably all have found out too. The other thing that's really, I think, a challenge is funding. If you take a look at funding of public transportation, we're all dependent on the feds, the state, you all to fund transportation. Our fare box recovery, I'm going to say it's less than 10%, but it's not very much. Well, if you take a look at our riders, last time we did a study, the average income was $16,000 a year. Well, you take a look at insurance, gas, the cost of a car. Those people aren't buying cars. And that's the average. So some people are making far less than that. So they depend on us to be able to move them around. If our funding gets cut, we're going to cut overhead, the cost centers certainly, but you also got to take buses off the street. So I think employees and funding is probably our biggest risk that I see as a director. Staff may see something different.
Thank you. What is your understanding of the future of public transit?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like anything else, supply and demand. The demand will always be there based on what I just said about the income of people relative to the cost to move around. So the demand will always be there, and we've got to provide the supply. So it's all going to be dependent on supply and demand, and I think it's always going to be there. So the future, I don't know if it looks bright, but it's going to continue.
Okay, thank you. And this is the last one. What things are you most proud of during the time you have been a director?
Yeah, good question. So one of the things that I pushed for years ago was to take non-vested, non-representative employees and put them into a defined contribution plan versus the defined benefit plan. And let me tell you why I wanted to do that and why we did it. Because if you take a look at the defined benefit plan, the employees were putting 22% of pay, and now they're putting 10% of pay. So they took home 12% more. And from the RTD, the employer standpoint, I'm going to say 32%. I don't know what the actual number is now. Maybe it's 34. We put in 10. So that means we have money left over at RTD. Now, the argument is when you move people out of a defined benefit plan, it's going to cost the fund money. That's true. But from an employee standpoint, you take home more money. It's an inheritable asset. A defined benefit's not an inheritable asset. You can move it around. You don't even have to take it with you. It's yours. And RTD standpoint, it's going to cost a little more money. But with the 22% difference in pay, that helps fund some of that the people that are coming out of the defined benefit plan. But in perpetuity, which the plan is, it costs less over time. So that was number one. I think that was very good. The second thing was cash flow. I wrote a cash flow spreadsheet because one of the things I was concerned about was we'd take a look every month. This is before our new CEO came in, but we would take a look at these accrual-based accounting. And, we'd always show these positive numbers, but we were always drawing on lines of credit to fund our operations. Well, that doesn't make any sense. And everybody was happy we had these accrual, positive numbers. So I asked to have cash flow statements put together. So I wrote a spreadsheet to balance out the cash on cash, so we can see where we're at. Well, if you have a negative cash flow, now you can draw on your lines of credit. Okay. Well, we got rid of the lines of credit because now we got some money. So now we're funding operationally internally, because when you borrow at a bank, it's 7.5%. Internally, you're making 3%, so you get a 4.5% benefit by funding yourself. So we're now monitoring stuff too on a cash flow basis. So I was instrumental in doing that. The last thing that I'm proud of, one of the things I instituted at our city of Ripon, and then brought to RTD, was, we were getting, I'm going to use some numbers that are probably not quite accurate, but you all have money with Fonse, and we were getting about 1%. Well, at that point, rates had gone up, and you could get about 5%. So there was a 4% spread we were missing out on. Well, we had $60 million sitting around, and maybe the number's a little bit different, but that's $200,000 a month more in income just by pointing and clicking. I mean, that's what I do for fun. And so I brought it in and took a look at it. Well, one of the things we couldn't move it to like a camps, because camps had commercial paper, where our legislation went back to 1960-something. Well, commercial paper must have been brand new back then, because you couldn't fund it. You couldn't invest in commercial paper. So, and then from a CD standpoint, staff wasn't comfortable with how CDs were collateralized with treasuries. It does get a little complicated, so I don't blame staff for, I did it for a living, so I understand it very well. You got to have certain margins and all that stuff, and you got to monitor it. So what staff did was they went to Carlos Villapuba, and with the co-sponsor of Heath, and we actually got the legislation changed to where now we can invest in commercial paper. Did two things. Number one, we can now invest the same place you can, any governmental agency can. We're not going on the risk scale. It's anything you can. And secondly, it put us in compliance to be able to stay with Fonse, because he's got commercial paper. I have commercial paper. So it's not a risky thing today. So those are the three things I think that I brought. That's about it. I'm just an accountant guy, a balance sheet guy. How buses work and all that, I have no idea.
Sounds pretty amazing. Move to approve.
Thank you. That was it for the questions, Chairman.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead.
That's it?
I just want to thank Mr. Rastusha for his willingness to continue serving. You do an absolutely outstanding job in a multitude of levels throughout our community, from Ripon to throughout the entire county. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah, Mike, thank you for helping out with RSD. You did an amazing job.
You're overqualified.
Yeah, you are. Great. Okay, we have a first and a second. Do we need an official vote?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I done?
We're going to vote, and we're good to go.
You could stay for the entire day and watch the
No,
joy
that's
of this.
It's approved 5-0. Shocking.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent calendar, starting from my right. Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull any item? Okay, Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, 13, 14, and 16.
13, 14, and 16. Canepa. Mr. Patty. I'm good. Mr. Rickman. Wow, okay. And back to you, Mr. Ding. Anyone? Anything?
Looking for the Ferguson group.
This is like, an encyclopedia agenda today. Okay, we'll start with 13, and then we'll come back to you. How's that? We're going to start with 13, then we'll come back to you. So, item number 13, General Services, approved notice of intention to purchase real property located at 3737 and 3801 Wilson Way, Stockton, California. Set the date for December 10, 2024 for the consideration of the purchase. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, I just wanted to pull this, if General Services could come down. I mean, this is something in government, is one of those amazing days. We've been looking for somewhere for safe camping. And we kind of went out on a limb and we looked on properties on our own, and we got told by county council not to do that. So we came back in-house, and I want to thank General Services for finding this piece of property. It's an absolute home run. The 5-year, 10-year plan is to get Public Works, Environmental Health, and the CD, Community Development Department, new home. And this is a step in the right direction. Dan, I don't want to steal your thunder. Dan's new here, and this is a huge day for San Joaquin County. We've been talking about Camp Canapa, and it allows me and our board to do exactly like the woman got up and provide dignity on the property until we get it purposed for the county's purpose. So if you could speak a little bit to it, I think it's huge what we're looking to do and how positive it is for the county.
So through the chair, Dan Wirtz, General Services Director. So yes, we're looking to purchase a little over 62 acres, formerly a golf course here in Stockton. That will first step will be to have Camp Canapa or safe camping through the probation department. Then we will continue to work on our due diligence to hopefully the long-term goal will be able to relocate 3 of the county's departments to provide better services for Public Works, the Community Development Department, as well as Environmental Health, and our Fleet Services Department to all be located on that site. We're starting communications with the Probation Department as we move forward to try to get this open as soon as we can move through the governmental process to get that in place.
Yeah, I want to thank you. I mean, so all the little pieces have been put in. I mean, Supervisor Patty and I have been working on this. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department, obviously, for the new ordinances that they brought forward. I want to thank also the General Services also for doing tents as permanent housing. I mean, it's a start in the right direction. Obviously, with 70 acres, there's tons more we can do. We could do farming. We can do pets and pet possessions and the 3 Ps. I mean, it's an absolute home run. So I'm glad I had to pull this off of consent because it's just too exciting. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm thankful for Vice Chair Canapa pulling this up for a quick discussion. I know this is in process and it's coming back to the board, I think, at a future meeting. I also want to mention that in anticipation for today's meeting, I drove up to Reno to go look at their rather well-developed campus. And I think this camping plan for safe camping is a phase 1. I have to compliment the board for the vision, the engagement, the willingness to partner with the cities, but also really doing more than what a lot of counties are doing. And the campus up in Reno, maybe encourage you to take a drive up there. You have to make an appointment to go there. It's run by the county. And it's absolutely fantastic what they've done there. So I want to compliment our Vice Chair Canapa and Ms. Calder, because this wasn't even on our radar before you came on board as a supervisor. And when you mentioned camping, I'm like, that's yours. I have no idea how that would happen. And it wasn't in the wheelhouse of what the board was thinking prior. So I really want to compliment and appreciate you guys kept your eye on the ball. You were steadfast. You worked on this issue. And it's been a great partnership with General Services before and currently to get this to the finish line. So we appreciate the CAO, this board, everybody, the willingness to think outside the box and push for more. I really want to compliment these efforts and glad to be part of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to compliment Supervisor Canapa. It's a great idea, and I think in the future it's going to be huge for San Joaquin County to put some of these homeless people and provide shelter for them. And Camp Canapa is an amazing name. So congratulations. Anyone else? Supervisor Rickman.
I just want to compliment Supervisor Canapa because everybody else is.
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
I've already got
Okay.
I already have the hats designed for Camp Canapa, and you're gonna get swag and everything with it. You know, to me, it always comes to the beginning when you have a problem on the street and you have a 23, 24-year-old officer who's trying to figure out what to do in the situation. And again, we have programs set up and everything else, but how do they connect? This is just such a major, major piece of the puzzle, and my hat's off to you. And Supervisor Patty, starting this process a year and a half. I think that's kind of when I tuned in and started paying attention, is after I'd been here about 3 or 4 months. But you guys have been really, putting this all together, and the pieces are starting to line up, and it's going to be exciting to see it come to fruition.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dan. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item number 8, the CAO's office, accept and file the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum annual reports, audited financial statements, and decisions for fiscal year 2020, 21, 21, 22, and 22, 23. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a quick question. And I know we kind of discussed this before, so I'll wait till you sit down here with your. Good to see you, and thank you for the work you and your team does. Hey, just real quick, I know we talked about it in the past, but like in landmarks, a place of a historic importance here in our county. For example, we talked about Carnegie off Crow Hollow and stuff. To get like the markers and stuff like that, what do we need to do? Because I know in the past we had some off of Crow Hollow Road, and they were vandalized and, in the past. But do we have something that we can start putting those back together?
Yeah, so I think the first step would be to have some sort of inventory of what sites the county's interested in. Typically, and I think that there's some effort from the Community Development Department on having a historic or a cultural resources commission or a cultural heritage board. And that was something that over the past 6 months seems to be moving along slowly. And I think that essentially there would be some sort of budget that would be dedicated to putting those plaques in. There are foundations that do that as well, oftentimes on a matching basis. So there's something called the California Landmarks Foundation that will do matching grants to government agencies that put up plaques and markers. So for example, the San Joaquin City historic landmark there in your district there by New Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. There's a plaque that was put up that way, and it was a matching grant between the Historical Society, we put up the money, and the California Landmarks Foundation. So I think if there's some sort of inventory of sites that are interested in, then my organization's happy to get to work on that.
And so, who does that for us? For San Joaquin County to inventory this stuff?
We don't have any historic site. We don't have a commission. Typically with other cities and counties, there would be some sort of commission or entity that makes those calls.
Because we discussed this, we have an ordinance already in place, right?
Yeah, there's nobody's been appointed and it's not staffed, I don't think.
Well, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm big into history, and I think that we have some cool places, historical significance in this county that nobody has a clue about. I mean,
there are a lot in your district.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You drive up to, we discussed Reno or Tahoe when I'm going trout fishing, whatever, and you see all these, markers, side of the road, and people do stop and look, and so I would be interested, and I think it's something that needs to be looked into. But if you know of a place, of really cultural significance I'll say my district, because I'm the one that brought it up, let me know and see what the cost would be.
Okay.
And if we have to bring it up individually, so be it. And we'll, once we identify one, bring it to the board and we'll approve it here that way.
Okay.
So that's all I have. But hey, you guys are doing a great job. I love seeing you guys down in Tracy and in the historical museum over there, and you guys do great work. So keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a few more speakers. Supervisor Ding. Did you want to comment on this, or is that last item?
Oh, no, that was for the last
Okay.
item.
How about you, Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair. By the way, just for the record, just because Supervisor Rickman's the county supervisor, his house is not a historical marker. Question for you. About a year and a half ago, the board had approved some renovations and some new plans you had out at the San Joaquin County Historical Museum. Could you just give a little update on what's
God's
underway?
country.
Yeah. So so it was June 2023. The Board of Supervisors approved $1.6 million to fund our Pioneer Village project. It was a matching grant. I'm happy to say we've raised the match, and we expect to break ground probably the first week of January. So, and it's probably going to be done between June and October of next year.
Are there concepts?
We have concepts. We've got engineering plans. We've applied for permits with the county. I think we're moving
I mean,
quite fast.
if you could share that with the board, maybe
Yeah.
email, just so say, hey, there's a concept of what you guys funded, we got the matching funds, a little update. We didn't even know you had the matching funds.
Yeah, okay. We can send that over. No problem. We also have like an AI walkthrough of what the village would look like.
Oh, cool. Send that, please.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating what you're doing to enhance that experience and draw more people to the area and our very rich history.
Quite happy to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And in defense of our director, that's my error, being in my district. He had shared a lot of that information, and I should have been sharing that with the board, so.
One more question, Supervisor Canepa.
No, I just want to commend you on a job well done. You're like an old soul in a young body. And it's just, that's a good comment, so just take it. So I appreciate the work that you do, and I think there's more coming soon. But I mean, if you go and look through the report and the folks that give so much stuff to the Historical Society that keep our history in San Joaquin County alive is just a tribute to how important it is to preserve history. I know a lot of people get rid of history, but that's what makes our county so strong, is the folks and all the donations and the work that you do. And I look forward to seeing what's coming forward soon, and thank you for your leadership.
I want to thank you also. You do a great job, really make us all look good. And so keep up the good work, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to item number 14, General Services. Approve and adopt plans and specifications for the replacement of the hospital lift station pump system. Authorize advertisement of the project and set a bid opening date of December 2nd, 2024, and approve project-related budget adjustments, 4/5 required. Nice to see you again, Dan. And this is Supervisor Canepa.
I told my wife that I need to probably get therapy because I'm excited about a sewer lift station. And that's where the pinnacle of my electric career is at now. So I just want you to speak a little bit to the importance of this, obviously, for the B-Well, because we've been working very hard going to Orange County and Riverside and getting that done. And I mean, obviously, the veteran housing too, so changing this lift station opens up tons of possibility out there. So if you could kind of give a little brief update.
So, I mean, there's many county departments that are located on the French Camp site that the lift station, which is responsible for pumping sewage into the appropriate locations and other wastewater. The equipment has come to the end of its useful life, so this is being replaced so that we can continue to have all the operations that exist out there currently function at their current capacity with new equipment that will be more efficient. While we are looking, and something we brought for you later, to continue moving forward with the B-Well campus, which is located across the street, in that overall planning for the B-Well campus, there will be two options that are currently being reviewed and will be submitted as far as how to handle the wastewater for that new site. But having the lift station in a capacity that is upgraded will make the final products that we bring forth to go through permitting and the final plans that get put out to bid for someone to help construct the B-Well campus will take into account some of this work that's being done.
Okay, perfect. So that was the question. The capacity will be enough, obviously, because out there, how do we get sewage from there?
Well, we are looking at addressing all of those issues, as also with the addition of other structures that we're looking to build for the sheriff's office campus, on the site, as well as EMS buildings. As we're addressing all of those, looking at the overall fire flow as well as wastewater for that whole campus, so that we can make sure we have the right things built and we're taking the wastewater to the correct location in the most judicial aspects that we can, so it doesn't end up in the wrong place.
Okay, great. Thank you for the update.
Okay, thank you so much. Number 16, HR, adoption of the memorandum of understanding of the San Joaquin County Deputy Sheriff's Association Bargaining Unit for the period of November 12th, 2024 to November 12th, 2027 for 36 months at a total 3-year cost approximately $40,023,534. Supervisor Canepa.
This is another one of those important things that we value our men and women in law enforcement. I think ratifying this contract is a great step in the right direction, showing that we do value employees. We had the Nurses Association come today, and we do take that very seriously here. So I want to commend the men and women from the Sheriff's Department for giving this deal back to us to ratify today. So I don't know if the sheriff's here, but it's, I think, a great day to be in San Joaquin County because qualified employees that do their job and are respected by us is an important thing to have. So thank you.
Jennifer, I know, anyone else like to comment before I say a few words? Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Canepa. So we're happy to get this done. We appreciate our law enforcement officers. I noticed the sheriff just walked in. Sheriff, would you like to comment on this item?
Thank you, sir. Thank you to everybody on the board. No, we really, as always, appreciate your guys' support. This is obviously, I don't get too deep into between the DSA and the county, but it's going to make a huge difference for our officers and for our ability to be able to recruit and maintain other officers. This, right out the gate, this is going to be huge for us maintaining officers who are thinking about retiring and losing all that talent. And so yeah, in this marketplace where everyone is scrambling and for bodies in law enforcement, it was just absolutely amazing how the CAO's office and the association were able to work together. And then the board to ratify this is, I just can't say enough. I know if the DSA president was here, BMAC, he'd be thanking you himself because it's going to make a huge difference to us and all these youngsters that we've been hiring and the signing bonuses that we've been offering, and it's going to make a huge difference in their careers because before you guys were around, over the past 35 plus years that I've been here, literally half of my career I've been without a contract. I've gone half my career or more without a contract because we did not have a relationship with the CAO's office and with the board that was supportive and pro public safety the way that I think it should have been. So hopefully this will really make it where we have all the bodies that we need. We've already dropped crime a tremendous amount here in San Joaquin County for our citizens. And this is going to make a huge difference that we will get the best of the best to be out there protecting our families and our businesses here.
Well, that's great news. Happy to hear. Anyone else like to comment?
I want to comment HR too for doing the hard work. I know sometimes it's very adversarial where, it's like we're all in this together, you know what I mean? And I don't like when it gets that way, but obviously we have a fiduciary duty to protect, the taxpayers' dollars. So sometimes it gets a little contentious and it doesn't go always everybody's way, but I want to thank everybody involved.
You're absolutely right, and I'm remiss. I was looking over to Sandy and Miss Jennifer. HR has been amazing on this, and this was no easy task. And if you've ever had to deal with cops in any way, it's like herding cats, and enough is never enough. And but they were also willing to work together and come to a fair solution that was really going to help us. And it wouldn't have happened without HR. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Great. Thank you, Sheriff Withrow. Anyone else? See no one. Thank you.
If I could just.
Yeah, absolutely, Jennifer. Go ahead.
Through the chair. I would like to thank both the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the bargaining team for the county who did work very hard. I'd also like to thank the board for their support. To come to this agreement, which I think really will be an excellent contract, will help us, as the sheriff said, recruit and retain those experienced law enforcement officers, which are so important for our public safety. So I would like to thank the board and both of the bargaining teams for the hard work to get to this really, really good deal. So thank you.
That's wonderful. Okay, I see no one else. Thank you so much. Item number 36, Public Works, approval of the Fourth Amendment to Agreement A17-41 with the Ferguson Group, LLC, extending the term of specialized federal advocacy support services through June 30th, 2027, effective February 1st, 2025, at a total cost of $377,000, all districts. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'd like to ask this board to do is pull this item completely off so that we can have a little discussion. there was, and I'll give you a reason why. We had a little national incident last Tuesday that might change the focus of who's representing us, our lobbying efforts, et cetera. We don't know who's going to control the House of Representatives yet. We don't know the priorities of the new administration. We have a new Senate leader coming in. I mean, the chairmanships in the Senate, I'll give you just one example on behavioral health. You have a chairman going out on the Senate side that was absolutely opposed to lifting the cap on the 16-bed cap. The new chairman that's coming in is actually in favor of it. You've got an administration proposal that's going to put a lot more emphasis on public safety. There's going to be more emphasis on, from our lobbying team, as I see it, going after federal dollars to help with public safety. We have a farm bill that's 2 years overdue that's going to be on the table next year, and we really don't have any expertise back there on the lobbying side. One of the things after working back there for 16 years that I always thought was interesting was these counties or cities would hire lobbyists and send them back to work with us. And of course, we saw them maybe once a year when the groups came back. But, you know, your lobbyist is part of your team. And sometimes you've got to figure out what pieces you're missing. And I think you have to involve your federal, representative as well, whether that be Representative Harder stays there, or if Lincoln takes his place, whatever you, and involve them in those conversations too. Because that's what you're really trying to do, is you're trying to fill the hole. And you're trying to get some help in areas that you need. Nobody needs help talking to our local congressman. I mean, we call them up and invite them for dinner. What we need to know is those agencies, committees, subcommittees, Senate subcommittees, where do we need the help? So I would like to pull this from the agenda so we can
Through the chair, do we need a motion and a second to pull it, or just pull it for a separate vote and table it? What's the best way through County Council?
Sure. If you're looking to separately vote on it, you obviously can do that, but I think Supervisor Ding is suggesting he wants to pull it off the calendar, which would require a motion for continuing this to a date uncertain is the way you would do that.
So that's his motion, I'll second it.
Okay. Did you want to speak about it, Fritz? Did you want to comment on it?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Villaputra. Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. There is some time sensitivity here because we have the contract expiring with Ferguson Group at the end of January. So I'm not sure what the point of tabling it would be. If we want to keep continuity services, I would suggest approving the amendment. We can always terminate the contract with 30 days notice. So it's not like we're making a permanent commitment, but we are interested in having continuous services from Ferguson Group in these areas.
So you're saying it's not necessary we can approve it today, you can still negotiate, that you're telling me?
Not necessarily negotiate. I don't want to have the contract terminate. And if the board wanted to go out for an RFP or something like that, we could do that too, that you could give us that direction, but I would suggest approving the extension because we can, again, terminate the contract if we need to with 30 days notice.
How do you feel about that, Supervisor Ding?
and this is where, Fritz, when you talk about public works projects in the county, I mean, you're the man, and I rely on you, extensively, and experience speaks volumes. This is something I know a little bit about. I've submerged in it for years, and I know how it works. This contract with the Ferguson Groups extends through the current term of the current administration, through the swearing in of a new Congress, through the swearing in and appointment of new committee chairs in the Senate. Now is the time. And it's just practical human nature. If you pass this and then we can terminate it and we can it makes it messy, and we don't want that. So this is a perfect opportunity to do it. So
If
I'd
I
like
could
to stick
ask,
with
could I clarify, I'm not necessarily understanding what you're suggesting as the path forward on this.
That will be for a board discussion. I just don't want to approve this contract right now because we need to get the lay of the land before
Okay.
we move forward. I'm very familiar with what Capri does, and I'm very familiar with what Ferguson's doing. But I think some of our priorities are going to change, and I think we might have to look at the Capri contract as well for renegotiation. Is there some swapping of duties to do? It's a whole new world, and it's not worth spending $367,000 to extend a contract until we figure that all out right now. And it might be some swapping of some agenda items, and we need to know exactly which way we're going forward. I just know today is not the day to do this. So I would like to stick with the motion and the second and move forward.
I'm going to let CRO Regallo say a few words.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to clarify, Supervisor Ding, for Public Works, and for me, I think to understand a little, will you be bringing, the board, be bringing something back before this expires? Which
Yeah,
is?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with Supervisor Ding. I mean, hey, we have to look at our local experts, right? And he has more expertise than anybody I know up here. And like what you said, Director Fritz, is that it doesn't expire until end of January. So, I don't see what the rush is to, approve it. And when does Congress set? The beginning of January, so we'll know who the chairs are of the different committees. So no, I agree with you 100%.
CRO Regallo.
Sorry, through the chair again, just to make sure if the board is requesting an RFP, just to know that that is going to take, 5 or 6 months, I think.
Probably 60 to 90 days.
Oh, is it? I'm looking at Concepcion and she's agreeing with me 5 to 6 months, but okay, 60 to 90 days. So just to know that because January is only a couple of months away.
Right. Okay, so you go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can do, I've spoke with consultants, we could do an RFP sooner. We could find, there's people that are teed up, ready, they know the atmosphere, they know the environment, this is what they do. We could be responsive and get something. I appreciate Supervisor Ding catching this. It's not just consent. We have to look at how things change and what optimizes San Joaquin County's opportunities moving forward. And we have an expert that's 16 years on the Hill that we want to appreciate. And sometimes you think outside the box. Sometimes you do something a little bit different. I appreciate that. Thanks. My second stands to the motion.
Okay, so we need a separate vote for item number 36, correct?
Well, we're just going to table it? Is that what
We're going to table it?
Well, you can there was a motion and a second, so you need to vote on that motion. You can do it, you'd obviously have to do that separate from the rest of the agenda.
So I motion to remove the remainder of the agenda items, the consent, minus 36.
But then also, I need to pull consent item number 32, Public Works, to correct the request to set a public hearing for December 10th, not December 3rd, as listed on the agenda. So
That's just sure, that's the amendment?
Correction, yes.
Is that a correction or an amendment?
That's correction.
What do we need to do?
So
Does my
we're
motion stand?
approving, your motion is to approve, plus the corrections for 1 through 35, and we'll do a separate vote on 36. Correct?
So that's your motion, that's your second?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a first and a second, and we'll vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. And item number 36, separate vote, correct? Correct. Okay, is there a motion and a second?
Motion, or
It's
second
already-
is,
sorry,
second
we
is
already have
motion.
it.
Do you have a
We already
second?
have the motion.
You seconded, correct?
Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
we'll have a vote on that then. And it's approved 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Buckner.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent general government. No, hold on a second here. Discussion general government. District 3, board to adopt and implement and prioritize the reunification, return to home approach with the unsheltered homeless population living throughout our communities. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. As you see on our agenda, we have several items to discuss from my office, and just these are items that, as I'm
nearing the end of my term. Some of these things are in motion, kind of watching climate, what's happening around us. Reason why I'm bringing this forward is actually San Francisco recently adopted the same type thing. And just for the record, this board approved, we put on the agenda, or we put on the ballot, Measure R. It got nearly 75% vote that if there's a heavy drug use by people receiving government assistance, we in the county will start to have levels of engagement and support services. So the reason why I'm bringing this to you is in one of our recent meetings, we know, and we've talked about reunification, getting people on pathways home or back to their city or county of origin where services are. I know that I've toured the St. Mary's campus and speaking with them there, there's many people that are there that wish they had a way to get home. So we have HSA, bless you, we have HSA, we have behavioral health, we have a multi-prong, and of course probation that's engaged on this. In a recent meeting, we had a discussion. I asked, how many people in the last 6 months have we reunited with their family, their home, place of origin? And long story short, 3 in 6 months. We know that in Manteca, Officer Mike Kelly, on an average of probably on the low side, 30 to up to 60 people a year are reunited. If we're averaging 3 in 6 months by county efforts, we're, in my opinion, missing an opportunity to get people away from the squalor and despair and reunited to a family or support network in their place of origin. And that's underserving those that are struggling, that found themselves here through some other misfortune and living in an unsheltered environment. So this effort here would be, instead of the up to 40 warm touches approach before we build trust and get people reunited or engaged or out of being out of homeless or into services, I've heard this on a repetitive basis. It takes up to 40 warm touches. We're looking at weeks and months of leaving people in squalor and despair. So my suggestion in looking at what other cities are adopting is, as spelled out in the board letter, is the first approach is, where are you from and how did you get here? And next you look at, who do we contact, your place of origin or your local support. Let's bridge this gap and get people back. In San Francisco, as I've mentioned in the past, on an average of, annually, on an average of 800 to 900 people are reunited with family and friends and place of origin compared to our 3 in the last 6 months. And I do know that we have a fantastic team out there. We are prioritizing, we are engaging, and there's a couple success stories even recently getting people re-engaged. It's not that anybody's doing anything wrong. It's that we want to establish the number one priority when you meet someone is, where are you from? How can we help you get there? And lastly, I'll bring it up, I'm just giving this why we're here. I was out in the evening one time, I was putting up some campaign signs, ran into a gal in the bushes, and started having a discussion. Within 5 minutes, within 3 minutes really, she told me she was from Pittsburgh, first telling me she was from here, and I knew she wasn't, so I said, where are you actually from? She said, from Pittsburgh. Do you have family or friends there? No, I don't. You must have somebody that cares for you. Yes, I do. I have a sister there. Just a couple of quick questions of my engagement, and we do engage, instead of facilitating and giving people tents and bringing them boxes of goodies and helping them stay in place, I believe we need to establish that the priority needs to be in this county reunification, rehousing, getting people back to where they're from. So I'm bringing this forward to the board for discussion and consideration and to give direction through our services that are offered in our county.
Great. Anyone else like to, any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I see none. I will open up to public comment. Anyone like to comment, please come forward. Okay, I see no one. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Canepa.
Just as another point to this, often when we arrest people, when they get out of jail and they're come from our other communities, I think there's kind of a lag in getting those folks back to where they come from. So I don't know. I mean, When I spoke with the sheriff a while back, I think it's like 20 come from Tracy. And transportation, if there's no transportation back and these folks don't have transportation, where do they go? The other question on this is, we provide services in San Joaquin County. Are the people residents of San Joaquin County? And I mean, that's always the question. It's a hard question, but do they live here and do they require the services that the taxpayers pay for in our community? So that there's a couple questions on reunification. Sometimes it always doesn't work, but I think we need to be mindful of that, because I don't know if the sheriff can come to speak to that when the bus makes a trip out on Matthews Road, and how we deal with those folks when they do get released. I mean, my whole district is Central Stockton, and so we don't want to burden communities in our areas with people that are getting arrested and then walk down Matthews Road into their communities. Not that all people that get arrested are bad, it could be circumstances. So I think that's another issue that I think we need to deal with and figure out, how to get folks transportation, when they are released to different communities outside of Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Yeah, we're very careful about that. First of all, we offer services months before somebody gets released. We find out when the release date is. We have a position now that is like a social services that reaches out to our inmates and starts working with them so that they don't end up homeless. And so we offer all the services that our county and our faith-based organizations and all that have, so that we can have some type of handoff if they will accept it when they're walking out of our facility. And so we have worked on that extensively through our department, and so we have that in place. We do try to give them a voucher and when they're leaving, to let them know, hey, you can catch the bus, so they're not walking down a dark street or whenever it is. And we try and release them when it's not dark, so we don't have anything like that happen. And we do not encourage where they go or anything like that. We do not want to start dumping on other cities or other locations, that type thing. We don't like it when people do that to us, and we don't want to do that to anybody else. So they do have free will once they leave our place, and depending on how long they've been in custody with us, they should be of at least clear mind as much as they can be, and we've gotten as much help as we can. So it's a very difficult situation. It depends if they're just being released after being in custody for 8 hours because they were drunk in public, or have they been with us several years and they're leaving. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that they don't leave our place and have to go live under a bridge and have to break into people's cars to get stuff to buy whatever they need to survive. So it's a difficult situation out there, but we're trying to do as much as we can, and we had the forethought of that, and you guys have approved that the social services position for us that is trying to help them manage their environment when they get out.
Perfect, because that's always the concern. I mean, that's the elephant in the room that nobody ever wants to deal with. And we call it warm handoffs, right? I mean, even behavioral health and things like that. So how do we do it with dignity, you know what I mean? Because there are people that want to get back to where they're at. I mean, whether if it's money, that we need to raise, or money that we have, or even, I mean, if you go as far as flights, if you know somebody that can receive the person, I think that's something that we need to look at. But we need to be mindful, obviously, like you said.
Just so you know, it's not just in custody. We also have those positions in our civil division. So prior to us going out and knocking on the door saying, hey, you're being evicted, we start reaching out months ahead to say, hey, clearly there's problems here. Here are a lot of organizations that can help you and get you back on the path if you're going to lose this place where you're living now, so that they don't just get put out on the street with their belongings and have nowhere to go. So we're working that angle of it also.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. I guess this message or question for Supervisor Patty is, don't we do this now? I know we've all heard the great job Manteca does and their officer over there, but I thought this was already implemented.
Sheriff, you may want to hold tight for a sec. Thanks. So question for you, no, we don't. It's a lot of our services, and again, it's not by any fault, but in fact, now the sheriff's back, there's no quick getaway here. Now that the sheriff's back, we do see cleanup attempts where it is sometimes that's the approach, that we're cleaning up and moving on and helping reunite by some effort. But on a repetitive occasion, and even in this chamber, we hear people say that it takes 40 plus, I think you and I have talked about this, where we see some people talk about 40, 50, 60 warm touches to build the trust before you get somebody maybe moving on through services. And I think if we had a united approach in this county that, where are you from? How can we help you get back? Let's contact your support network. Let's bring you to the resources in the region that you're from versus somebody that may have found themselves here through some misfortune. So this kind of sets a baseline. Sheriff, would you agree that you and I have talked about this, that would be perhaps a good baseline approach?
Yeah, usually our style is not a bunch of warm touches. It's, we go out a couple weeks, ahead of time. We were following the Boise decision and all that, and we'd bring everybody with us to make those offers and offers of help and everything. But when it came time for us to do our jobs, they were moving on, and so all those offers had already been made, and but I'm not as familiar, and you may be more familiar with me with the Stanislaus approach, what they're doing down there, and with our new place that we're going to have a place for these folks to go instead of just move down the street into a city limits or something like that. And I'm sure Chief Jackson and his team, I'm sure this has been addressed out of that Stanislaus model, and so I would think that would be a part of it, that reunification, and maybe someone on the board knows better than I as far as that, but I assume that it is. I know down in speaking with the other sheriffs and stuff across the state that, like down in Anaheim, they had a huge way of reunification and reaching out and getting people to their families and stuff like that. It made a huge difference around Disneyland and all that, and we talked about that in the past. So I would assume it will be an integral part of our program here, where we're saying, hey, you can come to Camp Canapa, and we got a place for you to stay now that you're not going to stay on our property anymore here out and unsheltered. But part of that is if we can get you back to your family, we're going to do it.
Yeah, and to that point, actually, when we went to Auburn, they've had the safe camping for county residents, people that had to anchor in the Placer County versus open to everyone in any region. So our first approach, and this isn't that services end if you're not from here, it's just the first approach is, where are you from? Can we contact a friend, a brother, a cousin, a support network, or services where you're from, getting them back to their support basis versus the 40, 50, 60 warm touches over an extended period. And I think you've even encountered where you go to do you're going through an encampment area, and somebody has told them, you can stay in place, I'm in charge, you don't have to do anything, the sheriff's not the boss, I am. And that's just a mixed message. So we need to have a uniform basic approach of our first level, and again, San Francisco adopted this, and it's working quite effectively.
Yeah, my question was just simply, we haven't done this in the past, or apparently not, so.
We're not doing it.
Okay, that was
it's
it.
here.
That was the only question I had for you. Nice and easy.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this up, Supervisor Patty. I just want to get, I'll use Supervisor Patty's words. What is it you're asking for? I understand we have a budget. We've had one reunification. If you look at other communities with the same budget, it's actually happening, working. So prioritizing, you're absolutely right, needs to happen. What is it we need to do?
This basically is establishing that we are setting a course forward, that the first level of engagement is not, do you need water? Can I bring you some food? Do you need some medicine? The first level of engagement in this county seems to be, stay where you are, let me bring you things to help you stay here while I build a warm relationship with you of trust. Can I bring you some food? Let me bring you some water. Let me bring you some blankets. How about I get you a new tent? There's a lot of engagement to keep people where they are. When the first level of engagement should be, where are you from? What's your support network? How can I help you re-engage with where you're from, place of origin? There's people that are stuck here, and they have expressed that I'd like to get home. So that should be our first approach. Not, I'm gonna bring you a box of goodies tomorrow and keep you here. You look like you need a new tent, and let's keep you here. Can I bring you some blankets? Let's keep you here. None of that should be our first priority.
Which kind of echoes my earlier comments that the priorities this board has laid out, the number one goal is to make sure we have a safe community, that we're getting, with the monies and efforts we extend, is to get them off the street, not, aid and abet them on the
Correct.
street. I'm on board. Good.
We already did public comment, right?
No, we have not.
Yeah, we did.
We did? Forget. Thank you.
So I'd make a motion to approve this.
We have a first and second, and the vote, please.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify what it is we're approving. As I understand it, it would be direction that staff prioritize this approach. And then secondly, that there is direction for staff to come back with an ordinance which formalize this approach. Is that correct?
So, yes, thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, thank you, County Council. So, yeah, the direction that we have here is following discussion, department heads are to implement accordingly and return with the proposed ordinance for formal written policy for board approval. So, yes, this will come back. I think we have a template that we've established, and through discussion, I think we're pretty clear with what our approach should be.
Supervisor Dean, would you like to speak?
Yeah, and just a friendly add-on to that, Supervisor Patty.
Bless
In
you.
order to give some teeth to the board priorities we've laid out, maybe on this language here, you add as encompassed in the board priorities and directions set forth, so that people start paying attention to, exactly what we put in that priority language is the goals of these monies and our efforts is to get people off the street, whether that's nonprofits, what have you. We're not handing out blankets and tents and everything else anymore. It's not going to be our first response.
Agreed. I would encompass that through this discussion and direction we bring forward is we are not enabling and bringing tents and supplies, but instead rerouting them to either places of home of origin or place of support network, place of origin, and or family support network.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to keep it very, very brief because I think we've already discussed this as much as we can discuss it. But when you mention ordinance, are you talking about like an ordinance as in law, or are we just talking about a policy change? Or we're going to have to come here after first and second reading? I mean, or is it just a policy change and whatever that policy may be?
You can do it either way. I would have to, I obviously know we have ordinances, so I know we can establish another one. I would have to see if there is a,
Well, the reason I'm saying, just like you do an ordinance, you have the first and second reading and so on, so it becomes a statute or maybe an administration function of it. But if we just change policy in the probation at HSA, wouldn't that be direction from this board in order to move the project forward without doing an actual statute?
yes, that is a option as well.
So I don't know, it's your Supervisor Patty, this is your baby, so.
Whatever's the quickest and easiest way going forward, to Supervisor Rickman's point. What would you recommend
If
we
you
amend in my motion?
if you want quick and easy, then I think a policy change would be the way to do it.
Okay,
So
so we're
to-
proposing a policy change.
Okay, so just to summarize for the record, it sounds like the motion is to give direction to implement this policy change and then come back with a formal policy change that the board can adopt. And that this change in policy is reflected in the board's priorities that it recently adopted. Is that a fair
Correct.
summary? So that's the motion. Do we have a second still?
Thank
We
you.
have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, District 3, a board discussion to give direction on creating a homeless community response team. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. And again, hopefully this is segues off of the other one. This is basically, we see throughout the community, and I learned when I went to Olympia, Washington, they had a CRU, Crisis Response Unit, CRU. And that was a dispatched advocacy group that was in partners with law enforcement, in partners with your local nonprofit organization, but working directly with the city and or county so that you have a response team. They had mobile vans, and they had people that were embedded in the organization that, like, for instance, I met the gal in the evening. She'd appeared on the radar. You have a dispatch team that bring them to resources. Sometimes somebody needs a ride home. Sometimes they need to be connected to services, but you have boots on the ground. This accentuates the efforts that are happening right now. Speaking with Chief Jackson, he said this is, that's part of the phases of what we need to do and implement. So this is not asking for any funding at the moment. This is to bring back, get some direction, and some approval from this board to bring back to the board for approval any allocation of funding that might be needed if the board so approves, putting together and standing up a team, as myself and Supervisor Canepa, we've discussed, would be helpful on a consistent basis.
Any questions from the board? I see none. I'll open public comment. If you have a question or a comment, please come forward. I see none. I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone like to, any questions or motions? Supervisor Rickman.
Isn't this what, SJ Cares, isn't this what SJ Cares is supposed to be doing?
This is the next phase of SJ Cares.
And, I mean, and also, don't we have nonprofits that do? One of my concerns is duplicating services. I don't want to duplicate services, but the fiscal impact of it is unclear. So what is this going to cost us? And so if we have SJ Cares already, so is that just an extension of SJ Cares?
This would be a partnership that SJ Cares you do with instead of hiring more county employees at likely a higher cost, there's organizations that are local that would be available to do this, that have some previously lived experience being homeless. You saw a gal earlier that said, I'm all about this. Whatever I could do, I want to help be part of this. This is needed. She came in during earlier public comment. So instead of hiring county employees that were previously homeless, perhaps, you have an opportunity to partner. For instance, we have Jessica from Red Rabbit is an organization that is underfunded, and they're doing services. So the way I would envision this, Supervisor Rickman, is if I were to build this out, you probably allocate $400,000 or $500,000, roughly $120,000 to $150,000 in buying 2 vehicles, and then you'd have staffing costs for people that would be available to be on call. We have, in fact, in the room now, we've got Ready for Work. That could be an organization that you subcontract out some of the services needed to help individuals as they appear on the radar without them having to be county employees. So it's a partnership. It's what you would call a public-private partnership.
I kind of understand what you're saying, but what you just described to me is I'm looking at SJ Cares, exactly what SJ Cares does.
This is in addition to what SJ Cares does. And working with Chief Jackson, he's like, you know what? This is the next phase of what we need to do. Do you think the board would support it? And that's why it's here.
All right.
It's, again, you look at public-private partnerships. Some of the individuals that would be doing these services may not be employable by the county.
All right, but then, I mean, and this is, one of my, I think Supervisor Dean kind of mentioned it earlier in financial-wise. I mean, we give out millions and millions of dollars every year to nonprofits, and some of these functions I would think would fall in this category. And now we're looking, I mean, it's just
Actually, we have no service like this in our county. None of our local nonprofits that we fund do this. Like, for instance, if you hired a police officer to do this, it's going to cost a lot more money hourly to have that police officer do these services. So this is building out that public-private partnership for services that could be utilized for people living that appear on the radar. You call them up. When I was in Olympia, Washington, I got in the van, rode out with somebody. It was somebody that was disheveled. They were recently released from a hospital. They were wandering around. Their wife was homesick, and they basically just needed a ride home. It wasn't the law enforcement. It wasn't the 911. It was called into crew because there was an individual that looked like they needed some help. So when crew showed up, this gentleman simply needed a ride home. He was elderly, about 68 years old, and he was stuck. So you helped get that person back to where they lived. That's just one example of many, probably several hundred calls they get on, monthly, probably.
All right. Well, thank you. No, this is my concern, just the SJ Cares, and I mean, I know we have nonprofits that visit, these encampments and stuff, and homeless folks on a daily basis. I just want to make sure we don't have duplicate services out there, and it's going to end up continuing. I mean, just put it into perspective. I can look back at 2023 numbers. I mean, we spent over $200 million, and this was through federal and state funding coming through the county, an additional $20 million on our part. So, just to put it out there on that. So,
And if
thank
I
you.
can answer Supervisor Rickman, if you see, we're not allocating any funding, and just exactly to your point, this wouldn't be for duplicity, and that's a great point. So that when we build this out and it comes back to the board for approval, it'll vet that exact concern you have, that this isn't something that's got a duplicity factor to it. So, great point. Thank you.
Supervisor Dane.
Thank you. I hear you, both of you supervisors, kind of saying the same thing. When you say give direction, who are we giving direction to? Why don't we just give the direction to the CARES team to put this together, and that way everybody's on the same page?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's, working, I think the direction will go through the CAO to work with probation.
Well, let's
and put
lay
this
it out.
together.
Let's lay it out. Put, you want to do this, put this response to, let's direct it at CARES through the CAO to put together a response team.
Yeah.
So we know where
eventually-
it's going.
Yeah, what this needs to do is my thought on this is that we will need to, we put out a request, and it can be run through SJ Cares. You put out a request for a service organization, what that budget, what that dollar amount looks like, and they can actualize it. That's where we'd be heading on this. And it's a good point. We can run it through SJ Cares and make sure it's not duplicity.
I believe CEO's office, correct? You're giving direction to
Sandy's a little busy. I know she's not going to do the work here. Who's actually doing the work? Will it be, she's going to hand it off. Who's she giving the football to?
CEO Regallo, please.
If I may, thank you through the chair. And I did have discussions with SJ Cares, the SJ Cares team, and with HSA prior to this item. And I think the program would have to come back to this board, again, not knowing what any costs would be right now. So I am willing to work. I can't tell you exactly who from my office, or it might be me working with SJ Cares and HSA to bring a homeless community response team program back to this board.
Okay, is that good? Okay, Supervisor Patton, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion, and I know that we have SJ Cares is here, but I make a motion that we proceed, or we proceed with direction as given and discussed to, as our CAO just pointed out, work with SJ Cares, HSA, put together a community response team profile, and then bring it back to the board for final approval and funding as identified.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second, and a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Supervisor Patton, would you like to go item number 3 or number 4?
I'd like to pull up number 4. We've got some representatives from University of Pacific. If we can get.
Yep. Well, we're going to come forward with item number 4, District 3, a board discussion to consider a one-time request of $1 million in matching funds for the University of Pacific Center for Small Businesses funded by the contingency provision budget, forfeits required. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chair, and I appreciate the board's time on these issues. This is number 3 of 4 that we have, and University of Pacific is here. This spawned from a discussion I had with President Callahan about the board's support for Delta College and the paid internship program. And we started talking about what could we do to enhance and the vision that University of Pacific had was to create a partnership throughout the San Joaquin County and build out a business incubator, if you will, so that we could utilize the assets of University of Pacific. And I believe you guys are here to talk on that. So I think it's worth the board to consider. We need economic development. There's a lot of minority individuals that oftentimes miss out on business opportunities, or they enter into business opportunities without some real beneficial information that could have maybe redirected or enhanced their business success. So with that, we've got a representative from University of Pacific.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. My name is Louis Gale. I'm the Dean of the Eberhardt School of Business at University of the Pacific. Thank you, Chair Villapudua, and to all the supervisors for this hearing of our proposal. Please allow me to give special thanks to Supervisor Tom Patty, who has been a great champion of this initiative to help serve and grow small businesses throughout San Joaquin County. And to Supervisor Paul Canepa, the supervisor who represents the University of the Pacific campus in Stockton and has always been a great supporter of California's first and oldest university. As Dean of the Eberhardt School of Business, I am honored to present to you this proposal for the San Joaquin County Small Business Center. President Callahan is flying back today from a business trip and could not be with us. He sends his regrets, but wanted me to convey to the board his prioritization of the San Joaquin County Small Business Center. I would like to recognize with us in the audience Mary Elizabeth Eberhardt, Vice President of the Bank of Stockton and Chair of Pacific's Board of Regents. I would also like to take this moment on this day after Veterans Day to thank the supervisors again for their critical support of the renovation of Manor Hall. As you know, it will be one of the nation's first and only college campus residential halls dedicated to student veterans. Thanks to the Board of Supervisors' support, we will be opening the renovated Manor Hall on Pacific Avenue to student veterans this spring. It is an honor to speak to you today about this proposal. This unique public-private partnership will help us identify, support, and grow small businesses throughout San Joaquin County. The center would be an equal investment, $1 million from Pacific and $1 million from the county. The annual interest of 4.7% from the dedicated $2 million fund would be used to create the center by hiring a high-level, professional center director who would report directly to me as Dean of the Eberhardt School of Business. Additional interest earned by our investments would help grow the fund over time. The center director will lead a cadre of Eberhardt School of Business students who will serve as the center staff. The center will assist local small businesses and entrepreneurs to help them start, grow, and sustain their ventures by providing free consulting services, research, and advice on market research to identify potential businesses and audiences, business plan creation and organizational design, digital and social media marketing tactics and strategies, navigation of HR and legal issues, hiring strategies and tactics, accounting and finance expertise, and much more. Structures of the services provided by the center to local small business owners and future small business owners include one-on-one consulting services to help with business planning, marketing, finance, and operations, workshops and seminars on topics such as business planning, financial management, marketing strategies, and regulatory compliance, a resource library to provide access to market research, business templates, and industry reports, networking opportunities to facilitate connections between local business owners, industry experts, and potential partners and clients, and training programs to help enhance the skills of small businesses, owners, and their employees. Experience-based learning through hands-on, real-world initiatives that serve our communities is a core part of a Pacific education. Pacific already has a mobile health clinic that provides diabetes screenings throughout the county, a Medicare Part D program that has saved San Joaquin County residents more than $12 million, vaccination clinics, some 30,000 hours annually in volunteer time to nonprofits across the county through the College Core program, 7 free university-operated legal clinics in Sacramento, a major dental clinic in San Francisco and serving thousands each year, audiology clinics in Stockton and San Francisco, and more. The San Joaquin County Small Business Center will be the latest initiative to serve our community while providing immersive learning for our students and future leaders. Once established, the San Joaquin County Small Business Center will be poised for future growth through philanthropic gifts, partnerships, and federal and state funding. In conclusion, as you know, University of the Pacific is already a major economic engine for our county, generating more than $300 million annually and more than 2,500 jobs in this economy every year. The San Joaquin County Small Business Center will be the latest and perhaps the most important addition to that robust economic engine. Thank you for your time. Thanks again to Supervisor Patty for championing this initiative, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarity for the board, the $1 million is not absorbed and lost. Let's say we start this program and 1.5 years later, there's something fantastic or a shift. That money would be returned. The $1 million is never lost during this process.
The $1 million will go into our investment pool of more than $600 million, combined with a $1 million investment from the university. It is in perpetuity, is endowment in perpetuity. It's a grant to the university like we handle all of our other grants. It will never go away, and it will always spin off interest.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Ding?
Thank you for your time today. There we go. I just want to tell you and Miss Eberhardt and please pass this on to President Callahan. The remarkable turnaround from where this university was 30 years ago and how it treated its partners in the community is just absolutely astonishing. You know, in the 90s, they were passing out flyers advising students not to shop in the community. They were canceling homecoming parades. They were turning their nose at alumni. This is just completely night and day. In the 90s, I remember, well, I won't mention the president's name, coming back to DC and applying for grants, funding for the university. And we decided to give it to the Plavnik and the business group, which didn't make the president very happy, but I enjoyed every minute of it. But I just want to tell you thank you, because from the buses that are going down on the Miracle Mile, it's just absolutely amazing. And having grown up across the street from the university, I feel like I'm home. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yeah, I want to reiterate the importance of University of the Pacific. The only thing is the contingency. So that concerns me because we still have some remainder of the months of the year left. So if our county administrator could speak to that, and there's always sometimes the projections of the property tax rate and what possibly that is. I mean, I don't know if, would you stipulate it now or later in the year if the budget, because if we do need this money for something, if the wheels fall off, there's $5 million, I believe, in the account. If you could speak to that, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely, through the chair. So the contingency provision budget was set up with $5 million at the beginning of the year. And so right now, without this, the balance is $3,026,482. If this item is approved, it would bring it down to $2,026,482. But if you're asking if I would recommend it being increased at this time, I would not. It's very early in the year. And the contingency provision budget is set up for unanticipated issues that come out through the year. So I would ask this board to allow us to just continue. There will still be a balance left, and we would continue, and then we can always bring an item back to the board if we had to.
Okay, and then, so the grant-wise, if the program does go away, then we would get the money back. I mean, so this is intended for the sole purpose of this in perpetuity. So I understand that, what you said that, I mean, that we're not touching the base, and I get that. But I mean, if you pivot and go in a different direction, then, so this program would be in perpetuity.
My understanding from the president is that this is a grant to the university. It will exist in perpetuity. We're not going to divest of this. This is part of our core mission in the Eberhart School of Business to support small businesses.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, as a, you know what I mean, steward of taxpayer money, if it's going to this, then it's got to stay with this, or we get it back. I mean, that would be the only stipulation that I would put in it. Just to protect the county, so that if you do pivot sometime in the future, whatever, if that position is lost or the use of this money goes in a different direction, that we get the $1 million back.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I have the same concern as Supervisor Canepa, but maybe more so. So if we, I mean, this is $1 million, and then on item number 3, it's $240,000. So we're going to be spending possibly a little $1.2 million, a little over $1.2 million out of our contingency fund. So, and that'll knock it down to, we have 3 million now, so 1 million and change? Yeah,
So
I don't need the exact number.
Yeah, and I can tell you the exact number, but we haven't gotten to that
I think people
yet.
get the idea.
Right.
And so, I mean, we approved this budget in July, this contingency fund. We're not even 3 months down the road, and we're almost depleted all of this. I mean, we have a winter coming up that, and, we're known for flooding, and so what's going to happen? Well, I'll ask you this. What's going to happen if we have 1.5 million, a little under $2 million, and if we have an emergency and we have to dip into our reserves, which will come to a contingency fund, that'll be depleted like this. Where does this money come from? So where do we get the money?
Through the chair, that's a good question. So, yes, we would deplete the rest of this, the balance of this budget, contingency provision budget, and then we would have to tap into our reserves, general fund reserves.
So, I mean, if we what would happen if we have to tap into our general fund reserves? I mean, what does that do? I mean, due to the outlook of our county. I mean, again, being fiscally responsible, we have to look at day-to-day operations. As a government, we have to look at the basic services that we have and that we use our taxpayer dollars for.
Right. There are a lot of unknowns right now. We can't, I can't predict, and, we have labor coming up on different contracts, but can we afford it now? Yes, we can afford this now, but as far as what would happen in the future, there are a lot of unknowns. But I can tell you, if this gets depleted, we would have to tap into our general fund reserves.
Yeah, and that's my biggest concern, being, fiscally responsible side of it, is the unknowns. You look at the state budget, the state's in a hole. And so, looking at, you talk about small businesses, what I always think about when I, talk to small businesses and helping small businesses, all small businesses are under attack right now through inflation, through, regulation, through taxation, and so on. I think one of the best programs that we did since I've been on this board is the RAD card, because it gave businesses, small businesses who are living day to day, that money right now when they needed it. I mean, I could go on to say, I've talked to businesses during COVID, coming out of COVID, and that RAD card saved their businesses, saved their families from going under. So wouldn't that, I mean, you're the dean, you're the expert, wouldn't this money, $1 million being given directly, I'm not saying, this kind of contradicting what I just talked about our budget, but on the other side of it, if we're gonna give $1 million, wouldn't this $1 million be given directly to small businesses throughout the county through the RAD program or something kind of like that, be more beneficial to our small businesses than what we're proposing here?
Based on my knowledge, living in this community for 15 years, I believe that what small businesses need is assistance in navigating some difficult and challenging times. I was here in 2010. We went through the city bankruptcy of Stockton, came out, and routinely from the business owners that would come to the business school, they were seeking assistance. How do I develop a marketing plan? How do I grow in this way? They come to us for projects that students can do. We have a history over the past 40 years of this in this community. So making a one-time expenditure to help solve the small business needs at the time, it does have an impact. I would argue that a greater long-term impact is an endowment that would support this in perpetuity. Just for some background, about 1 out of every 3 of the students in the Eberhart School of Business come from a family business background. And so they are part of that engine that's the next generation. They're the closest to the rail of some of the experiences that small businesses in this area go through. And some of the small businesses that have been started by our alumni.
Right.
So I think that longer term investment is where you're going to see the greater impact over time.
What about you? You just mentioned what you talk about your students, and that's great. What about the mom and dad that's been working at this business for 30 years and putting their kids through college?
And they're running a small business?
Right.
I would hope they would come to our center for all kinds of help that would cost them tens of thousands of dollars for consulting, reports, legal assistance. I would argue that it would be a significant societal benefit.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, UP and kind of what Supervisor Ding said. You guys are exceptional, and we're very, 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 very fortunate to have you in our backyard here in San Joaquin County. Our commitment to this board, as you mentioned earlier, we provided funding to Manor Hall, right? So it's just my concern. If it falls under deaf ears on this board, so be it. I'll go with what the majority wants. But I am worried, fiscally. Our fiscal rating went up here, 2 years ago, and that saved us money on bonds and different all the things. And are we going to put ourselves in a position in a couple of months that we're going to be needing to dig into our general fund? It'd be one thing if it was like in March or April and if the hump was just there, but my God, $5 million. We've been here 3 months already, and we already spent $5 million, and now we're looking to spend $1.2 million more. I just find it concerning, and I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Just to address very valid concerns, Supervisor Rickman. First off, you guys remember about 1 year ago, we replenished the fund. Why? Because we had received more in tax revenue than was initially reported. This same year is actually the same. Back in June, our estimation was 4% improvement of tax values. It actually ended up being about 7.5%, so nearly double. So we do have the money available if we chose to do exactly like we did last year. We spent some of the money in the contingency fund, and last year we, without hesitation, we replenished it to that full $5 million. So we have the money available. It hasn't been allocated. If we were to say $5 million based on the tax revenues, and then the tax revenues went up, and we upped it $5 million to $8 or $9 million because the tax revenues are nearly double, we could afford twice the contingency. So we're not there. Our CAO is not recommending that. She said if we do need to go back, we have resources available. Why? Because the tax revenue was nearly double what was initially reported. So we're okay as far as that goes. The RAD program was something that I brought to the county and this board supported. It was a fantastic program. It helped everybody's buying power. My $100 became $200, so I was able to spend more, and it helped local businesses. We're proud of that. We renewed it, I think, 2 times. But I agree with our professor here, our dean, that this is an investment long-term. I've met people that have opened up businesses, and let's say, for instance, tomorrow I said, I want to open up a lollipop store. And I go to University of Pacific's business incubator, and they share with me some information. Instead of taking out a loan, instead of taking my life savings, signing up a lease that I'd have to file bankruptcy because my lollipop store didn't sell enough, that the market would sustain and become profitable. This is a great opportunity for people that don't have the resources and don't have the education to be able to have utilize the expertise and the knowledge that Eberhard Business School offers. So I think this is a great partnership. The money doesn't disappear. The money is there in perpetuity to help in that long-term plan for helping build businesses. It could be minority-owned businesses throughout, and this is something that you partner with your chambers of commerce, you partner with your region, the entire county, and offer these services to existing and startup businesses. It's a great opportunity, I think, moving forward, and I appreciate University of Pacific wanting to work with us.
Supervisor Ding.
I'm just hoping that you're not just teaching classes to business owners on how to make our businesses more accessible, but how to defend us against the leeches of the state and the overregulation and the burdens and everything else, because that's where we really need help. Are you going to make a motion, or?
You can make a
wrap it
motion,
up?
I'll second it if you want. Motion to approve.
It's your baby.
Yeah, I motion to approve and give direction to CAO. I think we have it written down here. Give CAOs a direction to work on an agreement with University of Pacific and finalize that agreement to agreeable terms, and disperse the contingency provision to University of Pacific when approved.
Okay, we have a first and a second, correct?
Chair, before we take a vote, I have a quick question for the dean.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Permission. Ongoing fund, is this gonna cost us $1 million a year now? No.
No,
This is just-
no. The Eberhard School of Business is committing to supporting the students that work on the projects, to raising money as part of our philanthropic goals. This is a one-time investment from the county, which we will then springboard into much larger contributions to extend. Initially, this will be on the university campus, but long-term, we're planning to have a larger presence in the county.
And two more questions. You talk about a $600 million endowment. You have $600 million, why do you need our, measly $1 million from a $600 million endowment?
That is a fair point. $1 million investment does not generate, a small impact. It actually does, it creates a very strong impact. Most of the funding that's in that investment portfolio is restricted. It's restricted for use, just like this would be as well. This is for this center. So it is a large portfolio managed by external advisors with oversight from the Board of Regents, but every piece helps contribute to a significant puzzle that we can support our community.
And my last question, Chair, thank you and thank you to the board for this, your patience, is, as Supervisor Ding mentioned, is this just going to be, I hope this isn't just a classroom setting,
No.
And that the only way to find out about these services is dig through, go to God knows how many web pages. And I mean, are you guys going to go out to the communities?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for example, my district, South County, my farthest city, Escalon,
Yes.
and let their small businesses know that this is available to them?
Yes, we are committing to that, to expanding that service pool to all of our constituents in this county. We have students in the business school from every town and city in the San Joaquin, and they have been expressing positive support for this because we're going to be in their communities as well. They'll have a chance to give back to their community, and it is not just about teaching classes. It's a very broad, extensive portfolio of services that we envision.
Right. Let me maybe misunderstood my question here. Is your school, this curriculum or these services, going to be? How are you going to reach out to our communities? I mean, are you going to go through the chambers? I mean, I understand your students can come out and, and talk to folks, but are you gonna reach out to our Chamber of Commerce's, which are dealing with our small businesses and helping our small businesses on a daily basis, and let them know that this program is available, and so we can push this out there, so people will know?
Yes, we will. I'm currently the chair of the San Joaquin Partnership, which the county is engaged with. I have been on the board of the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce in the past. I have connections with all of the chambers in the area, and this will be on our agenda to work in partnership with the director, and the director becomes part of that broader reach.
Okay, well, good, that's good news. I am gonna be, I'm very close to chambers, at least in my district, and I talk to them, on probably almost, a couple times a week. So I'll be inquiring with them, and,
Yes.
I apologize if I'm, asking these different types of questions and, kind of pushing back a little bit, but my concern is, this whole entire county and our fiscal solvency, and, and you look at our budget of 5 million, and in the future is unknown, and I just want to make sure we're available as a government to help everyone when the time comes, and we have, and again, UOP is a great school. Wish you would bring your football program back, but
I cannot make a comment about that. I'm not authorized in that.
But again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for what you do, at UOP, and please tell the dean I said hello.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of your time and consideration.
Okay, great. I believe we have a motion, a first and a second, and we have a vote, please.
Chairman, I apologize,
Yes.
public comment. I don't believe there are any, but you should probably ask.
Oh, the public comment? I totally agree. Totally forgot. No, we did. Public comment. Anyone would like to speak? Please come forward. Thank you, Rochelle.
The longer you talk, the smaller the grant gets.
Good morning. I had no intention of appearing for this, but I think it's a great idea. It's a great opportunity for the students. And more importantly, it's a great opportunity for the students to document the success or lack of success in the program, which could be reported back to the county. I think that part's essential, accountability. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? I see none. I will close public comment. And I believe we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
Quick question, Chair. CAO's office, do you have a clear enough direction in the motion that was made? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great. And the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Moving on to item number 3. After item number 3, we're going to break for 1 hour for closed session. So item number 3 is District 3 also, a board discussion to consider a one-time contribution of $240K from the contingency provision budget for bridge funding for ready to work, forfeits required. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe we have Ready for Work coming down and give us a little presentation on the program, something that was started just for the record and for history. We had Ready for Work was launched initially by private sector wanting to do something, get involved and help out. And throughout the last nearly 6-8 years, or in 6 years plus, I believe, they've had a profound impact. And I think you're here to share some of that, but a couple stumbles along the way as it grows. But this was launched with some private capital. I believe nearly $1 million initially put up by the private sector to create this program. So looking forward to hearing from you today about current status and moving forward.
Hi, I'm Ray Call, the Interim Executive Director. Thank you for allowing us to present today. I'd like to briefly cover the Ready to Work program. The Ready to Work program opens the doors of hope, transformation, and stability to formerly incarcerated men, rebuilding, restoring, and revitalizing their lives. At Ready to Work, we seek to address the core of social, economic, or addiction issues that brought a participant to the program. With shelter, food, and basic safety issues being met, personal development and individual needs can be assessed, and our students can begin the restoration process. to the extensive one-on-one case management, life skills programs, and paid employment from ready-to-work job crews provide an unbroken pathway from the criminal justice system to full-time employment, permanent housing, and careers. Breaking the cycles of their previous lives, participants begin restoring their self-worth and dignity while securing a blessing of a hopeful future. I'd like to introduce RTW's Ready to Work's co-founder and president of the board, Anthony Barquette, to talk about the beginning of Ready to Work.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, supervisors. I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to be here today. After the last agenda item went through, I kind of wish we stuck to the timeline because our request wouldn't seem as large as that one. But nonetheless, I really appreciate you guys taking the time, and also most importantly to you, Supervisor Patty, who took the lead on this. I'd like to give you a little Reader's Digest version kind of on the founding of RTW. And it really started many, many years ago with Dino Cortopassi, who found this organization in New York. It's called the Doe Fund. It was Ready, Willing, and Able. We went out there and toured it, and we thought, yeah, this would be a great program to bring to San Joaquin County. So at that time, him, myself, and really it became Dia Berberian and myself started working with all the county people at that time and some of the city people. We organized a tour out there. And there must have been 40 of us. We went out there, toured it, and our whole premise at the time was, is this something that the county and the city wants? Is this something that people feel will be of value? We heard universally that it would. So as Supervisor Patty mentioned, we went out, we embarked, we raised over $1 million over a 4-year period, and we began to start the program. One thing that was important about New York it's relevant here, is New York had something that was called 3 hots and a cot, okay? And that allowed anybody on the street to get up to $110 or $120 per day to be taken into various places. And that was really the foundation of that entity. We didn't have that in San Joaquin County or in Stockton. So we came back and kind of got started on a fly and said, how are we going to get this started? The county allowed us to lease one of the barracks out at the Honor Farm, and that's how we got our spot to get started. That's good and it's bad. We have a great lease with the county. The bad part is it's part of the Honor Farm, so a lot of these guys are either homeless or previously incarcerated. It's tough for them to go back there. It makes them think they're still in jail. But nonetheless, we thought we had a great opportunity with the county, but also they really want to be there if they're there. So then we embarked on getting all the different grants to get started. And our number one grant has always been with probation, which is an AB 109 grant. They've been great partners of ours, but we've had issues over the years because they could only take AB 109 guys. They could only pay for AB 109 guys. Now that I'm here after 7 years, I wish I would have started this process 3 years ago and reached out to Chief Jackson, who we had a great meeting with recently, to really broaden that grant to, like I heard your discussion earlier about 209 cares. For instance, 209 cares go out, find somebody, they're on probation. If they came to RTW, we couldn't bill probation for that service. Now, with the conversation that we've had with probation, we're going to broaden that contract, and that's part of how we've gotten into this kind of issue over the years where we've lost some of our funding, quite frankly. The other one is with the homeless. For years, we were getting contacts from either the shelters or anything, guys on the street, hey, go to Ready to Work. We were able to bill a lot of that through like HAP. Now we can't do that because we provide services, we insist on drug testing, we're getting these guys jobs, we want them to stay in the program. All of that money is just for what they call housing first. You know, I don't want to say you do whatever you want, but similar to your point, Supervisor Patty, about everything, it's more about you can't force them to do anything. Instead, here we are trying to help them, and yet we can't bill. So all of these things have kind of led over time to where we are today. Admittedly, we kind of searched for other grants to kind of fill that gap and probably got out of our lane a little bit. And now we're not Now we're not doing that. We're here to say we're going to get back in our lane, workforce development, getting these guys jobs, back out at the campus. And we need time, a little bit of time to kind of restructure our contracts. We also have a contract with the DA, but we need time to restructure that as well too. And a lot of this discussions around homelessness, things are changing now. We have that Prop 36 that just passed, and we have the new decision on the Supreme Court case, both of which I think allow us to come to some of the county organizations and say, let's find a way for us to play a role and take care of some of these people. Most of the times you can't, all these nonprofits, you can't fit your funding into whatever all these little categories are. But just like we did 7 years ago, we came back, is this something that we wanted? When Supervisor Patty asked, we went around and met with county agencies, mainly Chief Jackson, and said, look, do you value us? Because if not, we were going to close down. The last 2 months, myself and another board member have been contributing a lot of money to keep it, afloat. So that's kind of the status we're in right now. I don't want to be overly dramatic, but we are. And so that's what prompted Supervisor Patty's request. And this will give us the time to kind of straighten out our billing to all these agencies and find ways to get it in the right category, because we've been taking care of a lot of guys that don't fall into the right category. And slowly it's taken time. So some of that has been on us, but we're here to say we've got that fixed, and we got it fixed going forward. And I would also commit to you that if you commit to Ready to Work, I'm going to commit to going back out in the community to those same people that supported us before and do another fundraising effort to further stabilize Ready to Work. So I'll pass it back off to Ray, but I'm available if you guys have any questions at any time. Also, Bill Trezza is here, who's been a longtime board member from the very beginning. Brenna Butler Garcia is on our board with the Spanos companies, David Rishwain and Rupert Hall, who were all part of the founding people who contributed those funds, among many other people in the community. So I'm here to answer any questions, but if not, I'll turn it back over to Ray. Thank you.
How do I get that? Awesome, thank you. Yeah.
We're a very resilient community here in Stockton.
There is incredible potential here in Stockton. I think the emerging market potential of Stockton is in the Deepwater Inland Port, rail connectivity, land, agricultural land that surrounds Stockton.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another community that has as many assets as Stockton does, even amidst its challenges.
I think that the future...
I'm sorry, we had a clip that was like 30 seconds. I don't know how we're running the whole thing, so we'll pass on that one. I can't, can you? I'm trying to go back into the slideshow.
Okay, give me just a second, I gotta get back here.
And that was just, there's a clip in there of an individual that came in from our program that was there for 16 months, and he was sober for 16 months. He was an addict his entire life, got his life wrapped, got it all straightened out, had a job, car, found a place to live. It was really good. I'm sorry that we're gonna miss that. So the facility, where we're at, 100% of the people that are currently housed at the facility are actively involved in the program and are successfully doing what they need to do to be successful. City crews, vocational schooling, and also career development with job readiness classes and peer group supports are all available to our clients. We have 23 housed there currently. 7 are on the work crew, 6 have outside employment, 6 are attending career development classes, and 4 are currently attending the Manteca Adult School for vocational certifications. We have work crews, we have contracts with the City of Stockton, with Caltrans through the City of Stockton and the City of Lodi. These provide work for individuals who come out of the criminal justice system and into our program. We have an immediate job for them when they come into our program. This is another part of our program. It's through the HIRE grant. Previously involved in the criminal system, immediately will start to receive services starting by receiving case management with a case manager who shows up and each client weekly. Career development will include job readiness training such as interview prep, how to dress in an interview, how to properly speak about your past. Also allows for the group to grade each other on the interview process so they can get comfortable with speaking. Peer support counseling gives each participant ways to learn how to cope with things in a positive way using evidence-based practices, harm reduction model, and meeting people where they are without judgment. These are second chance employers that we work with. They're our partners. They provide work for some of our clients. These are other programs, our partners in our community that we work with to provide the services that we provide to our clients. Okay, Ready to Work offers reentry specified services focused on stability, empowerment, and sustainability. Moving forward, we moved away from the campus, we're moving back, and we're putting all of our focus on the campus itself. We also will provide services in the community, but on a smaller level. Our real focus is going to be on the campus. Moving forward, we're going to be seeking an executive director. I'm interim right now, and a controller who will separately report to the board of directors. Ready to Work Board of Directors is committed to an active role in management and oversight. So let's continue to inspire change through empowerment, hope, and self-sustainability in our county and continue to be the reentry pioneers of all of San Joaquin County with the Ready to Work program. Should I? Yeah,
So Vince, how did you find RTW?
I was looking for a job. It was during COVID. I was laid off, so I was just kind of going through looking for work, and it popped up. I read on it, and it just sounded, like the perfect thing, really.
Cool. So while you were with RTW, what type of services were provided?
Right off the bat, they helped me get my legal documents. I didn't have a license at the time. I needed to get my birth certificate, and they helped me with taking care of those so that I can go on and do the other things that I needed.
Okay. Do you think that your life would be on a different path if you've never came across RTW?
Oh, definitely. It just right off the bat, it was a positive thing, and saving money is not easy to do, out here and on your own. And it helped me do that to go on and purchase a vehicle, get a job. They had contract jobs with Caltrans did that, but then I was able to find employment once I purchased the car. And I was able to get around and found a job, a steady job. And then from there, it was, I was saving money all the way through it. And probably the most important thing, and I forget to mention, is that I had a 40-year meth drug habit. And the program being a drug-free environment, it helped me kick that. And,
awesome.
Now been 4.5 years.
Cool.
And so,
Congratulations on that. Would you recommend RTW to other individuals that may be seeking the same services?
Definitely, and I do all the time. I mean, I'm out here dealing with the homeless every day, and people that I see that fall into that category where they're actually seeking help. I do recommend it, highly recommend it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Vince, for your time today. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thing I got from the program that was the most important, I guess, was I was homeless, so it gave me a place to live. The second thing is most important was it gave me a job, so it gave me the stability of a home and a job, so I had the income coming in. It also gave me a structure and social, be able to live in a group setting, group interaction, so it gave me structure with gave me also the ability to learn how to live by rules, because I had come into at a certain hour, I go by their timings. And they, it was drug testing, which kept me in line. Was 15 months clean and sober, all clean tests, which eventually led to a state job, and I've been there with Caltrans for 2 years now. Longest I've ever held a job. I got off probation in AB 109. Got off that for 2.5 years. And thankful for everything RTW has done for me. Thank you.
Since our inception, 122 individuals have had that same outcome, positive.
I just wanted to add to that, which is, I thought it was going to be in the slide, but so 122 people have graduated. When graduation means they have a full-time job, they have employment, and they have a car. It means all three. But that doesn't mean that many, many people get a job, and then a lot of times, quite frankly, as I said, we're out at the Otter Farm, a lot of guys get jobs, and after 2-3 months, they leave. So we can't count that as a full graduation, but there are countless people that have come in because everybody gets a job right away. And quite frankly, we have had a lot of success getting people employed. The question is, do they stay with the program for the full 15 months? So that 122 is the people that have been for the full 15 months. But there are countless other people that come, and quite frankly, they leave earlier. But they often leave with jobs. I mean, I'd like to say it'd be about, out of that 480, it's probably like 60%, right, to a total. 30%, some don't leave. So some guys don't want to play by the rules. Some guys, I mean, that's a reality, because we drug test. And so there has been, we do lose some people like that. I'm not going to stand up here and claim that everybody gets through. You got to want to change your life, I think that's what we offer, is the chance to change your life. There's a program there. If you follow it, you can do it.
Any questions from the board?
Yes. Mr. Barquette, if we were to give you this money you're requesting, what would back to work look like in 1 year from now?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I would hope it would look like this, that we're focused out at the campus with serving all 45 beds, and we've worked out arrangements with probation to serve a broader group of people, including many of the people you were discussing today, like 209 Cares and people that otherwise we wouldn't be able to service. On top of that, I think there's a huge opportunity with the district attorney and the courts, and Judge Vlavianos was a key advocate for us from the very beginning with this new Prop 36 that just got passed. So I think a lot has changed with the Supreme Court case and Prop 36, and I think everybody in the community is kind of feeling the same way, is that it's time to, I don't want to say crack down, but at least have a little bit more firmer approach. And I see Ready to Work as a real outlet for that, because all those guys don't need to go to jail, right? So maybe 10, 15 beds could, and that's hopefully what we're going to use this time and able to go out and make some new arrangements to fill those beds, because just homeless, we can't serve anymore.
Supervisor Ding.
I've already done my background on this and grilled Anthony up and down. I just wanted to thank you for not only your personal commitment, because you could have bailed on us a long time ago, so thanks for sticking with us. Steve Jackson on board, we've given him the reins, got to trust him and give him what he needs, so I'm all in.
Okay, Supervisor Canova.
Yeah, you just need to stick with it, because, there's a story. The gentleman, Tom, Patty, and I went out there. There was some state ground out there by Trinity Parkway, and we were out there, and this guy, Mike, came out. And so Mike was working at Chuck's back in the day, and he, was in that little village out there. And so just a story recently is that Mike started doing well. Jessica from Red Rabbit Advocacy reached out to him, and he was in your guys' program, and he had did a crime a while back, and what did they do? They came to Ready to Work and arrested him, and they're holding him till his court date, you know what I mean? So it's really sad that we have forward momentum, and the right hand often doesn't know what the left hand is doing. So did we help Mike or did we hinder Mike, you know what I mean, from past practice? The thing with this money is you guys need to stay involved, and it's very hard. These things don't run on autopilot. And that's the problem you can see now, is if you take your eyes off of it, then you're in a predicament where, you know what I mean, if we're gonna start Camp Canapa, we need to have resources to get people jobs. So what's the next step for folks coming out of a tent, you know, possibly going there, you know what I mean? So we have to have different outcomes for folks so that we could treat each human being with dignity and respect, because they're not all the same story. I don't know why he would leave that coastal view with that tent, which is, I don't know, it's a very good selling point for the program.
Look,
but it's like,
I agree with you
Right.
100%,
Right.
right? And I would add to your question, where we are a year from now is maybe we're out servicing some of those guys that are gonna be at Camp Canapa. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Right.
It's not easy work.
Right.
And I think we all know this. I mean, people don't get homeless overnight, and they don't get in jail overnight. And you don't snap your fingers and change their life right away. The best you can do is give them the structure, give them the opportunity, continue to work with them. And I mean, like I said, I don't want to sugarcoat how difficult it is.
Right.
But the reason why we did it, and the reason why I think it's important, is that, and this is, you know, and I'm 100% for all the programs for women and children, right? Because that's kind of, they appear to be the most vulnerable. But the ones that nobody really helps are the men, right? Because it's kind of like those guys are losers, whatever, they're, you know, they're deadbeat dad, whatever. And there's just not a program that really focuses on the men. And a lot of these guys have got connected back with their families. That's the part we don't see. And then once you start working, you get a little bit more self-respect, and all of a sudden you can change 5 people's lives, not just one, by having that one person change their life. So it's tough work. I'm not gonna sit up here and say it's like, oh, you're gonna have a 90% success rate. There's no way, you know, but it's valuable work. And you know, many people are doing different things. This is unique. I'd like to see it grow more, but we need to just get focused and stay in that one lane. And then as time grows over the next 3-4 years, if we're gonna be going after all of these people that are on the street, which is a lot, I don't know where they're all gonna go, you know? Some of them gotta get back to work. And so I think we can play that role. And so.
no, I think it's pivotal, but I mean, that's the thing. If you haven't tried and failed, at least you've tried. You know what I mean? And I think that's the thing. And if you don't have programs for people to go to, but I mean, it's just a matter of managing it correctly and making sure all the funding sources, you know what I mean? Because if we're going to throw a lifeline, I mean, you're in it to win it, and that's commitment from you and the board that's obviously going to need to do oversight. So
Yeah, no,
I'll stop
I
with that.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Have you asked cities for money, or are you just coming to the county?
We
And
have
if not, and if so, then why not?
So we have not formally asked the city for money. I did have a conversation with somebody at the city, and they were like, yeah, you should probably get out of the homelessness business, because I was saying how that we were unable to be funded through the homeless aspect, you know, with the directly for our guys that are homeless, it's hard to get reimbursement for.
Right.
And that was the basis.
My
that I talked
question,
about.
I mean, we have 8 cities in this county.
Yeah.
And you're just asking, you know, now it's just a county. I mean, again, I'm just reiterate that now with this, we're 1.7 million to our contingents. That's what we have left. And you can say all you want about, you know, what is it going to look like here in 6 months or so? And this isn't toward you, and this is just, my concern. What about, I mean, I understand your organization, but, you know, we have, you know, workforce development and, you know, WorkNet. I mean, what's different between your organization and WorkNet and EDD, and, you know, they do reemployment, find people jobs?
Yeah, well, we partner with them. You know, we partner with WorkNet, and they, I mean, I don't know exactly what they do with versus what we do, but we deal with people from kind of hands-on approach, right? And so we're driving some of these guys to work, right? Because a lot of these people don't have transportation. So some of the stuff we do with that other grant that was mentioned, that's stuff that we do in partnership with WorkNet, and that's getting people to do their resume and stuff like that, and do kind of, those are guys that might be a little bit further along that we can help. Most of the guys that we're helping at the campus, they're further down the chain, so to speak. They don't have transportation. Most of them start on our work crew, which we didn't go through a lot about that. Kind of what we based on what happened in New York is you get people started on the work crew, and we have those. So that's the partnership we have with the city of Stockton and the city of Lodi, as we clean up the streets, and also through Caltrans. A lot of times you see our guys out there cleaning up. We pay them. And that's how they kind of get started, kind of learn to work and so forth.
Right, I'm just, again, we're talking, just like I mentioned before, duplication of services, and, we have EDD and WorkNet and so on. And, I see where the board's going to go. And
they're not dealing with the guys we're dealing with. I would say that. Some of the guys we are, right? And some of the people that are a little further along, we could do that. And I would agree with you that kind of a broader problem, something that I've learned in getting involved with this, a broader problem in this county is duplication of effort. And that's kind of how we got to the county, right? Because you're the one that kind of sees it at a larger level than each city. And quite frankly, Supervisor Patty's leadership is why I'm here today. So,
all right, well, thank you. You have?
Yes. Thank you, Patty Virgin. Executive Director with San Joaquin County Employment and Economic Development Department, also San Joaquin County WorkNet. So one of the biggest differences between us and Ready to Work is they actually provide housing, which we don't. So we do have a good partnership with Ready to Work and are able to work with the individuals that they're already working. They do a lot more wraparound services because their funding is specific to the clients that they're serving. We can continue, once they're ready to go to work, then they make the referral to WorkNet, and we can work on resumes, job interviews, and get them on the job. The one thing we cannot do is housing, which is where, Ready to Work does play a big part. We can't put someone to work if they're not housed. That's a big issue for stability within finding an employment. So we do have a good partnership with Ready to Work in terms of working together and continuing once they're stable enough through their program. They've got them through the phases that they have to go through, and they've had some work experience working through Caltrans, and they're ready to move on. Then they can come over to WorkNet, and we can find them permanent employment. So we do have that relationship with them.
All right, well, thank you. And, hey, thank you for, what you do for the community and so on. And it just, like I said before, my concern, apparently I'm the fiscal hawk here of the group. And, again, it just really concerns. It's not your problem. This is this board's problem. We can't, that's why I asked you, hey, we have 8 different cities in this county, but it seems like everybody just keeps coming to us, and we only have so much money.
Right.
And we're just got out of our budget process like 3 months ago, and you look what's going on.
Yeah.
So one thing I am probably going to do, and I'll let this board know here, I'll bring back, I'll discuss it, at a later time. But hey, hopefully I'm wrong, and it's not a factor. So.
Well, one thing to your point, and maybe you guys could take the leadership on, I just throw this out as a point. I brought this up about how New York did it. That program, that 3 Hots and a Cot, was a city program. Okay, that was New York City that did that. And when I came back, my first thought was every city should reserve like a few beds. So if they're out there getting people off the street, they could say, hey, yeah, we have a few beds out there if you really want to get help. Because most of these guys, to your point, Supervisor Patty, you got to engage with them. They all say, yeah, I want a job. But then you got to kind of push it a little bit further. No, we have an actual place for you to go. And so that would be something we could go around kind of advocating. It's kind of bigger than that. The city wasn't interested. The city of Stockton wasn't interested in doing that, but all these places are having shelters. They're all building shelters. And I think soon enough, they're all going to find out they're going to be overflowing shelters.
And that's,
right?
and like you say, hey, that's great. We can look at every city in the nation. I mean, New York City's budget is considerably larger than, if we could do everything that we wanted by, if we had unlimited funds, by all means. But
Yeah.
again, it's a funding mechanism. And I just think it's something that this board needs to look at our budget when it comes to July and really, really look into it. But with that being said, thank you for, you and what you and your team are doing. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you hearing us out, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you guys do a great job for the county. So we're going to open public comment at this moment. Anybody that come forward, please come forward now. I see none. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. We have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, Chairman, I would make a motion to approve in addressing Supervisor Rickman's concerns. We are being fiscally responsible. I know that this, you guys are doing, the bridge funding is just temporary. You're going back to, it's a public-private partnership. This was formed because there was a void. It's something that wasn't being done in this county, and I believe as we build out our campus, as now affectionately called Camp Canapa, I believe there's going to be a bigger need and a campus approach that, as Ready for Work is looking for a permanent home, while you're in some temporary honor farm properties, there may be a future expansion there that the board may consider as it partners and builds out a bigger network of support and help and a bridge to independence. So I'll make a motion to approve this bridge funding, as I would call it, for Ready for Work to continue forward in partnership with HSA, with probation, as you guys have reevaluated, and coming forward with your plan of action going forward. So thank you for that presentation today.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's vote, please. The motion is approved 5-0. Congratulations. We're going to knock out item number 5 real fast, and then we'll go to closed session. I want to get Olivia done. Register of voters. Item number 5, adopt a resolution to appoint the nominees and qualified persons to the Board of Trustees in several reclamation districts. Ms. Hell, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. This is just a regular business for the reclamation districts for the November 5th election that were held for them. They hold their own elections, and these are just, no one seemed to go to election, so these are their appointments, and so we're just accepting the appointments that they've brought forth.
Perfect. Any questions from the board? Nope. See none. I'm going to open public comment. Anybody like to question or any comment? I see none. I'm going to close it. Is there a motion on the floor for item number 5?
So moved.
Is there a second? We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
Rickman, you want to say anything?
Are you going to ask for the rest of the 1.7 million, or
The day's not over.
Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting on Supervisor Rickman.
Imagine.
Motion closes 4-0. Thank you very much. We're going to close for closed session until 1:30. We'll see you all back at 1:30. We're going to have the veterans, assignment, and then after that, we'll get back to our regular agenda. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome all. It's a beautiful day, and we'd like to get this started. At this time, we're going to start with the blessing. So,
Report.
yeah, come on down.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Report out.
Oh, I'm sorry, real fast. County Councilors, didn't report out of closed session.
There is one item with regard to Juanita Salgado versus San Joaquin County, E2D2 et al. The board approved settling that matter by a vote of 5-0. Supervisor Canepa made the motion. Supervisor Ding seconded it. The terms and conditions of that settlement will be available upon request once all parties have signed off on it.
Thank you. Okay, please proceed with the blessing.
We're both Native American gourd dancers. That's the highest you can go with Native American other than being a chief. We're both Vietnam veterans, 25th Infantry Division. We're here today to bless the board members and the secretaries, if they want. Last time I was here was 2007, in front of the board. So if I could have the board members come forward, I'll explain what we're going to do. Joe is going to light the sage, and what we will do, he is going to bless each one of the board members with the sage. And what it is a silent prayer blessing. And as he burns the sage, it does the 4 directions, and what it does, the smoke goes to the heavens. And as he does this, the audience, it's like a silent prayer. Your prayers go up to the heavens as we do this. It's a cleansing at the same time. It cleanses the facility. It cleanses any thoughts, any negative thoughts in the building. It creates harmony. And at that time, after that, I'm going to present the board with the 4 sacred medicines, okay? It's the sage, the cedar, the sweetgrass, and the tobacco. That's the 4 sacred elements that the Native Americans cherish and that they can keep here to have in the boardroom. The sage does the cleansing and keeps that clear and keeps everything. The sweetgrass brings love, joy, and harmony to the facility, okay? And I'll keep that here. I'll keep that right here, okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we will now have the presentation of colors.
Chairman, it would be appropriate to ask the audience to please stand for this.
Oh, the audience, please stand.
Ready, post! Present. Arms.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the national anthem. I want to introduce Tasha Robinson, shelter social worker at St. Mary's, at Mary Graham Children's Shelter.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Forward, up. Ready, face. Forward, march.
You may be seated. Thank you. We will now have remarks from Susan Faraday, our Veteran Service Officer.
All right, first of all, happy Veterans Day, a day late for everybody. So glad everyone's here and appreciative to the board for celebrating this special day with us. Good afternoon, Chairman Villapudva, members of the board, HCS Director Dieterich, Interim Director Valentine, veterans, veteran family members, County Administrator Ms. Regala. On behalf of the San Joaquin County Veteran Service Office, I would like to offer a heartfelt thank you and welcome to all military members, reservists, Guard, active duty service members, veteran employees of the San Joaquin County, and also our Gold Star families for the service to our nation. Today, we're going to have a special presentation by my office. I think a lot of you heard me speak yesterday at the Bob Hope Center, so I want to go ahead and cede my time to Mr. Michael Stoley. He is one of the newest members of our Veteran Service Office, and we have this board and our director to thank because you really supported us in getting the staff that we needed to staff our office. We had 2,500 veterans when I first came, and thanks to all your support, we've now, this year, we'll probably see about 6,000 veterans walk through our door. So it's phenomenal, and just love all the support we've gotten to be able to help our veterans. So I'd like Mr. Sergeant Michael Stoley to come forward. Like I said, he's one of the newest Veteran Service representatives for our county. He's been with the county for a little over 2.5 years, and before this, he was a park worker with Park and Recs. And he spent about 8 years in the California Army National Guard, and he deployed out of Lodi, California to Iraq. And then I wanted to mention, I want to apologize in advance, there's been a power outage at E2D2, and so I'm also in communication with my staff right now with that plan. So my apologies, I'll go ahead and cede to the sergeant and let him take it away. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Do we have? Thank you. All right. Have you ever looked at a military uniform and wondered what all those colorful ribbons and medals mean? Have you wondered what to ask the service member wearing them? Do you want to learn more about your own family's military decorations? Have you wondered how to get replacement medals and ribbons for your family members? When you look at a service member's uniform, it tells a very personal story of where they served, their experiences, and accomplishments throughout their career. Today, we are going to help you understand a bit more about ribbon racks, awards, and badges. We will also help you learn where to get help to get your own family's military history awards. Overview. Today, I'm going to be talking about military badges and clasps, order of precedence, ribbons, devices, medals, how to apply, and wrap up. U.S. military badges. Each of the 6 military services maintains a separate series of badges that may be awarded to service members, although some badges may be shared between branches. An example of the latter are the marksmanship badges, which are authorized to wear by all 6 services. The different badges represent the different qualifying expertise. Basic qualifying is marksman, followed by sharpshooter, and lastly by expert with both bullseye and wreath. On a marksmanship badge and military clasp represents the weapon it was earned on. For example, the clasp in the picture means the badge earned on a rifle, whereas other weapon clasps could be grenade, 9mm, handgun, or even bayonet. Order of precedence. All medals and ribbons have a specific order of precedence from highest award to lowest based on the significance of the award. Therefore, most prestigious decorations, medals, or ribbons are first, and those with lesser significance are placed subsequently. So valor and heroism medals are first, followed by meritorious service, and campaign medals followed by foreign medals. This is an example of a ribbon rack or ribbon bar, U.S. Marine Corps and U.S. Army, followed with the clasps underneath and the badges. In the top left, we see an overseas training ribbon Army Reserve components. So these are all similar awards, just different branches of service. You also have the Army Overseas ribbon, the Air Force Overseas Short Tour ribbon, and then another Air Force Overseas Short Tour ribbon with an oak leaf cluster, which we'll go over later. So here's an example of 5 different ribbons in just random order, and with the order of precedent by that branch's rules and regulations, this is how it would be displayed on the service member's uniform. Award devices. Military award devices provide further detail about a service member's accomplishments and experiences. These devices include stars, oak leaf clusters, and other symbols denote additional recognitions, multiple awards of the same decoration. So back to the Air Force Overseas Short Tour ribbon. On the left, you can see that's just the ribbon. That means 1 short tour. On the right, you're going to see the Air Force Overseas Short Tour ribbon with 2 oak leaf clusters, meaning that that service member had 3. Each cluster represents 1 extra tour, so that ribbon would be 3 tours. In this, we have a Armed Forces Reserve Medal. The hourglass represents 20 years in service. The bronze M is for mobilization. The 2 gold is for 2 mobilizations for different executive orders. Medals are usually awarded for specific acts of the individual to whom they are awarded. They would include the Medal of Honor, Silver Star, etc. Ribbons usually denote a person's involvement in a campaign, like a ribbon for being in the Vietnam War. Example of a ribbon and medal set: the National Defense Service Medal and ribbon are awarded to those who have served honorably during wartime between 27 June 1950 and 31 December 2022, either in combat or not. What's the oldest military medal? Anyone? Purple Heart. General George Washington established the Purple Heart, originally called the Badge of Military Merit, August 7, 1782. So here we have campaign medals for World War II, Korean service, the Republic of Vietnam, Gulf Medal, Afghanistan Campaign Medal, and the Iraq Campaign Medal. The Commendation Medal is a mid-level United States military decoration presented for sustained acts of heroism and meritorious service. We also have the Combat Medals of Valor or Achievement, the Silver Star and the Bronze Star. For extraordinary heroism medals, we have the Distinguished Service Cross, the Navy Cross, Air Force Cross, and the Coast Guard Cross. How many Medal of Honor recipients are there? Out of the 41 million who have served in the U.S. military, the medal has been presented to only 3,517 service members who went above and beyond the call of duty. San Joaquin County has 3 of them. Master Sergeant Richard Allen Pittman, Vietnam War; First Sergeant Maximo Yabes, posthumously, Vietnam War; and Seaman William Troy, the Korean Campaign of 1871. So back to the original, how we help as a Veteran Service Office retrieve these medals, or how you can do it at home. You can talk with the veteran, look at the veteran's records, contact the San Joaquin County Veteran Service Office. You can mail the SF-180, fax it to the government or to the National Archives, or you can go online to archives.gov and fill it out there. Wrap up. We want to thank the Clerk of the Board and the Board of Supervisors for giving us the opportunity to present a brief overview of the precedents and meaning of just a few of the many awards, decorations, and badges bestowed upon U.S. military personnel. When you look at the uniform of military personnel, these decorations not only tell a story of their personal military career and the sacrifices they have made, but our nation's history as well. Thank a veteran and never forget that we are here right now because of the brave men and women of the U.S. military. Happy Veterans Day, everyone.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will have recognition of our county guests and veterans. If you are a Gold Star family, you represent families who have lost an immediate family member in the line of duty or military service, please stand. Okay, if you're a Blue Star family, you represent families who have a son or daughter who is serving or who have been honorably discharged from the military, please stand. Any post commanders, please stand. Great. Blue Star parents, please stand. You did that, right? Okay. County employee veterans, please stand. United States Army, please stand. United States Navy, please stand. United States Marines. United States Coast Guard. United States Air Force. Yes. Are there any members of the United States Space Force here? I see none. I love it. At this time, we'll have the introduction of our guest veterans, starting with District 1, and meet you downstairs. Clerk of the Board.
At this time, Chairman Villapudois would like to recognize Edwin B. Rainey, Sergeant First Class. Chairman Villapudois is losing his voice today, so he's asked me to read this recognition. Sergeant First Class Rainey was born 30 November 1959 in Ogalla, Nebraska. He graduated from Overton High School in May of 1978, joined the Army May 19, 1978 as an 05H manual Morse code interceptor. He completed basic training at Fort Dix, New Jersey, and advanced individual training at Fort Devens, Maryland. Was stationed in Torii Station in Okinawa, Japan, completed 4 years active duty, and then joined the Army Reserves in 1983. He was deployed in 1990 for Desert Shield, Desert Storm. In 2001, was accepted into Army recruiting and completed recruiting school in December 2001. As a recruiter, he was stationed in Peekskill, New York, Hazleton, Pennsylvania, Moreno Valley, California, and Stockton, California. Assigned as station commander in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, and Stockton, California. He retired from the Army November 30th, 2019, with 41 years and 5 months of total service. His specialized military training includes sexual harassment and assault response and prevention training, technical transportation of hazardous materials course, security management, unit trainer, basic leadership, senior leadership, and Army recruiter course. His notable awards include the Meritorious Service Medal, Army Certificate of Achievement, 3 Army Commendation Medals, 6 Army Achievement Medals, and the Armed Forces Reserve Medal with M device and 30-year gold hourglass. For our veteran organizations, Ed has distinguished himself as a volunteer with the American Legion Carl Ross Post 16, where he serves as the financial officer. He has overseen the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors' investment on the post building, ensuring that all funds have been properly allocated and spent. He is always the first person in and the last person out at any of the post ceremonies. Chairman Villapudua.
Rochelle, thank you for reading that. Sergeant Rainey, I want to thank you for your years of service to our country, and especially coming home and serving our community. You're an amazing asset to our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Please say a few words.
I just want to say thank you. It's an honor to be here and to accept this award from you. Thank you, the board. You have done so much for our post and our veterans, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
If we can get a photo together, it'd be great. Mr. Chu, Vice Chair Canopo is next.
You're reading mine also?
No, we're going to stay here. We're going to stay here. Here you are.
You can read it for me. Yes, please. Huh? Yeah. Okay, huh? Oh, he coordinated it. So we have Master Sergeant Jose Vizcarra. Your grandson's coming also. So, I mean, yesterday, it's amazing to see the outpouring. I mean, the event yesterday at the Bob Hope Fox Theater was absolutely amazing as we celebrated women and the military and the backup and the support that the women did in our community. And I think it just epitomizes what a great country we have. So we reached out to Marvin, and he nominated you because he said that you're one of the unsung heroes that doesn't like to be in the spotlight. I'm kind of the same way, but it just honors me to be here and to learn about our history and just the pins. And I mean, it makes me a better human being, but we come and the sacrifices that you all have made in our community, you know what I mean, is amazing because everyone knows a veteran, but we don't know what you do. My dad was in the Merchant Marines and he served in the Army, but my dad never shared any of the stories. So that's what's so special to me is to be able to come and go to the Carl Ross Post and see the acceptance that they give to people in our community. And I think it's huge because this is just I just get to be a little part of it. And the stories that you have and the hardships. I mean, we had one of the folks that was the atomic, what was it yesterday? atomic soldier. And I mean, we used our own human beings as guinea pigs. I mean, there's what, 400,000? I learned something new yesterday. And I mean, it's just alarming the stuff that we did to our own folks. And then the folks that came back from Vietnam and the way that you were treated. I mean, it's like, it's deplorable. For the sacrifices that you made. And it's just, our country is so divided, but this is what unites us. And I think that's what's important. And I want to thank all of you for your service. And I want to thank Marvin for recommending you for this honor. So I'll let you talk because I'm a politician and I could talk all day because I'm very grateful. And my fellow board folks will probably say the same thing, but freedom is not free. And I mean, I appreciate what you all have done in our community, and I appreciate keeping the love alive and the history of what you've done. So if you could share what you did, and grandson, thank you. What's his name?
Tony.
Tony. Well, thank you, Tony, for coming down here because it's you that keeps the stories alive from your grandpa. So it's really important that you're here to share in this moment with them. So thank you so much for coming. And if you want to share a few words.
I just want to thank the entire board for their support. To my two children, Teresa and Caleb, to my wife and my entire family that's right here. Thank you for supporting me on this event. I served for 30 years with the Marines. For 16 years, I was a prisoner of war interrogator and a counterintelligence agent. I was deployed throughout the South America, Central America, the Caribbean, Cuba. I've been to quite a few places that I cannot say, but I thank God that He gave me the privilege to serve my country, to protect my country, and I'll do it again if I have to. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. Huh? It's one more thing. It's the humble leadership like this that makes our country so great. He's willing to do it again for 30 years of your life that you sacrificed. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Supervisor Tom Patty from the 3rd District.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm without my glasses. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Contreras to step on up. Where are you, Joe? Come on over. Good to see you, young man. So let me give you a little biography on Mr. Contreras. Joined the United States Marine Corps at the age of 18 years old in 1970. His military occupational specialty was 30 and 3052, supply and packaging. As a supply clerk, his job was to clean everything coming back from Vietnam through Okinawa. It included all types of equipment, including vehicles, tires, weapons, Connex, boxes, etc. It would be come back dirty, covered with red and brown dirt, which was later determined to be Agent Orange. His duty stations included Camp Pendleton and Okinawa, Japan. After the Marine Corps, Joe worked for the government for over 40 years with the GSA in Stockton, California. In his last 10 years, he worked in supplies that were directly supporting FBI, CIA, and Homeland Security, as well as embassies throughout America and abroad. Joe Contreras joined the American Legion of Carl Ross Post 2013, and he became Sergeant at Arms, a position which he has held since. At Carl Ross Post, Joe is also in charge of the bartenders, hall rentals, which include weddings, celebration of life, etc. Joe's been instrumental in supporting veterans' causes, to include the openings of the new VA clinic in French Camp, named after Marine Master Sergeant Richard Pittman. He continuously appeared in planning meetings with the VA, as well as town hall meetings that advocated for the clinic. Joe Contreras is the force behind many activities at Carl Ross Post 16, and he continuously volunteers to support all the dinners and the events at the post, again, being one of the first one in and last one to go. Mr. Contreras.
Thank you. Thank the board. That's it? Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So I'll say a few words extra because I have a microphone and I'm elected to say it, be here. And anything under 22 minutes will beat Supervisor Canepa's what he had to say. So it really is one of these annual opportunities we have to bring in our military representatives and those that served our country. And you look from over here for our veterans, and those in the Navy, those that serve our veterans, and the community, the public, the family members, the friends, our county residents. As our chairman had said, we all owe a debt to those that serve in this country, and that freedom isn't free. It is because of those that are willing to step up and serve. And as we talked about, it was identified how many medals of honor were given out of the millions of people who have performed service. You never know when that circumstance or situation is going to arise, but by stepping up to serve this great country, as we have, and because of you and those like you, each and every one of the men and women, that you did step up and sacrifice and pay a price that you didn't quite expect. There's many instances where you've been challenged, many instances where situations had happened and occurred that in spite of all of those bad things that may happen, you stand here to this day a proud American, and we thank you for that commitment and that sacrifice and that work that continues. So you served your community, you served your country, you can come back and you continue to serve each other as veterans in veteran support. So we thank you for that. It's for us to give a little certificate of recognition for the hard work and to have so many, like my friend Frank right over here and so many others that come forward. You've carried on an honorable tradition that continues thanks to the legacy that you leave behind in the example for the young. We have some young veterans here, and we have the young little boy that was just here that I'm sure will be looking forward to taking after his grandfather's steps. So thank you, sir.
From the 4th District, we have Supervisor Stu Dean.
You don't do anything, you just sit there? I do it all. Okay. Jose Hadagi, where is Jose at? There he is. Jose, Specialist First Class United States Army, Iraq War veteran. Jose joined the Army while still a senior at Linden High School at the age of 17 years of age in 2003. After basic training, serving for a year, being deployed to South Korea, his entire unit, the 2nd Infantry Division, was forward deployed to Iraq. Jose was a crew member of a 4-man crew on an M109 howitzer when his unit was hit by mortar fire in April of 2005 in Ramadi, Iraq. Jose was the sole survivor of his crew and was burned over 90% of his body. I'm gonna leave it there. I've got a couple other things. I can't even read the whole thing. When I met Jose, he had just came back. We were in the middle of surgeries from the hospital at that time, and Speaker of the House, John Boehner, was in, and we were at David and Karen Rakovich's house that day. And I don't even know if you know this, but after you spoke, and you said you would do it all over again for your country, the Speaker of the House grabbed me by the arm and we went out in the back. And he cried for like 10 minutes because he realized it's one thing to take action as a public servant. It's really easy to be, pro-military action, be a war hawk. It's another, whether you think you made the right decision or the wrong decision, but to face you in that hallway was a life-changing event for the Speaker of the House.
And I think everybody needs to remember that these decisions don't go lightly. And, but I want to talk about what you're doing for veterans right now. Go ahead, Jose.
Oh man, my agent didn't tell me I was gonna talk. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I'm working with the foundation called Rivers of Recovery. Take veterans out fly fishing, kind of it's a recreational therapy. I've been doing that for probably 5-6 years now. And this year we're gonna branch out and start doing hunting. So yeah, next month I'll be gone for a whole month taking veterans out hunting, sorry. So yeah, it's kind of just helping them get back out in society, I guess. Well, thank you.
And selling a lot of real estate. This one? Just wanted to give you a certificate. And again, tell you thank you. We'll smile for Tim here.
Steve, Steve. Come on, thank you, thank you. From District 5, Supervisor Robert Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Jose, hey, I fish and hunt. Let me know. I'll bring the beer. Before I get started, I have to make sure I wish all the Marines a happy birthday. Happy 249th birthday. You know, we owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that, you know, we can never repay. You've all heard me say that many a times. But we can always, you know, honor and say thank you. As an elected official, all of us as elected official, public servant, we have a duty to take care of our veterans. And today I have the privilege to recognize a special veteran from the 5th District, Army Specialist 4, Daryl Vrootman. I'm going to embarrass you here a little bit, all right? Daryl was born in Long Beach, California, and raised with his 3 brothers in Artesia, California, where they worked dairy and poultry farms growing up. He played high school football and graduated from Valley Christian High School in 1965. After graduation, Daryl went to Bullhead City, Arizona, where he ran pipeline equipment in a desert area that would become the casino haven, Laughlin, Nevada. He was required to report, drafted to the Los Angeles Induction Center on December 23rd, 1965. 3 plane loads were sent to Fort Bliss, Texas for basic training and advanced training. Following, Daryl was sent to South Vietnam to serve with the 79th Ordnance Battalion, the United States Army's 79th Ordnance Battalion motto is efficient and effective. The unit crest depicts a flaming bomb that represents the Ordnance Corps. The lightning flashes allude to the explosive ordnance disposal mission and the dangers of diffusing unexploded ordnance. Dale recalls no holidays, Easter, Christmas, New Year's, while on tour in South Vietnam. During his service, he earned the Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal with Device, Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross with Palm Unit Citation, Vietnam Service Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Good Conduct Medal, and a Letter of Commendation. Daryl served out his last 100 days in the Army at Fort Huachuca, Arizona, where he enjoyed his first Thanksgiving in 2 years. He was separated from service on December 22nd, 1967. Using his GI Bill benefits, he enrolled in meteorology with aerospace-focused classes. In 1970, he and an Army buddy toured the U.S. and Canada in their Harley-Davidson. Daryl and Eunice Fay were married December 2nd, 1972 in Artesia. Moved to the Escalon area in 1973 to farm almonds and walnuts. He used the rest of his GI Bill benefits to take ag classes at Modesto Junior College. He would run pest master services and currently Rurtman spray service treating crops for area growers. Daryl joined the San Joaquin Farm Bureau in 1988 and served as a current board member. He's been a member of the American Legion Post 263 for the last 28 years, serving as post adjutant, past commander, and master of ceremonies for the annual Veterans Day Parade. Daryl further served his community through his involvement at the Christian Reformed Church of Escalon, the Escalon Youth Center, and as a poll worker during elections. Daryl, you have a strong belief in giving back to your community. I know I've seen it firsthand. Daryl and Eunice have 3 children, Paul, Lisa, and Beth, all married, and 7 grandchildren ages 4 to 11. Daryl is content that he has lived a good life. He is grateful for his supportive wife, proud of his children, proud of his service, and stresses the importance to give back using one's talents and gifts to serve community. And it's my honor to recognize Army Specialist 4 and thank you for your service to our nation and your continued service to our community. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
You want to say a few words?
I would like to, yeah.
All yours.
It was a wide awakening back in '65 to be drafted just before Christmas, and then to go through just about 2 years without a holiday until I got back to Fort Huachuca, Arizona for the only Thanksgiving I had in the Army. But I served with a lot of good guys. I want to thank my mom for one of the letters that she had mailed me. I've been over there just for, I don't know, a few months, and she wrote Psalm 121, handwrote it, and I carried that letter with me for many years. A few years ago, I finally framed it, and it hangs in my library now. Mom did a good job of raising us boys and putting faith into us to help carry us through. Some very tough times. One of the things I think about is I'll talk about spam. Many of the veterans know about what spam is. And we used to look forward to our K rations and pick out the deal that had spam in it, or fruit cocktails. Some of you guys remember that. Those were highlights. Anyway, I believe in giving back to the local community. I didn't realize all that was going to be read. It makes you feel a little humble and a little self-conscious when that kind of stuff is said. With the American Legion men, when I started there, they were World War II and Korea guys. We don't have World War II guys no more. A lot of the Korean guys don't feel like getting out of the house anymore. Sorry, we have a small post then. But they taught me to give back to the community. They taught me to get out of myself so that I could make something of myself. And so I want to thank my peers at the American Legion for what they have instilled in me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we're going to go in the back, but yeah. So all the veterans come forward that we're honoring, they got a certificate, please. Want to say all the bring all the veterans in. Yeah, bring all the veterans. I was just going to say, we have this opportunity once a year to recognize veterans, but each and every veteran, each and every one of you have a unique story. And a journey you went on, sacrifices you made. And so we wish we could honor all of you. But what this board has done, in just the last year, we dedicated $4 million to every veteran facility for new roof, new bathroom, new plumbing. We got Victory Gardens. We prioritize housing and outreach for homeless or veterans in need. So we continue to extend and partner any veteran need we want to address fully, but we recognize each and every one of you have your own special and unique story. And for those of you that we're able to honor today, we thank you. For those of you that are able to be here in honor of them, we thank you as well.
If you're a veteran, please come forward with your family. We'll take a photo with the board.
Marvin, go behind Tino. We're getting there, guys. Yeah, just to situate a few people. Joseph, pop out a little bit. We're hiding him behind there. There you go. Richard, come forward, or Chuck, come forward when you need to. There you go. Good job. Let's tighten this up over on this one. This baby scoots in. There you go. What are you hiding for? All right. If you're seeing the back of someone's head, it's not good. Waiting for the background still.
Come on, Scott.
I'm on the job.
I'm paying your overtime.
All right, guys, everybody look at me. Let's do like yesterday. 1, 2, 3, thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
I think I got like 2 or 3. Okay, thank you so much.
How are you?
Thanks for coming to our
Oh, we're not done yet, I know.
Way to organize and Frank.
No, I gotta finish this first. Still have 2 speakers. Yeah. Well, we got benediction. You guys, we still have benediction. If you could please take your seats. No, yeah, yeah. No problem. Okay, we have two veterans that would like to speak on behalf of the women who represent the veterans. The first speaker, her name is Marla Tuman, a U.S. Army veteran of Foreign Wars, and Foreign Wars Lunetta, Post 52, and Sarim Teeve, U.S. Army American Legion Carwas, Post 16. Please come forward and say a few words.
Good morning. It is my great honor to be in this room with everyone in here. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to stand here and share with you a bit about myself as a veteran. I am a member of Lunetta Post 52. I used to be their junior vice. I was their junior vice last year. This year, I'm the canteen manager. I served 14 years in the U.S. Army. I deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. I was a drill sergeant. And out of all the places in the world, I met my drill sergeant roommate here in Stockton. 14 years later. Like he said, we'll all do it again if we had an opportunity to. I spent a whole lot of my career with 101st Airborne Division Air Assault. And yeah, like I said, it's my great pleasure to serve. And when you get out of the service, you don't know what to do, because in there it's ABC 1, 2, 3, and then when you're done, they're like, good luck. And so I was out trying to figure out life, and life brought me to Stockton. And if you notice, most of the veterans here are either member of a post, because without the post, we don't know where to belong. We're a different breed. We think differently, we talk differently, we act differently. But VFW have saved my life. Every soldier would agree with me. We serve, and when we don't serve, we don't have a purpose. So VFW have impacted greatly in my life as we continue to do the things that we do to serve veterans. And once again, I would just want to say thank you for supporting all the posts and all the veterans programs for people like me to continue to serve and continue to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm Sarome Theo. I also served in the Army for almost 21 years, and I retired. And I ended up back in Stockton because I am a Stockton native, Stockton strong, I don't know, pretty much, I would say 75% Stockton grown. And once again, like Marla was saying, the gentleman was saying, as far as being a part of the post, she's with the VFW, and I'm with the American Legion. And thanks to the members and leaders of the American Legion, I'm here today because of them. And at the same time, I also, too, wanted to make sure that we focus and also advocate for women veterans, because we did serve, too. And we also have our own issues and our own identity crisis as veterans in our community, and advocate for women veterans resources. And the American Legion Carros Post has been very supportive of that. And because of that, I was able to initiate a local women veterans support group, which we named the Warrioress League of 209. And it is a community where we are creating a safe space for women to come together to connect, build camaraderie and community, so we can not only survive our service, but also to thrive in our community as women veterans and become leaders amongst our leaders. And because of that, I want to make sure that the Board of Supervisors know that we thank you for the opportunity graciously to recognize veterans and support us, and the community in supporting us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have a benediction from our Captain Chuck Roots, retired United States Navy chaplain, to lead us in the benediction.
I like doing that. As you have heard this afternoon, not one of these veterans here would pass up the opportunity to do what they did again. We love America. There is no place like it. Many of us have traveled around the world in our service in the military. We've been to some of the worst places imaginable. And I would be willing to say that many of these folks, when they have come back to the United States, they've gotten on their knees and they've kissed the ground. We are a blessed people. Psalm 121 was mentioned, and I thought I would share that with you in closing. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. He will not let your foot slip. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord watches over you. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forever. Father, thank you for this time together. Thank you for the privilege of serving and living in a great country like the United States of America. We are blessed, and may you continue to bless our nation. This we ask in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Captain Roots. This concludes today's presentation. We are going to take a 15-minute recess, but we have some stuff outside provided by the American Legion Auxiliary. We have refreshments, and thank you all for coming today. 15 minutes.
But that one's not ceremonial, so it's not like it's usually in the office.
I'm not sure. I'm assuming that they probably will wait until they finish all the election results, yes, and they get everything certified. So. You too. Nice to meet you. Finally in person.
Thank you, Supervisor Reclamation. Tom, break it. Thank you. Oh, you have it?
He was very helpful and helped me write a few things down. Mine is good.
Oh, no, I know. I mean, if you haven't been here before.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 7, 8, and then I'll go back to the public hearing. Okay. Yeah. I know, it's still good.
I can wash my hands real quick.
Okay. No, we're gonna do 7 and 8. We're gonna. I'd like to close the meeting back to order. For the record, the time is 3:05. We are going to start with item number 7, and we're going to continue with number 8, and then we're going to close it, and we're going to go to public hearing, afternoon public hearings, and we'll come back and finish with item number 6. So number 7 is E2D2, approve reallocation of $1.634,000 from the Small Business Assistant Grant Program, approve the exception to competitive bidding statement and memorandum of understanding within the Family Resource and Referral Center of San Joaquin County for a child care workforce development program and related budget adjustments. We have Director Patty Virgin and Nicole Snyder. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Villapudua, board members. What we have before you, again, an ask for a reallocation of ARPA money that was assigned to E2D2. We do have a presentation from Kay Roostaller. Kay, you want to come up? She's going to go real quick through this presentation and what we plan to do with this
Okay.
money, and then at the end we'll get an opportunity to ask any questions.
And you did say real quick.
Yes.
Real quick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, supervisors. I know you've had a very long day. It was very exciting. I do have to share that my parents met in the military. My mom was a Women in the Air Corps, and my father was career military Air Force. So they married that same year, and the rest is history, so to speak. She did have to leave back then. They both couldn't serve. Remember that, 1945? Couldn't have a spouse in the military. Anyway, it was really an honor to be present for the veterans. But Child Care Workforce Development Program, we are so excited about this collaborative with our partners at WorkNet. And if we can advance the slide, thank you. Okay. This proposal has 5 components to it, and we will run through them very, very quickly. The bottom line is when childcare works, we all work. We are, go ahead and advance the slide, please. This is the work that we have done for over 40 years in the community. Go ahead. And Family Resource Center is a key partner in San Joaquin County's health with workforce support services. And this slide is just to depict the over 250 employers that have benefited from having an employee in child care assistance. This graph talks about increasing family child care. That'll be the biggest bulk of this investment. And I do have to say that this is the largest investment in child care workforce development that we have had in this county in my 21-year history of working in the agency. It's a very significant investment, and it will have a huge return on investment. Investing these ARPA dollars in childcare really has a multiplier effect as it benefits not only employers, but the childcare providers and the families in our county. That is countywide. In terms of increasing childcare, you can see that in the 24-25 fiscal year, we are on track to be back to pre-COVID numbers of childcare providers. And with this investment, we could have growth in the fiscal year 25-26. The only other thing that I think is hugely important about this strategy is that we're using a curriculum called Nurture, which has been approved by the state Employment Development Department on the eligible training list. So entrepreneurs in any county in California now can seek services and avail themselves of the Nurture curriculum. It aligns us very well in our region to draw down federal funds. Executive Director Virgin and I have sat on the steering committee for North Valley Thrive and hope to be able to bring additional workforce development dollars to this county. This takes them all through the business basics, and it really accelerates their program while they are becoming licensed. We hope to open 80 to 90 more independently owned and operated businesses with 600 slots to San Joaquin County. Just gonna let you know that infant toddler expansion, this is really a pain point for our county providers. There's a lack of infant care. There are only 814 slots in the entire county. It's because it's expensive to provide, right? Babies come with a lot of gear, cribs, high chairs, changing tables, and providers have to serve less children in their licensed care because rightly so, infants require a lot more time and attention. And so this would expand that by about 25%. This strategy is one that we used during COVID. It's to help small childcare providers expand to large, moving from 8 kids in their care to 14. This was very successful. We did have a huge loss during COVID-19 of childcare providers, but ours in San Joaquin County was half of the state average. And so this just helps them with home improvements and licensing fees to expand their care. Inclusion support, special needs children and parents of special needs kids have unique worries in the workplace that their child is being properly cared for. This inclusion support will help them with coaching. It'll help with showing them adaptive equipment that they can use and play, and it'll help us to share other providers of special needs kids who can partner with them in this journey. Family, friends, and neighbors is important in this investment because of our child care parents who are on assistance. About 60% of them choose family, friend, and neighbor care, and that's just really cultural norms driving that choice. The important part of this component is it really addresses the health and safety in these caregivers' homes because they're not licensed, so making sure that the children are safe. These are trainings that all of the people that we serve can avail themselves of. And these are some of the ripple effects: early diagnosis, detection of vision, speech, and language delays before going to school. Just really want to thank you for your consideration of this investment in the childcare workforce. And of course, we'll be available to you if you would have questions and to report back. This will have a huge return on investment. With childcare payments, those dollars, they turn 7 times in our community between groceries, durable goods, et cetera. And I'm happy to turn this back to Nicole and Patty for the numbers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kay. So with that, before you is the budget that we are proposing to reallocate $1.6 million from our ARPA money that was given to E2D2 for this childcare program.
Great. Any questions from the board? I see none. Open public comment. Anybody in the public would like to comment? I see none. I'll close public comment. Can we get a motion to approve?
Move to approve. Second.
We got a first here and a second here. May I vote, please? Waiting on Supervisor Ding, and we are approved 5-0. Moving on to item number 8, E2D2 again. Approve reallocation of $600,000 from the Small Business Assistance Grant Program. Approve the exception of a competitive bidding statement and a memorandum of understanding of the California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce for implementation of the San Joaquin County Incubator Program with related budget adjustments. Director Patty Virgin.
Thank you once again, Chairman Villapudua. So this program is to reallocate money for one of our biggest COVID affected our youth. So this program is to is aimed at helping youth who want to start their own business. So with me to present is Director Les Fong from Small Business Development Center.
Oh, slide click.
Good afternoon,
I
Les.
was told to be quick, so Tom,
Okay.
would you just make the recommendation to approve item 8? Okay. The San Joaquin Incubator Program, we're in partnership with WorkNet. The SBDC is creating the San Joaquin Incubator Program, and it's all about fostering innovation in San Joaquin County, and will provide real-world experience and provide technical assistance every step of the way. As Supervisor Canepa said, the youth is our future, and this program is all about developing youth and their skill set. So within the incubator workshops, what we'll do is we'll refine their ideas. We've got a great number of advisors that can actually help them through the process of distilling their ideas, coming up with prototypes, and actually helping them design work. We recently attended a incubator program and pitch event in Modesto, and they came up with wonderful ideas, but they didn't actually have a working product. With our group, you'll actually have a working product by the time you're finished. So within our workshops, they'll be refining their business structure, business planning, pricing strategy. We'll be actually giving them one-on-one advising to actually further fine-tune their business, and then leading up to pitch events. And this is where the money actually hits the road. We're going to have pitch events in each of your district areas, and hopefully each one of you will be judges within this competition. So within your district areas, we'll be having a competition with an award of $1,000 to the winning idea as they pitch it. So these incubator classes will be held in all 4 counties of in the county. These 5 regional pitch events will actually fine-tune the ideas and actually give them grant money for the winning ones to actually implement their design. Once 5 are chosen, then we'll actually have a major pitch event where $10,000 in grant money will be given to the winning product. So it's really slick. The thing about the SBDC is this program's ready to operate now. We have advisors that are already working now to do it. JT and Claire, they're from Lodi. JT actually was part of CodeStack he built the program for actually teaching students how to code. Claire actually was with MIT and helped students do innovative projects. So anyway, that is what we're all about. We're in all four corners of the county, and we've got some great stuff for you. And I worked really fast.
Supervisor Canada.
I just have one question. It's for the money. The money doesn't go to Sacramento County, right? That's just
Oh.
using the,
That
that was
is
my only
correct.
concern, so I
Television
don't want.
Chamber, they're our host, so they're our fiscal agent, but 95% of the money stays here. Our advisors are here in this county.
Okay.
For the certification program, our main person is in Stockton. So
Okay, because
everything
Kate just
stays
talked
here.
about that multiplier by 7 times, and I don't want that multiplier going to
That is
Sacramento
correct.
County.
The Asian Chamber of Commerce is the host of the SBDC, but it is located here in Stockton.
Okay, okay.
Any other
That was my
questions
only
from any board
clarification.
members? I see none. Public comment. Please come forward if you have a question or a comment. I see none. Any motion to approve? Motion approved. First, is there a second? I will
Second.
Second.
Anyone awake over
First,
there?
second, we have, and a vote, please. Okay, the motion is approved, 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll open our scheduled afternoon public hearing, and our first item of the day is item number 2, Community Development Department, a public hearing to approve general plan amendment number PA-2100261 of Brent Hoffman, care of Don Moyer, District 3. Corinne King, how are you today?
Good, good. How are you?
Good. Megan Aguirre.
Yes, I have Megan
How you guys doing?
Aguirre, Principal
Yep.
Planner, here to provide a presentation.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Yep.
This project is a general plan map amendment to change the designation of a 20-acre parcel from low-density residential to rural residential. The project site is located at the terminus of Mitchell Road, approximately 1,300 feet north of Southland Road, north of the city of Manteca. The site is surrounded by agricultural properties, many of which meet rural residential density standards. Residential development within the city of Manteca is located 1,400 feet southwest of the project site. The general plan map amendment is part of a larger project that includes a corresponding zone reclassification and major subdivision shown here on this slide. The project was heard by the Board of Supervisors on June 18th, and the Board of Supervisors adopted a motion of intent to approve the general plan map amendment and the underlying zone reclassification and major subdivision effective with the ultimate approval of the general plan map amendment. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve general plan map amendment number PA 21261, thus triggering the final approval of zone reclassification number PA 21262 and major subdivision PA 23212 to allow for the development of a 20-acre parcel into a 9-lot rural residential subdivision. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions from the board members? I see none. I will open the public hearing. Anyone like to come forward and speak on this item? I see none. I will close the public hearing. Anyone like to make a motion to approve? It's your district, I believe. Mr. Rickman, would you like to approve it?
I just have one quick question.
Okay, we have Supervisor Campbell, I'm sorry.
Are there any people not against it?
There are none at the moment that I am aware of.
It's your item. Would you like to
Thank you,
approve it, Mr. Rickman? You're done, right?
Move to approve.
Okay, we have approved. We have a second, please. We got a second first, and Mr. Rickman, second. Vote, please. And the motion carries 4-1, one absent. Item number 3, Community Development Department, a public hearing on general plan amendment number PA-2000228, zone reclassification of PA 20229, and site approval number PA-2100229, Danda Development Group Incorporated, Dillon and Murphy. We have Corinne King again
Chairman?
and Megan Aguirre.
Chairman, can I
Yes.
interrupt you 1 second?
Yes, sir.
On this item, I believe I have to recuse myself.
Okay.
And one of the reasons being is, I'm not positive here, but out of abundance of caution, I might have accepted a contribution from Dillon and Murphy.
Okay, no problem.
If that's the case.
Okay. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
the floor is yours. Yes.
I'm going to be recusing myself as well.
Okay, so we have two members that are reclusing themselves.
Okay.
There's
Thank
three
you.
of us, so we're good.
I have Principal Planner Megan Ayure here to
Okay.
provide a presentation.
Yep.
Hello again. This project is comprised of 3 applications. The first 2 applications would amend the general plan designation and zoning of one parcel from rural residential to freeway service commercial. The third application is a site approval to construct a fueling station with a convenience store and fast food restaurants. The 2.95 acre project site is located on the east side of North State Route 99 at the southwest corner of East Liberty Road and North State Route 99 East Frontage Road in the rural community of Collierville. To the north of the parcel are properties engaged in agricultural production and scattered residences. To the south and east of the parcel are developed rural residential properties. The nearest residence is located 110 feet southeast of the project site on the opposite side of the frontage road.
Bless you.
Bless you. The project proposes to amend the existing designations from rural residential to freeway service commercial and construct a 17,152 square foot fueling station with 20 automobile fueling positions and 4 diesel fueling positions, a 6,000 square foot convenience store with 2 fast food restaurants, and an 1,170 square foot drive-through coffee shop utilizing on-site water, wastewater, and stormwater drainage systems. During project review, neighboring residents voiced concerns about the traffic, noise, and lights resulting from the proposed project. As recommended conditions of approval, the applicant is required to pay their fair share towards future road improvements to address traffic impacts and is required to construct a solid masonry wall on the south and southeast sides of the project nearest existing residences to address potential noise and light issues. The project was agendized as a consent item for the July 18th Planning Commission hearing. According to standard meeting procedures, the chairman asked staff and the audience if there were any requests to pull items from the consent calendar. No requests were made, and the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward this item to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve a general plan map amendment, zone reclassification, and site approval, several findings must be made in the affirmative. These findings are attached to the board letter, and staff recommends that they can be made in the affirmative. This is the revised site plan submitted by the applicant depicting the proposed fueling station, convenience store, and fast food restaurants. The masonry wall is required to be located along the south and southeast sides of the parcel. This photo is taken from East Liberty Road looking south towards the project site. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the project with the recommendations shown on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions from the board? I see Supervisor Canepa would like to speak.
I just have one question. Where's the sewer and water coming from?
It's through the chair, I apologize. It's on site. They would be doing a well for water and septic system or something along those lines for the sewage.
They've got authorization for that already and
They do.
part of the stipulation?
Yes, so because it's located in a rural community, as long as they're at least 2 acres in size, they're permitted to do on-site services, and they are almost 3 acres.
Okay, because where's the nearest services?
I don't believe that there are any that nearby. That's technically not in my department's purview, though, so I don't know the exact location.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open public hearing. Anyone like to come forward? Mr. Hakem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. I'm here this afternoon to represent the applicant. With me is our engineer, Joe Murphy. As you know from the staff report and the board letter, there are 3 requests before you this afternoon. A general plan amendment from rural residential to freeway service, a zone reclassification from rural residential to freeway service, and the third of the 3 items is a site approval for a fueling station with a convenience store and 2 fast food restaurants and a drive-through coffee shop. The project's been reviewed and approved by your staff and your planning commission and 7 county departments. Also 6 state agencies, including Caltrans, 7 federal agencies, and 11 local agencies, and the United Auburn Indian Community. Your staff and your planning commission have analyzed the general plan map amendment and the zone reclassification and are recommending that it's consistent with your general plan, your general plan and your development title, and all the infrastructure requirements for this particular site and location, including wastewater and storm drainage. The zone reclassification is compliant with your 2035 general plan, and we're also in compliance with the specific findings required for a zone reclassification. The applicant prepared a traffic study pursuant to a scope of work developed by your planning staff and Public Works and also by Caltrans. The completed traffic study, which has been approved by staff and Caltrans, has specific mitigation conditions of approval that we've accepted, and they've been approved by Caltrans for conditions on the project. Basically, it's 2 all-way stop signs that are now not there to facilitate a safe and appropriate circulation pattern for the location and the project. The neighborhood concerns have been addressed in your staff report by detail relative to the 2 all-way stop signs, as well as the additional mitigation requirement for masonry wall screening to shield us from the residential neighbors to our south and southeast. There are 74 mitigation conditions, all of which we've agreed upon in the staff recommended findings. Again, the recommended findings are in your staff report. They're approved by the Planning Commission. We've worked closely from staff. I will point out in closing that we started this project in 2020 with a pre-application. We're asking for your approval and for following the staff recommendation, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, and also the Planning Commission recommendation for approval. Thank you for your time and attention. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hakem? I think we're good. Thank you. I think we have more speakers. Anyone else? I have a list here. You go ahead, sir. Are you Sean?
Yes.
Great.
And if I may, I had 5. Since 2 abstained, I have 3 letters I'd like to present to the 3 of you.
Okay.
And also a petition against it from the surrounding neighbors.
Okay.
And residents.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead,
Thank you,
sir.
Supervisors, for letting me speak today. My name is Sean McPherson. I live at 3422 Liberty Road, which is just east of the proposed site. As you see before you, I am against this plan proposal. My neighbors have all signed petitions. Those community members are also business people, hay haulers, truckers, and longtime residents of the area. Our biggest concern is groundwater contamination. All of us are on wells. My well was inspected in September of 2020 at the height of the drought. My water level was at 77 feet. Since then, we've had some wet years and that table has risen. What's gonna happen when you drop holding tanks of gasoline into the ground on top of the water table? My family, my neighbors, my community members are dependent on that water source. Next, that property is also located in a flood zone. I carry flood insurance on my house, my neighbors carry flood insurance on theirs. Is it wise to approve a gas station with tanks underground in an active flood zone? I do not think so. Another point of contention is we have plenty of gas stations already. There's a gas station truck route on J. Hant Road with service and oil changing capabilities for big rig trucks. There's a gas station on Collier Road. We have gas stations now in Galt on C Street, Simmerhorn, Pringle, Twin Cities. Why do we need another gas station and fast food businesses on Liberty Road in our rural community? For the last 13 years, I've been a member of law enforcement. I served Stockton PD for 11 years, and I now work for Elk Grove Police Department. Both departments, I've worked in the traffic section. My job was reconstruction of fatal accident scenes. The traffic problem we have on Liberty Road is unbelievable. Just last year, a drunk driver took out my front fence. Numerous big rig overturns have taken place on that overpass. The bridge was built in 1955 and it currently has a rating of meets minimum tolerable standards. By the county's measure, it's one step below to being absolutely impassable. Will this new big rig traffic hold up on a bridge that was built in 1955? It's an old bridge. It's a steep bridge. Another concern for mine is when we have a 20-pump gasoline with diesel fuel, we're going to have issues that come with truck stops. Think of Vanco.
Excuse me, real fast. Clerk of the board, can we add an extra 2 minutes, make it 5 minutes total? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Because he has a lot to speak about. Go ahead, sir.
Think of Vanco, a hub of sex trafficking, transients. Right now, in the city of Galt, right at the San Joaquin, Sacramento County line in the riverbed, we have an abundance of transients that live there. Putting in this gas station is going to put a nice little hub and hangout spot for the transients to panhandle, victimize people, and victimize neighboring communities. I'm a father of 2 daughters, 10 years old and 7 years old. This is not the type of environment that my wife and I moved out to raise them in. I would like to point out that, as yes, times are changing in California. The government has signed an executive order, N-79-20, that prohibits the sale of gasoline vehicles in 2035. Why are we investing in more fuel stations when this is the path to California? The path to California is not going to be gas stations. The path forward in California is going to be alternative energy, electric, as we phase out fueling stations. Just look down the road and you can see all the Tesla trucks hauling product up and down the interstate. In closing, I would like to say myself, my neighbors, and my community members were here during the Planning Commission. We filled out our forms to speak, just like I did today, and I was not given that opportunity. I asked if the board can or will let the Planning Commission take up our items again. Let us as a community go through the process to have our voices heard. You have a petition in front of you of residents that live in the nearby community. We're adamantly against this project. At minimum, please send it back to the Planning Commission and give us our fair shake to have our voices heard in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vanessa McPherson.
That is my wife. Because the calendar went a little late, we had to pick up my kids from school, so she's
No problem.
unavailable. If I can, she asked to move that letter in on her behalf.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Leslie McKenzie.
This one's for the Woodbridge Road. Okay. And I too was at the planning hearing. And I'd like to say that the land's been in the family since 1895. I'm 5th generation. My grandkids are going to be the 7th. And I'd like to say, on every corner you mentioned, on Woodbridge Road, we either have a storage units, a mobile home park, storage for trucks, trailers, and RVs, as well as a heavy equipment operator that's right there also, and 2 truck companies. Why do we need another truck stop? And I agree with him. What are we going to do? Are we going to widen the road to accommodate all the trucks for the wineries, 2 wineries there as well? I'd like to know if you're going to access this. You did a travel or impact, environmental impact, but you got to go out there and look at what we got going out there, especially during grape season. It's brutal. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else like to speak? Okay, Mr. Hickman, would you like to refute? Mouthful, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. I think it's worth a minute to talk a little bit about how a traffic study is processed. The traffic study that's required by staff is prepared by staff when they do their scope of work. They determine the scope of work for the traffic study, the questions that need to be analyzed, and the issues that need to be addressed. That is not shared with the applicant. The applicant does not participate in the questions to be asked of the traffic consultant. The traffic consultant is hired by the county, selected by the county, and the scope of work is determined by the county. So when the traffic consultant gets his engagement, it comes without any fingerprints of the applicant. It comes isolated by staff and Caltrans. This traffic study was done according to the rules and requirements of your system, your development title, and your staff history and regulations for protocol. The Caltrans approval of the traffic study speaks loudly. Caltrans is aware of the location and the bridge and the year the bridge was built. Caltrans said for a safe and operating efficient project, you will do 2 all-way stop signs at 2 locations adjacent to the entrance and exit for the facility. And that's what Caltrans is requiring. That's what your staff is recommending for conditions, and we agree with those conditions. So to question Caltrans and staff on the staff report recommendation for the approval of the traffic study is without merit. Those are not taken lightly. They're done on purpose for a reason, to clear a project. If the project doesn't receive clearance from Caltrans, it doesn't go anywhere. So with all due respect, this is not a truck stop, it's a convenience store. It's on a teardrop on the freeway, and that teardrop is appropriate from a property right standpoint to be developed. And we think we'll be a good neighbor with the conditions approved by Caltrans and the conditions approved for the screening walls, the masonry walls to separate us from the neighbor residents, as well as the shielding of lighting to show that all lighting will be maintained and confined to the location. So with those comments, Mr. Chairman, we respectfully request you support staff and your planning commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Canepa.
Just to the merit of the gentleman wasn't allowed to speak at the planning commission meeting. Can somebody clarify that, please?
Yes, so unfortunately, it was told to us that someone had filled out your comment cards used for the board. We don't use those for planning commission, and so they attempted to turn those into our staff, but unfortunately, planning commissioners don't use those, and they did ask for anyone who wanted to have that item pulled off the consent agenda, and nobody came forward. So it was not until the end of the meeting that we were notified that they were interested in pulling it.
Sir, would you like to speak now? Yeah, come on down.
Then I just have one more question.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So how long has this project been out there? So, I mean, you guys have been good stewards, obviously. I mean, if you've been at this for 4 years, this is quite an investment in the area. So I don't know that you would haphazardly, hopefully, not go about this. And just who's going to run it, I think I mean, you want to be a good neighbor. Being a gas station guy myself back in the day, I know it's tough. I know, who's going to run it, and the neighborhood wants to be heard, and I think that's part of this process. So I have a slight problem with that.
Go ahead, sir.
My name's David Arseth. I live at 3444 Liberty Road. I'm just on the other side of Sean. I've lived there for almost 40 years. And I raised my 4 boys there. I have 11 grandchildren. And, this is just not this is a rural neighborhood. It is not designed for gas stations and for mini marts and all that. And I'd just like to say one other thing is that, there's probably right now, I would think 50 gravel trucks that come up and down that road. They might be bobtails, they might be slam bang, doubles that come from the gravel pit up on Highway 88. And as you know, everybody's going nuts and building roads, housing tracks. You just can't believe the amount of gravel trucks just alone 5 days a week. And sometimes when they have to turn left, you want to put in a 2-way stop sign there. Okay, there's no stop sign, but you got people that are cutting the trucks, they're cutting the corner in front of the cars, oncoming traffic. And then if there's a truck that has to turn left and there's traffic coming over the overpass, there's traffic backed up. The people are commuting from the hills, coming down every single day from the casinos, from working in Sacramento. They're coming every day. Traffic is backed up in front of my house, 8 or 10 deep at any given time, morning and night. And Saturdays and Sundays, there's no exceptions because you have the lake, people going to Comanche Lake to go into water sports. There's 2 other lakes up there. You got the 2 casinos with all the traffic going up there, plus the service trucks that are servicing the foothills. Liberty Road is a freeway. It is not, the sign out there says 30. That is, it's not, a 30-mile zone is just a suggestion. The 30-mile zone is almost in front of my house. That is like 30 feet from the intersection. It's worthless. I mean, speed limit, you drive on the freeway. There are people doing 80 mile an hour constantly. Liberty Road is no exception. There's people honking constantly. Like I said, I've been there for almost 40 years. So, I know, and my neighbors, I don't know how Sean gets in and out of his driveway because he's right on that, where that stop sign would be. How is he even going to get out of his driveway with a stop sign in front of his driveway right there? So that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Brief rebuttal, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
What's interesting is that we've heard no information or evidence that the traffic study is less than adequate, appropriate, and correct. We've heard complaints about the area, and I listened to them and I heard them as you did. But they haven't addressed the traffic study. The traffic study took all of those conditions into consideration, and Caltrans approved the traffic study. Caltrans knows what the traffic is. Caltrans is well aware of the trucks and the traffic that use Liberty Road, and they still blessed the traffic study with the 2 all-way stop signs. So none of the evidence before you this afternoon finds fault with the traffic study. It's a general complaint about traffic and issues related to transportation in San Joaquin County, which are fair comment. So with all due respect, we request that you follow the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So we are looking at a teardrop piece of property. We're looking at, from what we're hearing, the complaints that people are flying up and down Liberty Road. So with a stop sign, usually people come in and say, please put in a speed bump because they always say, somebody's going to get killed. But, okay, fair concern. So you got people, as the gentleman just said, flying up and down Liberty Road, and now you have an opportunity after a traffic study that he recommended use of this land would be a conditional use is putting in a stop sign. That's enhanced safety. This is land you're going to do something with it. I'm sure if they came forward and did truck parking, you'd have objections to that. Somebody who's going to do something with their land adjacent to the freeway. And this went before the Planning Commission. There was a hearing. It was asked if there was public comment. If you guys submitted something, you were asked, physically asked, then verbally requested if anybody had something to say. Otherwise, staff wouldn't bring this to us. Is that correct? We didn't bypass anything. We didn't shortcut anything. We openly advertised, and people were there present. They were asked if they had something to say, and they didn't for whatever reason, after the Planning Commission spoke about what it was. Then after the decision, they came forward with objections. But they were present during the hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I see no reason to do anything other than vote on this if it's going to go forward, but the diligence has been done. This is a multi-year, so somebody's paying property taxes, somebody's paying for all of this process to get here to this point. They're hemorrhaging money. They probably have bank loans on the land. They've made an investment to do business here in San Joaquin County. I see no reason to stop this. So I'm going to make a motion to approve.
The public hearing is still open, and, yeah, come on down. I don't know why I had to hammer.
Page 25, it will say the STAA route is not allowed. An STAA route is for any trucks that are over 65 feet. If you look in your San Joaquin County truck map, Liberty Road is not an STAA route. They want to put in diesel fuel pumps. Trucks, the roadways, the off-ramp is not constructed for big rig trucks with sleeper cabs. Any big rig truck with a sleeper cab with a 53-foot trailer is going to measure out a minimum of 71 feet. Liberty Road is not an STA route. The traffic plan does not address that, and actually it says on page 25, STA is not allowed. So regarding
I have a question, just real quick. Have you looked at the plans? Four diesel pumps is not a truck stop. Truck stops have 12, 16, 18, 20 pumps. I have trucks. I know where I bring my trucks and when I gas them up. 4 stations is for a vehicle, a Volkswagen Jetta that has diesel fuel in it. And you pull up and you get diesel fuel for your Jetta. 4, not 14, not 40. This isn't the Love Stop. This is a simple convenience store, gas station. That's what you're hearing them represent.
I understand, sir. Also, when there is diesel pumps, diesel fuel available, it is very common for trucks, big rig trucks, to exit the freeway and utilize those diesel pumps.
Can I just say something
Okay,
too,
go
is that, you know, you're talking about the planning commission. Sean was
Sir,
at.
speaking on the mic, please.
Excuse me?
Speaking on the mic.
Sean was at the planning commission meeting. My wife and I didn't go, you know, we sent in letters. We've sent in emailed letters to the planning commission. Where are they at? We also, we were on, like Skyping or Zooming the meeting. We sat there for 3 hours listening to a meeting about a couple other, a telephone pole and some kind of a truck parking thing in Manteca. They finished up the meeting at 9 o'clock with voting. They were voting each other in and out of office. After 3 hours of sitting there watching that, we don't know about any other planning commission meeting. How did that get approved? We weren't involved. And the other thing I was just going to say real quick is that the Department of Parks, Department of Road, San Joaquin Department of Roads was out there last week doing a survey on reconstruction of Liberty Road, okay? So I walked out there and talked to him. And, we were standing out there. He said, man, I don't know where does all this traffic? He says, we put up the signs and it's like they drive faster when it says, survey crew ahead. They're walking up and down the road trying to do a survey.
And if I can speak on the 30-mile-an-hour zone that he said, a 30-mile-an-hour zone has to be incorporated with a traffic engineering survey. There is no traffic engineering survey. Law enforcement are unable to enforce a 30-mile-an-hour zone on that roadway.
Okay. All right, thank you. Have a good time. Okay.
I'll be very quick, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
go
It's
ahead.
important for the record, we are not STAA. We are not STAA, and in talking to the engineer, trucks of that size will go to Love's, Flying J. They don't pull into an AM/PM.
Right.
Trucks of that size don't pull into an AM/PM to get fuel. It's, without question, that's a true statement. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mrs. King, the applicant did everything appropriate. They passed the traffic study, everything's perfect. You guys did your job and they're good to go. There's no reason to say no, correct?
Through the chair. They applied through us. We did all the appropriate environmental reviews and necessary studies. And so then we took it to the planning commission and then it's here for you.
Great.
So-
Okay, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Is there any motions?
I make a motion to approve.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Motion passes 3-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, Community Development Department, a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve General Plan Map Amendment Number PA 22-00213, Zone Reclassification Number PA 22-00214, and Administrative Use Permit Number PA 23-00130, and PA Number 23-00133 of Thomas and Mary Gatelli, TD Farms LLC of Kevin Swanson. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
maybe it's just me and I'm overtired and we've been jumping around with this agenda. I recuse myself from the wrong vote.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm going to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, you have a lot of friends,
And
though.
excuse myself, and then hopefully the next time we have an agenda that's 5 pages
Okay.
long, we'll do the private stuff
You're a very
first.
popular guy. You know everybody, huh? Okay, so we have one supervisor exiting. The floor is yours.
Now
You're-
we're number,
Item
we're
number 4.
Perfect, thank you.
Item 4.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. King.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So this project includes 4 applications: a general plan map amendment, a zone reclassification to change the designation of 2 parcels from general agriculture to warehouse industrial designation, and 2 administrative use permit applications to establish truck and trailer parking and leisure vehicle storage on each site. The 30.09 acre project site is located on the west side of North State Route 99, West Frontage Road, between East Woodbridge Road and East Winery Road, north of the city of Lodi. The site is surrounded by agricultural, residential, and industrial uses. The two adjacent sites proposed for development are shown on the site plan for PA 23130 is located in the green boundary, and PA 23133 is located within the blue boundary. All truck and trailer traffic for both sites will utilize the access driveway along State Route 99 West Frontage Road, depicted with the red star. The site has historically been used for agricultural uses and is currently vacant. The project proposes to change the existing designation from general agriculture to warehouse industrial, and to construct 2 individual truck and trailer parking facilities for 150 trucks, 50 trailers, and 25 spaces for leisure vehicle storage. On October 17th, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors with the recommendation of approval. In order to approve a general plan map amendment, zone reclassification, and the 2 administrative use permits, several findings must be made in the affirmative. These findings are attached to your board letter, and staff recommends that they can be made in the affirmative. This photo was taken from North State Route 99 West Frontage Road, looking northwest towards the project site, and is the approximate location of the main access driveway. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the projects with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Yes, quick question. Thank you. Through the chair. The ag land in that area it's low production ag land. Is that correct?
I believe currently it's been used for hay, but the applicant could probably be for sure about that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the area. Just it's a very low productivity of ag land. There's high production and there's low. This is one of the low ones.
All done?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open public hearing. Please come forward if you have a question or a comment. You'll have 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes.
Only 5?
Only 5.
That's Kevin Swanson, 6004 Caroline Circle, Stockton, and I represent the TDD Farms and the owners, Tom and Maria Catelli, on this project. And good afternoon, Chairman Bill Pudwa and fellow commissioners. Long day, so I'm going to cut it really short for you. As indicated in the staff report, we really thank planning staff because they worked hard on this. We originally had wanted to go AI, but we were advised it's better to do IW, and it makes us more sense in doing so. There was a traffic study that was done that indicated in that section of that road that we would just need all-way stops there. There's no traffic for any of the trucks going west on Woodbridge Road. They would all be using the State Route 99 frontage road. Air quality study was done, and it would show they have no impacts on the air. And then in terms of the overall buffer between whatever residential is there, there is a condition we're going to put a masonry wall around it to deflect from any kind of sound that might be there. So overall, we fully support staff's decision on this recommendation, and it is our request that the board do the same. Yeah.
Great. Any questions? Mr. Swanson, none? Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Did I get 5? Did I get short?
I think you did great.
All right.
Anyone else like to speak? See no one. I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Any questions? Supervisor Canepa. Okay, we got a motion here to approve. Is there a second?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 4-0. Congratulations. Moving on to item number 5, Community Development Department, a public hearing regarding appeal by Global Carrier Incorporated of the Planning Commission's denial of general plan amendment number PA 1800112, zone reclassification number PA 1800156, and use permit number PA 1800300 of Global Carrier Incorporated of Sierra Design Group, District 5. Good afternoon. Nice to see you guys again. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. This is an appeal by the applicant of the Planning Commission's denial of a general plan map amendment, zone reclassification, and use permit. The project would amend the general plan designation and zoning of a 10-acre parcel from general agriculture to truck terminal to allow for development of a truck terminal facility with a use permit application. The proposed project site is located on the south side of East State Route
Okay, gotcha.
120, 0.96 miles east of State Route 99.
Okay.
The project site is adjacent to agriculturally zoned parcels to the west, south, and east. To the north are industrial uses. There are 2 residents on the parcel to the west and 5 residences on the parcels to the east. This is the site plan for the denied project, a 13,100 square foot truck terminal facility with parking for 109 trucks and trailers. The facility would include an office, storage, a transfer dock, and tire and brake shop for on-site trucks only. The project required traffic and noise studies prior to the completion of the environmental review. The noise study required a 10-foot tall wall to be installed along the eastern property line. The applicant has also proposed to install an 8-foot tall wall along the western and southern property lines to limit potential impacts on the surrounding properties. The department received multiple letters of opposition during these review periods. The Planning Commission heard this item at the July 18th Planning Commission meeting, and staff recommended approval of the project. 8 neighbors spoke in opposition, stating concerns primarily regarding the possible noise and traffic resulting from the project and the surrounding areas. The project applicant appealed the After hearing all testimony, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the application based on the inability to make findings in the affirmative related to the compatibility of the proposed project and the surrounding areas. The project applicant appealed the Planning Commission's denial, and the project was scheduled for a hearing. In the event the appeal is upheld, as this is the last general plan amendment cycle for 2024. The applicant had the traffic and noise studies revisited after the Planning Commission hearing, and no additional mitigation measures are required. The appellant submitted 11 appeal statements, which are contained in the board letter along with staff's responses and are summarized on the following screens. The appeal statements emphasize that the project site complies with the general plan locational criteria for the requested truck terminal designation, and that the proposed project is suitable for the location as there are significant industrial uses in the area. The project location meets the general plan locational criteria as it is within 1 mile of the State Route 99 interchange, is located out of urban and rural communities, and outside the path of planned urban development. It is not adjacent to areas designated as or planned for residential, commercial, or resource conservation, and is located on North State Route 120, which is a county-defined principal arterial, a higher classification than the required minor arterial. Directly across from this project site is Ideal Parkway, and east of it is ComConnex Road, which are together contain approximately 67 acres of trucking and other industrial uses. This appeal statement maintains that the traffic and noise studies found the measures could be put in place to mitigate for possible impacts. The initial study also found that any possible environmental impacts could be mitigated to a less than significant level. These mitigation measures are included as recommended conditions of approval, and the applicant has agreed to all conditions. A mitigated negative declaration is filed for this project. All suggested mitigation measures are included in the conditions of approval. Traffic mitigation measures include improvements to State Route 120, resulting in the eastbound deceleration lane for the project site and a continuous 2-way left turn lane between Ideal Parkway and ComConnex Road. To mitigate for noise impacts on neighboring parcels, a solid masonry sound wall ranging from 8 to 10 feet in height is required to be constructed on the west, south, and east property lines. Conditions also include installing signage at the site exit, informing trucks that are turning left from the site driveway to use 120 to access 99. The appeal statements state the staff prepared and recommended approval for the findings in support of the project and recommended approval of the general plan, zone reclassification, and use permit. Staff evaluation of the project resulted in a recommendation to the Planning Commission to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the findings and approve the project. However, at the July 18th hearing, the Planning Commission determined the zone reclassification findings number 4 and use permit finding number 4, both regarding project compatibility with the surrounding area, could not be made in the affirmative and therefore denied the project. As a result, the department recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the project. This photo is taken from the north side of State Route 120, looking southern towards the project site. and it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution to deny the appeal of Global Carrier Incorporated and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of General Plan Map Amendment Number PA 18112, Zone Reclassification Number PA 18156, and Use Permit Number 18300, thus denying the project. Alternatively, if the board chooses to grant the appeal, thereby approving the project, staff recommends adopting a resolution, corresponding ordinance to adopt the findings, mitigated negative declaration, and approve the project with the recommended conditions of approval contained in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We have Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, when you went to the Planning Commission, do I understand correctly, if memory serves me, what I've just heard, is initially it was recommended approval in front of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission saw there was people from the public that spoke up, and there was a couple of things that were maybe unsettled, so the Planning Commission denied, but initially, staff recommended approval as this would be suitable for the truck parking parameters we've established that are needed throughout, not in a one single spot part of the county, but throughout the county. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair. We did originally go to the Planning Commission with a recommendation of approval. The Planning Commission denied the project, which has been appealed to you.
But then what I find a little bit confusing and conflicting is that now you're before us with a recommendation of denial.
We're carrying forward the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial of the project.
But that's not necessarily how staff feels then, because staff initially
We
was in favor
recommended
of it.
approval originally to the Planning
Okay.
Commission. They recommended denial to the board. So that's why we're carrying forward their recommendation of denial.
They just did a denial. They didn't recommend denial to the board. It's been appealed to the board.
Yes.
Okay, so they just denied it.
Yes, I'm
based
sorry.
on-
Yes, I misspoke.
They
Yes.
denied it based on some facts that maybe were unsettled.
Yes.
Some issues that need to be resolved. But initially, and if nothing had changed, if it was approved and they were appealing, you'd still be in favor of it.
Yeah, the Planning Commission could not make the two findings about compatibility. It was saying it was incompatible with the surrounding uses.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? I see no one. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, is this in the sphere of influence at all, Manteca, or not?
Through the chair, it was not within the city's general plan at the time when it was submitted for, and that's what the baseline would be for this project. I believe the general plan area has changed, but they still don't show it as a developed area. They show it as agricultural land.
Okay, but is it in their sphere at the new update?
So that would put it in the sphere.
And what does the city of Manteca say about this? They say anything? Have any
So-
comment?
Well, through the chair, we did meet with the city of Manteca. They were concerned about the traffic that would be on Austin Road, and that's why we're putting the recommendation of signage that you would take State Route 120 to 99, not to go down Austin Road.
And just looking at the aerial on this, now across the street from it, so this is on the north side of,
South side.
this is on the south, okay, I'm just trying to get my bearings here on this map.
Yeah,
So
through
on
the
the-
chair, it's literally on the south side of 120, right across the street from Ideal Parkway.
So,
The
okay.
driveway will line up with Ideal Parkway across the street.
On one of my, I was getting at, north of that's industrial.
Yes.
So looking at, it looks like the whole entire north side's industrial.
Yes, there's Ideal Parkway that is right across the street from this site, and right to the east of that is CompConnex, which is also an industrial area.
Okay, so why did the planning commission, it said incompatible use, and what was the reasoning behind that?
That was their reasoning, is they weren't able to make the two findings saying that it was incompatible with surrounding uses, and industrial use was incompatible with the surrounding uses.
But the planning commission, so their finding to deny it, the 3-2, was because of what?
Compatibility,
So they're saying this project is not compatible,
yes.
even though you have industrial on the north side?
Yes.
And
They just said it was incompatible with surrounding uses.
and they didn't have a reasoning why? I remember watching it, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm not as old as Tom Petty by any means, but
But yeah, they stated it was incompatible with the surrounding uses as agricultural and residential.
But you told the planning commission you recommended it, the planning department recommended it, right?
Yes, yes.
That's weird.
Yeah, and the
Okay.
staff report's included in your board
Right.
agenda, and we recommended approval originally, yes.
so,
Okay.
and it meets all Supervisor Patty mentioned. it meets all the criteria that we set forth in order to have these types of truck parking, correct?
Yes.
The
Yes,
1
it meets
mile,
like locational criteria.
all the criteria. My last thing on Austin Road, to keep traffic off, and so the plan to keep traffic off Austin and push it toward,
Their Public Works is including a condition of signage at the exit of this facility that if you're going towards 99, to just take 120 to 99, not to take 120 to Austin South to 99.
all right, I'll leave it at that until I hear public comment. Thank you, Chairman,
Okay,
and
anyone else
thank
on
you
the
both.
board? I see none. I'll open the public hearing. We'll have 2 minutes per speaker. If you're in favor of the project, please come forward.
How much time do I have, Mr. Chairman?
Let's go 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
The pellet,
The appellant typically has time, has
Okay.
whatever time that they need to speak.
Then
under
you have-
other tradition.
you have time, go ahead.
5 minutes
5
will
minutes
work.
is fine.
I'll try to rush through. Thank
Okay.
you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, representing Global Carrier. The project description, as you know from your staff report and board letter, is for truck parking, not a truck stop. The original proposal was for 140 spaces of truck parking, and that's been reduced from 140 voluntarily down to 109 to make it a more mitigated neighbor in the community. We know the project description complies with the general plan locational criteria as confirmed by staff, and that we know from staff it's also in a mixed-use area which contains, as Supervisor Rickman was asking about, existing significant industrial uses in the area. The repair shop that's proposed in the project description is not a retail use. It's only for trucks that are parking on site, and the hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. to 5, and they'll be closing at 5. We did do a noise study and a traffic study. Regarding the noise study, what's important, and to get back to Supervisor Rickman's question, is the change in the Planning Commission from the staff recommendation is after the noise study was done, a new residence was built by the neighbor who's complaining about the project. Fair, he's entitled to use his property. He built a new residence closer to us, and that wasn't included because the noise study that staff approved was already done, and it wasn't revisited. So we went back and asked the noise consultant to redo the noise study to include the neighbor's new residence, and the noise study is here today to present his findings to you. It does include additional mitigation and a recommendation for approval. Regarding the traffic study, there was also equal of 2 points. The first is the noise study was changed, and the Planning Commission, I think, had issues with the noise study because of the absent evaluation of the house closest to the neighbor's closest house to our property. And the second was the traffic study, and Caltrans required a deceleration lane in front of our property. And the neighbor, I listened to the tape and watched the hearing, he brought up at the hearing in front of the commission, which he was entitled to do, and he was accurate. There wasn't enough room in front of our project to accurately depict and build out a deceleration lane. And he pointed that out, and nobody had brought that to staff's attention, and nobody had brought it to Caltrans' attention. When we found that out after listening to the tape and watching the hearing, we engaged the traffic consultant to go back with Caltrans and revisit what their requirements would be for a tapered lane approval. And Caltrans sent in a letter last Wednesday approving the taper and not the deceleration. So we don't have a requirement for a deceleration lane. And it's my considered opinion that if the Planning Commission had the benefit of knowing we had a updated noise study for the additional house next to us, and if the Planning Commission also had the updated Caltrans letter, which pointed out that the deceleration lane wasn't required, I don't think they would have fallen into the trap that it's not compatible with the area. I think those were 2 major incompatibilities that the opposition brought up appropriately. We've addressed them, we resolved them, we've rectified them, and staff has no issue with our continuing on the presentation this afternoon with those 2 updated mitigation conditions. The findings are approved by staff, presented to the Planning Commission, and we would recommend that you stay with the same findings. I'll now pass it over to my consultants. I'm going to have 3 consultants speak after me, Mr. Chairman, and they also will be brief. I'm going to start with, let me check my notes here, double check. Yeah, we'll start with Luke Saxelby on the noise study, and then Wayne Shijo will follow Luke. Luke is doing the updated noise study, and Wayne Shijo did the updated traffic. We'll go in that order this afternoon, and I've asked Steve Harum to review the CEQA requirements for closing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. It's nice to be here this afternoon. I'll also be fairly brief. Thank you, Mike, for the great introduction. Thank you. As mentioned, we did do an update to the noise study since the Planning Commission hearing in July, as it was pointed out that there was a new residence constructed. When we were on site initially, about 4 years ago, I believe the residence simply wasn't there, so it wasn't in the original noise study. So we've included that now. It's fully mitigated. There is an extension of a wall that we had already suggested to mitigate noise at the existing residence. We've just increased it about 50 linear feet to shield adequately the new residence that was constructed. And the project is fully mitigated and meets your requirements, county noise standards. So I'm available for any questions, but that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm a lot smaller than Luke is. Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Wayne Shijo, WK Shijo Consulting, 7353 Durfee Way, Sacramento. I've been retained by Mike Hakem's firm to address the transportation analysis issues, and I'd like to talk very briefly about 4 topics. One is the City of Manteca General Plan. Second is access to the project site. Third is center two-way left turn lanes. And the fourth is the routing of trucks. There was a traffic study prepared for the project, for the environmental document, by Katie Anderson and Associates. And there are questions raised about the consistency of the traffic study with the Manteca General Plan. The traffic study was prepared before the most recent Manteca General Plan traffic forecasts were prepared. The traffic study used what was, at that time, the latest, most applicable forecast. But of course, with the Manteca General Plan being prepared after the traffic study could not have used directly the forecast from the general plan. The comparison of general plan and project traffic studies involves apples and oranges. The locations are different and the time periods are different. But what we did do is we went back and looked at the growth factors that were used in the traffic study, compared them to the growth factors that were used in the Manteca General Plan. And what we found was that the growth factors are generally comparable. So to the extent possible, the traffic study's assumptions are consistent with what's in the Manteca General Plan. On the second item, which is the project access, the Yosemite Avenue is a state route. And so Caltrans has authority over access to Yosemite Avenue. And there have been questions about providing acceleration and deceleration lanes for project travel going in and out of the project site. And we met directly with Caltrans and have been modifying the project site plan in response to their comments. The meetings with Caltrans have directly addressed whether Caltrans would require an acceleration or deceleration lane. And as Mike noted, Caltrans has said clearly that tapers would be required, but not the acceleration and deceleration lanes. In lieu of that, Caltrans has accepted the tapering areas, which is very common in that area for driveways, and the project site plans reflect those taper areas. On the center two-way left turn lanes, there have also been discussions about providing that two-way left turn lane between or along Yosemite Avenue, between Ideal Parkway and the project site driveway, and Comconnex Road. And again, because Yosemite Avenue is a state route, Caltrans has authority over this aspect of the project. This continuous center two-way left turn lane has been added to the project site drawings and has been included as a condition of approval. Also, something to note is that the provision of that center two-way left turn lane would also improve access for left turns in and out of the industrial land uses north of Yosemite Avenue. On the fourth topic, which is the routing of trucks, the city of Manteca has expressed a concern about added traffic on Austin Road south of Yosemite Avenue. And how this might happen is if project traffic leaves the site, turns left on Yosemite, goes west, and turns left onto Austin to access southbound 99, there could be traffic from the traffic that would use that route. And to address this, conditions of approvals have included installation of signing at the project site exit saying that trucks turning left are recommended to go all the way along Yosemite, all the way to State Route 99. And in addition, the property owner is required to provide written notice to the drivers recommending that trucks that turn left, again, use Yosemite Avenue all the way to 99 to go southbound on State Route 99. And that route would avoid any trucks going on Austin Road south of Yosemite. And with that, I'm done, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We'll let you know. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Well, thank you. We're done.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Herm, how you doing?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Harum, Mike Hakem asked me to consult with him on this and review the CEQA document and have an opinion as to whether it's legally compliant with CEQA, and my short answer is yes, that it is. The county prepared a comprehensive initial study and is proposing a negative declaration, and in this instance, it's my opinion that all the requirements of CEQA have been followed to the T in this case. And I also point out that this is unusual but extraordinary. What happened is typically once you do that document, you're done. But in this case, the applicant looked carefully at what happened at the Planning Commission and heard the comments made by citizens about the documents that raised some layperson concerns about the noise study and the traffic study, and went to the extraordinary effort of redoing those studies to take into account the concerns of the citizens. And what I'm saying here, this isn't an instance where you typically see the developer saying, I'm not going to listen to what the neighbors are saying. Instead, this is an instance where the developer stopped and said, I'm going to redo the study and take seriously the concerns that were raised in an effort to try to resolve them. And even though the study was done right and the house was built after the study was done, the developer went to the extra cost of doing that correctly. And I'll say in the 42 years spanning 6 decades that I've worked on CEQA matters, it's very unusual. And in my opinion, that's an example of the system working. Rather than parties fighting, this developer attempted to answer the questions that were posed by those citizens. And I think that's a positive thing and shows that this works. And it also means that indeed it's not incompatible. The studies addressed additional mitigation to make sure that the project would not impact those people that are living out there exactly the way the system is supposed to work. If you have any questions, I can attempt to answer them.
I see none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of the project? Appellates? Anyone in favor? Please come forward. Okay, we'll do proponents. Talk to me. Okay, great. Proponents will have 2 minutes to speak. Proponents. Public. Yeah, this is the public. Okay. Okay. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay.
Okay.
My name is Matthew Madzer. I live next door to this proposed facility. I'm the closest one.
Okay.
And I was taxed that year in 2020 when the studies were done. Thank you for letting me speak to the board. I appreciate this. I'm here today to point out some errors. There's quite a few, so I'm going to ask for some additional time. But due to the errors and rights attempted to be taken by applicant Global Carrier in San Joaquin County, I am requesting additional time explaining specific items affecting my residents' property rights and my neighborhood. If time won't allow, browse through my items. You've been emailed. You can probably pick out the items you want me to discuss. I ask that you look at the publicly posted 2019 site plan and compare the 2024 version while I point out the issues designed by the applicant and approved by San Joaquin County not completing the revision table. I also reference the 2020 traffic and sound studies noted below and will bring a hard copy of each. You can review the errors to mislead the public by using the similar sites with locations not disclosed to avoid comparison of similarities, location, components, history, use, and nuisance. Please identify what district this project is in. Is it in 3 or 5? We've discussed this with some of the board members. It's actually in 5. It's been posted as District 3 since 2019. The county's wrong. It's a 1,000-foot mistake. I can't trust the county to make other determinations because they're negligence in this. Can anyone confirm what district I'm in? I'm going to require additional
I'm
time.
going to give you 1 minute. You got 3 minutes total. Go ahead.
I wasn't available at the planning commission because I was stuck in traffic for truck traffic.
But I'm giving you an extra minute, so go ahead.
A minute's not enough. Can we please identify the 2019 site plan posted for years online with the wrong numerical address? They tried to steal my water. They tried to steal my power. They did. That's why they had to make the revisions in 2024, because they were stealing my rights. They're still impeding my rights. Compare the approved 2024 site plan and the corrected errors that were not noted on the revision table. They never filled out a revision table for any corrections. They've made numerous errors, as well as the county. Now, we just identified that the county told you for 5 years that this was in a District 3 when it's actually been in District 5. So I'm gonna need some additional time. My tax records show that those water rights there, they're half mine, but they attempted to steal them and the county approved it. How fraudulent is that? Here's my tax bill for 2020. When the studies were done, I was taxed for that year. I should have rights. I'm paying for my taxes. I should be able to speak here. Now, the county claims that when I met with them, this site is 0.96 tenths of a mile. The original 2019 version says 9 tenths of a mile. Is it 9 tenths or 9.6? Well, they don't know. I asked them for a technical feature on how to measure this. They couldn't develop it in writing. They basically lied. So I had a surveyor using the Board of Supervisors approved ordinance measure this. Guess what? We came up with 1 mile and 30 feet. It's 30 feet over the mile requirement, so unfortunately, it's disqualified.
You got 1 more minute, 4 minutes total. That's it, Rochelle, after that.
No,
1 more minute.
I'll be
That's all
coming
you
back.
get. That's all you get, 1 more minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now,
Go ahead. Go ahead and try to finish. Go ahead.
I've got 12 neighbors here
Okay,
because
go
I have
ahead.
12
But I got a list of 10 people that want to speak.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
care. Those are my
I'm
neighbors.
trying to give you 4 minutes. I said 2 and I give you 4. Come on,
I'm
man.
sorry. I'm a little anxious right now. I'm a
Okay.
little
Okay,
frustrated.
then you're wasting your time. Let's talk. Come on.
So the project is disqualified because it was measured incorrectly. Now, if you want to go back on what you voted on for AI zoning, measuring from the center of the overchange and lie fraudulently, that's fine. Guess what? A lawsuit's going to come about. I'll probably get my neighbors here. How many neighbors do I have here? Probably 20. Not everybody could be here at 1:30 in the afternoon. People work. So this is an unfortunate event. Now, it says on the Planning Commission, they were going to offer truck repairs and things like that. No, it's truck parking, correct? Well, they shouldn't need to build a shop if it's just truck parking. Now they want to do brakes and tires like the original. So I want to make sure that there's going to be no truck repairs, no trailer repairs, no brake repairs, no tire repairs.
Okay, sir, I got to ask you to leave. I got 8 or 9 other people. They can
Okay,
speak
did
for
you
you.
see my emails that came through to the board discussing these items ahead of time?
I don't know when you sent them.
I emailed the board, the whole board with my issues about this.
Okay.
I hope you guys reviewed them.
Okay, our next speaker is Walt Schnipp. Is that right? You have 2 minutes, sir.
How come they get more time?
They're the appellants.
Hi, my name is Walt Shynook. I live at 18091 Hart Lane. My property butts up against Global. They're talking about putting a 10-foot wall. My property is 3 feet higher. The trucks are 14 feet, so it's only going to be 7 feet that is going to not block out the reefers, the air guns, and all other stuff. Also, the survey that was done, it's not correct. They needed to redo that survey. There's going to be diesel fumes. I could smell the taco truck when they were cooking out there. Diesel fumes are cancerous. My wife had cancer. I'm taking care of her right now. My other neighbor had breast cancer. Truck bring in homeless people, prostitution. I know somebody that has to do the cleanup the next morning, which is pretty nasty. There's lots of accidents on 120. When I try to make a left turn going west, the traffic is horrendous, especially on the weekends. And at 4 or 5 o'clock, the commuters are coming down there. So I'm asking you, how would you feel if a big truck company is going to build something behind your property with all the noise influxed by the trucks? So I just touched on a few things. I'm not that well versed with what Matt has researched and done. So I hope you take all those things into consideration, because also my property value will probably drop. I've been living there for 40 years, and it's just not right. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Boggs.
Thank you for listening to us. I'm John Boggs. I live at 11257 East Highway 120. My property goes between the two industrial parks that are on the north side of the road. And this county needs truck parking. And they need, the area that they're in is sort of, there's storage down the road, there's whatever. But there were 6 homes on Harts Lane that back up against this proposal, and you could have a storage yard or light industrial, anything but a truck yard. I've been involved with trucks for 20 or 30 years, and they're noisy. And there's also the light pollution that will come from, the place is going to be lit up, and their backyards, there's 6 homes on Harts Lane back up against this project, and for them, otherwise, but right across the road, there's room for more truck, a truck terminal or whatever. There's no neighbors. There's neighbors on this particular parcel and stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Emma Garcia.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Garcia. I live, I'm live just next to the probably business that is gonna establish there. I live in Hart Lane, 18037, Hart Lane in Yosemite. So for me, we came from out of the country, from Mexico, almost 20 years ago. We came because my husband worked. My husband was involved in the automotive companies for almost 40 years. So he knows how all these trucks and cars works. We also have friends that drive trucks, and they stop on the parking places for over the time that they not allowed to be working. And I also drive by Ripon, where all those parking spots are for the trucks, and the trucks are running day and night. During summertime, they're running because they need the air conditioning for the people that needs to stay there when they're not working, and during the winter, because they need the heaters that have in the cabin. So for us, that we try to live in a space that we have a space for the family and we have a space for relax and everything, that it will be impossible to stay at night during the summer because the trucks are gonna be running 24/7. We have a big family and we have this big land to build in the future something for the kids. And guess what? The county and the city tell me that I cannot do anything in my land because it wasn't allowed to do any additional homes because we have the...
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Priscilla de la Garza.
Hello, my name is Priscilla de la Garza. I am Emma Garcia's daughter. I also live on 18037 Hart Lane. And I've been doing security now for a few years. I've done security over at warehouses. We have a lot of truck traffic. So the construction of this, not only is it going to pose a safety threat within our community, within this residence that we have, it's going to bring in a sort of crowd that we don't want within our homes, within our families. Even just like there's a safety aspect of the traffic that's gonna be coming in and out. Recently, they just had an accident that hit over one of their fences. Now imagine that with a $25,000 or 25,000 pound truck hitting one of our houses. We're at the forefront with our house being right off of the 120, and it's how my mother had mentioned, part of our family wants to be able to stay there and continue to be there. My spouse works at a diesel shop that's over in Ripon, and how my mom mentioned, they're on 24/7 for heat in the winter, AC in the summer, and how Mr. Walt mentioned as well, the fumes that are gonna be going on with the diesel engines, it just poses hazards for both of our health, our safety. With working security, I've seen the kind of crowds that truck stops and, shops in general attract, and that's not something that I want near my family. And I would like to thank you guys for your time, at least for listening to us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Luke Saxelby. Here.
I'm the noise consultant.
Okay. Wayne Shisho, that's you? Okay. Julie Griffin Haley?
Can my husband go first?
Sure.
Dan Haley.
Yep.
I have a handout, actually. Okay, I echo what a lot of people have said already, and I'm a resident on Hart Lane as well. But I just wanted to bring up that Global Carrier Incorporated is, well, I could be nice and say it's a startup, but it's kind of a sham in that they've listed with the Secretary of State for 18 years, but never produced a financial statement, never shown any evidence of operations. So I'm wondering why this has not been vetted, and for us to feel that we can entrust this operation of a major trucking service facility to a startup with no experience in truck service. They're barely an operational company, and they've never filed an annual report with the Secretary of State. They do not have an operational website. We're relying on a traffic study that's 4 years old. I realize now another firm is here, but the firm that did this traffic study 4 years ago is no longer in business. They are not, they're terminated with the Secretary of State, and I provided proof of that as well. It may have been a sole proprietor in that Kenneth D. Anderson apparently is the only one connected with the business. So there's nobody to ask why the traffic study should not be redone, because the traffic is much greater than 2020 when the pandemic was occurring, that Yosemite Square was not considered, and the city of Manteca says no way because of Yosemite Square. And the forced left turn onto 120 is really going to be clumsy. For them to go on 120 westbound for 1.12 miles to the entrance to the southbound or westbound 120. Again, 1.12 miles, not 0.96. That's the entrance. That's going to be clumsy, as the rest of us have to sit behind trucks in the left lane for 1.12 miles. Austin Road closure was not considered, and the traffic increase has no compatibility with the existing
Thank you very
businesses.
much. Okay, Julie Griffin Haley.
First of all, I just don't start my time. Thank you very much for your time, and I really appreciated the Veterans Memorial, and I'm actually reaching out to Chuck to do some work with the local city patriots. So having said that, you started my time, that's not fair. Okay, this is important. I'm supposed to be in saddle. I
Okay.
turn 70 years old tomorrow, but I'm here.
Okay.
You don't turn not seven,
Okay, but ma'am,
70.
get to the point because your time is up.
70. I know that. This is part of it.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
Yosemite 120, I'm 70 years old. It's the gateway to Yosemite. 4 million people traveled that route last year, and they project 5 million next year. That means hundreds of thousands of tourists are passing that road, and instead of building a restaurant, you asked for some suggestions. Instead of building infrastructure for the 700 houses that are being built right next door, 700 houses. Nobody wants him to not have a business. He owns other parcels right next to the Flying J. We chose the Flying J in our planning because we wanted these dangerous trucks out of our community. I live on Hart Lane. My land, I have 8303 83289. He has never asked me anything, never. So no, he is not reaching out to us and asking us.
Ma'am, speak to the board, please.
So he has not done that. And no one has mentioned, yes, I'm the other cancer survivor. The chemicals go through the air. I would like a chemical study. We have had ground already broken on 800 homes and schools and churches. And you expect this big truck to come through this intersection. We have absolutely no U-turns, legal U-turns between 99 and Jacktone Road. I live on that road. I know you guys, this means nothing to you. This means something to us. It is going to make my value of my property go down.
Okay, thank you for your time.
My quality of life,
Okay.
okay?
Your time is up, though.
I understand my time is up, and thank you very
Thank you.
much. I hope you're open-minded,
Our next-
because we're all capitalists, but this is not the right location. He
Our
has
next
other
speaker,
property.
our next speaker is Jerry Madzir.
That's an American veteran right there.
Thank you. I may request a minute longer, but the application they initially turned in, you should have a copy of it, was signed in 11/15 of 18. And in that, they said that he was not close to any schools within 5 miles, plus or minus. New Haven is 1.4 miles from them. Manteca approves Yosemite Square subdivision. It's over 700 homes. In the city, they advertise that it's going to put an additional 7,400 cars on that Yosemite every day. That was not considered in the initial traffic study. If you look at the initial traffic study, they have a wrong address on that study, as well as the sound study. They don't even, on the planning approved the first two with the wrong address on the planning application. This is insane. They said in the first application, when it went to the hearing, that they were 0.9 miles from the highway. In an application they turned down, the third application they said they're 9.96. We had it surveyed, they're over a mile, okay? If they put an additional 7,500 cars on that highway every day next to the truck terminal, the trucks won't have, they'll just block the whole highway. Caltrans in their study says that it takes at 45 miles an hour, it takes 345 feet for deceleration. Their property is only 300 foot wide with 150 foot easement access. That gives them 200 feet to get these trucks off the road. If there's two trucks behind one
Secretary of the board, give him
another,
another minute, please.
if they put on one truck behind the other, they're going to block Highway 120. I have to wait sometimes 2 or 3 stoplights to get access on the highway to get out to the center lane. The reason the planning department turned it down was a matter of safety. They're going to start killing people on that highway. Now, I could come on and say a lot of other things, but basically, the studies they done were incorrect. If you look at the addresses, they aren't even on the right property. That's part of the problem. This thing has been a joke from the beginning. I mean, if they don't have the right address on 3 planning applications, somebody should investigate what's going on. And the biggest thing is that since they applied in 18, Manteca approved Yosemite Square, which is 800 homes. And the children are going to be going up Yosemite to go to school, and there's no provision even for, stoplights, stop signs. There's bike lanes proposed by Manteca, the city of Manteca, past their property.
Okay,
And-
we're gonna ask some questions right now, but thank you for your time. Anyone else would like to speak? You already spoke, right? You already spoke. Anyone else?
I'm not going to speak. I would like to speak again.
You already spoke, sir. Anyone else? How about rebuttal? Would you like to speak, Mr. Hagan? So you answer some of these questions these constituents have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first speaker and other speakers spoke about the distance from the freeway and the requirement for the 1 mile separation requirement. And staff did their appropriate investigation of that issue. It's Exhibit B in your staff report. And Exhibit B sets forth the distance between, and we do meet the 1 mile criteria. There is an elephant in the room, and I'm glad that the opposition brought it up. The elephant in the room is the existing legal dispute between my client and the neighbor over utility rights and water rights. He brought up the fact that there's maybe going to be litigation over it. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. But I think it's important to point out that there's a lot of discomfort between the parties, which has bled into their opposition to this project. I took a look at the letter that the opposition wrote, and they wrote a few hundred, so to speak, but the one at page 2907 of your staff report, and I just want to read it, 2907, this is a letter from the opposition. I would like to get the easement, I'm quoting, I would like to get the easement resolved. If Global wishes to move forward, comma, if there is no easement, I see no need to move Global forward in their project as they have an ongoing dispute and they don't intend to resolve in regards to recorded/deeded rights not allowing us access. So a whole background to this dispute between the parties has to do with the utility dispute, the water pump dispute between the parties. So I'll leave that for your consideration. The truck repair is only for the trucks that are parking at the site, and it's for trailer repair and truck brake repair. Unfortunately, the traffic consultant that did the original traffic passed away. It's worth mentioning that he and his daughter were involved in an accident. He succumbed, and his daughter, fortunately, has recovered. But there's no way we can go back and obtain any update from him. But Wayne Shijo, who appeared before you this afternoon, used to work with Ken Anderson, and I hired Wayne, and Wayne did his report. He's mentioned the 3 issues they brought up in their opposition at the Planning Commission. I didn't make up the issues for resolution. I didn't make up the decel lane. I didn't make up the issue relative to the Manteca general plan. I said, Wayne, these are issues the opposition brought up. They're going to bring them up again at the board. We need answers for the board. You have the answers in Wayne's presentation to you on those issues. The traffic study was done with respect to the date of the application. California law establishes a baseline. We're not obligated to continue to update the traffic study every 2 months or 6 months or 8 months, depending how long it takes for the project to get here for consideration by the board. But in all good faith, I went back and asked for that update because I knew it would be a question for you, that if the opposition said we have issues on the decel lane, we have issues on the Manteca general plan, I wanted those issues to be brought before you and clarified. And fortunately for the afternoon, Wayne Shijo did a great job and gave you that information. The school issue came up. There is no school separation requirement according to staff, and that is not an issue that's before you this afternoon. Certainly, when Caltrans approved the traffic study, they do a background and a general plan review of what's built out and going to be built out in the area. And staff and Caltrans approved, again, not to replicate my comments from the earlier hearing this afternoon, but they're the same. The dignity and the credibility to that traffic study is Caltrans's blessing. Caltrans is charged with the responsibility, not the neighbors, not the next door people. Caltrans is charged with responsibility for 120, and Caltrans, after 4 years, has given us permission to move forward. Few comments, a few brief comments, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be done. Thank you. This is a conditional use permit, which means it can be revoked. This is not a vested right that we walk away with today and you can never take it back from us. It's an ongoing conditional use permit, and your council can certainly fill in the blanks for what I'm not commenting on in terms of your ability to revoke a use permit if there's difficulty with it or failure to live up to the conditions or traffic issues that surface. You have the ability to revise the condition or to revoke the condition as you see fit. So you always have continuing jurisdiction to monitor the situation. We know that truck parking is a very important issue in San Joaquin County. You actually created, as you know more than I know, you actually created a new ordinance for that just last year for truck parking. Here we have an applicant who owns property, wants to develop something in the county to do truck parking, not a truck stop, but truck parking, and he brings that to you this afternoon. And I'll leave you with one comment. There's a California court case where the judge criticized the city council or board of supervisors, as the case may be, for what's called listening to the roar of the crowd. The judge said you look at the merits of the application. You don't look at the roar of the crowd in the room. You look at the merits of the application and you weigh the evidence that was presented to you and you base your decision on that. With all due respect to the hearing process, I believe we've met our level of requirement for bringing you a mitigated project, and I respectfully request, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, that you follow the staff recommendation and you acknowledge that the Planning Commission brought up 2 issues that we had to bring back before you in a changed position. We no longer have a decel lane. Caltrans has approved that. And we now have an additional height and length to the sound wall to protect the neighbor for his new residence. We've done our very best to bring you a mitigated project. We can do no more than we've done. I'm exhausted by the amount of time this has taken. I originally told the client it'll take this long to do this. It's taken 3 times as long to do half as good a job as I wanted to do because of the issues that were raised and the volume of noise that was raised by the opposition for no merit other than a dispute, an existing land use dispute on water and pump between the 2 properties, verified by the opposition, verified by the opposition.
Okay. Please. Okay.
Verified by the opposition in their written letter.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, public hearing is now closed. Public hearing is now closed. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Patty, you had a question?
Yes, Chairman, I do have a question. One of the concerns that was brought up about people that are living in the trucks, running noon and night and 24 hours a day, that would be more of the long hauler. Is this for local trucking, parking, or is this long haul stops where people be living there, more like a truck stop?
Supervisor Patty, it's both. There are short-term opportunities and there are long-term. It's my understanding that it's primarily going to be a long-term, where people leave and come back in 7 to 8 days, park a truck, sleep, go back out on the road in the next day or 2. That's my understanding of the business plan.
All right, but are trucks going to be running 24 hours a day if somebody's there summer, noon or night?
They will not be running at night.
They're refrigerated.
Okay.
Yes, they will.
Thanks. So that's agreeable to the conditions?
It's on here.
Okay.
Is that part of the conditions of use?
We can make that a condition, Supervisor Patty.
Through the chair, we actually have a condition of approval that says no overnighting of drivers is permitted on site. So it is a condition of approval.
Okay, so those issues have been
That is a
addressed.
condition, Corinne?
Yes, we've added that as a condition, and again, like Mr. Hakem said.
Thank you.
If for some reason we need to revoke or modify, we have that ability.
Right, awesome. Okay, thank you for
Thank
the
you.
clarity on that. And just through the chair, one last question. So had this gone to the board, planning commission, and I know that going in, as we talked about, it had staff's recommendation for approval.
Correct.
If it was approved and the application here if the applicant here was to revoke that approval, we would still have staff approval, because that would carry through with what the board did. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the whole question. So we took it to the planning commission with the recommendation of
So,
approval.
and if the planning commission approved
Forwarded
what
it.
you recommended, you'd be here today, right now, with staff approval?
Yes,
Staff recommendation.
recommending planning commission would have
Okay.
forwarded to the board of the
And in
recommendation.
the meantime, the applicants have gone through an extra measure of review. We've gone through, we know that they've reduced from 140 to 109. We know that the location fits within the criteria of what we want for truck parking,
Correct.
where it's needed, where it's not a saturated area truck parking.
Correct.
We know that it's a mixed use. We know that there's a noise study update and a traffic study update. And as far as diesel fumes, we know there's tier 3 and tier 4 motors, which do not have carbon particulates. As a diesel truck owner, I know this because the motors now are cleaner exhaust than what's the air going in. So we are meeting many criterias that staff originally would have, and even going beyond what staff originally had recommended
Correct.
approval for.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Canepa.
So I just have a couple questions. Are these county residents or Manteca residents?
They're surrounded by county. It's not the city of Manteca, it's unincorporated San Joaquin County.
Okay, so now this point about the 1 mile, what is the clarification there?
So for the truck terminal general plan designation, it is limited to areas within 1 mile of a freeway interchange. That is just of a freeway interchange. The only time we added an actual point of location was for the AI zone, that we said it has to be measured at the center line of an interchange. All other measurements to interchanges are just to the most outer point of the interchange. So measuring to when we did the AI zone, we said it has to be half a mile from the center line of an interchange. That's the only general plan designation that actually shows an actual measurement point. This just says it has to be limited to areas within 1 mile of freeway interchange, so that allows the whole interchange, the most furthest part or closest part to this parcel, to be used. And we've measured it to 0.96, is what we've measured from the most western property line to the most eastern side of the interchange, is 0.96 miles, so it's within that 1 mile radius.
Okay, so then the next question is how is there industrial across the street? So then back in the day, all these people's property, which general plan were they? Because they had to have a variance to build these homes back in the day for the same uses, correct?
So across the street, I believe, is IL, so limited industrial. Surrounding this parcel is all zoned general agriculture, which does allow for a residence and accessory dwelling unit.
Okay,
Yeah, so the parcels around this parcel, and this parcel currently is zoned general agriculture.
and they keep speaking about 800 new houses. I mean, that's in Manteca.
Yeah, that's in the city of
That's
Manteca. That's a proposed project in the city of Manteca.
And then, folks, you cannot yell in a public meeting, okay? That's being rude and discourteous, and okay. So, I have the floor, ma'am, so I'm kind of elected to do a job, so I'd appreciate you being quiet. Thank you. So that's the question, I mean, and I get it. So this is not in Manteca sphere, it's in the county sphere.
It's located within the San Joaquin County. Is it now in the sphere? Sorry.
I apologize.
Sir, I can't think when you're talking, I'm sorry. Okay,
Through the chair, I misspoke earlier when I said it was in the sphere of influence. I looked it up while we were talking, and it's actually in the area of interest for the city of Manteca, which is a lot less, it's not really defined for them. Sphere of influence is actually more westerly of this site. So the site is in the county and with an area that the city may look to in the future, but right now they have no plans for it.
So it's not in the sphere of influence of Manteca.
okay, and then the truck slowing down thing, so what the intent of that is their width of their property is to allow for the truck to slow down to turn into it. So, I mean, and I get whole traffic studies, but they can be adjusted to a certain thing. So what is the intent of that? I'm trying to get my arm around them getting off the road and out of the way.
So through the chair, I'm probably going to throw that either to the traffic engineer or to Public Works. They're
Okay.
more.
I like
that's
that
their
answer.
realm.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how, I mean, if it's gonna cause a traffic nightmare, I mean, and I get it. The other question is the gentleman's 3-foot property line, that he's 3 foot higher. So would a wall actually do him any good if he was correct?
If he is located on the eastern property line, he's going to need to have, the property is going to have to put a 10-foot wall on their side, which I believe is a 2-foot berm and an 8-foot wall on top of it. It's going to have to be 10 feet altogether.
Okay.
So
and
that's
then-
what the noise study, when they originally did the noise study and even revisited it since the planning commission, it was the same determination. That was the same mitigation, was that 10-foot tall noise wall on that eastern property line.
And then my last question, and I'll be quiet, is do reefers run 24 hours?
They said that refrigeration units, and this is again, the refrigeration units are to be relegated to the rearmost parking spaces. So they're going to need to be at the most northern parts of this parcel, which are then still enveloped inside of a masonry wall that they're proposing around the entire site. And they're furthest from all the residences on the east and west.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, everybody that's here today. I know this is a very tense situation or issue. It's, you know, it's, I've dealt with these types of issues, you know, when on the city side also. And Matt, when you're talking about email, and this is what I got. And so you can't speak out. This, I mean, the chairman's already stated, but you mentioned email. I have it right here. So have we received it? Yeah, we've gone over it. Yeah. And just to let the folks know too, I mean, this is a quasi judicial meeting, you could say. And so it's not like a regular agendized item. So we are constrained, and correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, you know, by the law and what we can and can't do in this setting, and we have to go by facts, just like you go before a judge. It's no different. I know for me personally, I don't meet with anybody on an appeal because of that reason, so I am, you know, don't influenced by either side. So, you know, the ruling that is up here that we make is done by facts and according to law. You may shake your head no, but it's case law that states that. With that being said, a couple of things. There is, what, 9 homes around this site?
There are, I believe, 5 or 6 on the east side and 2 on the west side.
So when does something become a rural community?
Do you want to do that one?
So I don't know that the number, through the chair, I'm sorry. I don't know that the number of homes determines that. It's something that is looked at in the general plan. And so in the general plan, there's a list of all the communities that have been determined, and that's over time. We haven't created any new rural communities in quite some time. So I don't think it's defined by the number of homes, but it'd be some other factors, probably looking at kind of like your service areas and that sort of thing.
What would, I'm looking at Jennifer Jolly here. You probably don't want me to call you, but what's the definition of a rural community? What does it mean by services?
Jennifer Jolly, Director of Community Development. I'm not sure I'm understanding that question.
Well, because you have
services?
because we have 9 homes. So what is a community? What is a rural community? I know what an urban is, but a rural, is it something like Von Sostin out there, Santos Ranch? Is that a?
So as Megan mentioned, we have designated rural communities in our general plan. So for an example, Farmington's a rural community. Murata is a rural community.
Okay, so
There's
it'd be-
different, yeah.
all
They're
right.
established, and they have a residential zoning, rural residential zoning. So this happens to be an area that's agricultural with homes, because homes are allowed in the agricultural zone. So that's how homes are allowed out in the ag zone.
Okay, all right, thank you. We discussed the 1 mile. As for the reefers, and I'm glad somebody brought that up, and, you know, reefers are 24. I mean, you have to keep your produce or whatever it may be cold. Has there, when you did your noise testing, was that, I mean, how did you guys measure that? I mean, distance-wise, a humming noise, because this is the issue I have. I remember we had a huge problem in a community. It had to do with refrigeration rail cars. But there was some humming sound or whatever it may be, was that we spent the city has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to identify this noise, and we couldn't identify it. And so how do you come to grips with something like that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Once again, Luke Saxelby Acoustics. Our noise study does assume operation of reefer trucks. And even if those were to run 24 hours a day, we still show compliance with the county standards. So does that answer the question?
No, not really.
Okay. All right. Well, so the source data that we use is measurement of other types of facilities that have loading docks and trucks and things like that. And so we did in our data take measurements of a reefer truck, and it is in there in our underlying assumptions that that's something that could occur. In our experience with these types of facilities, unless they're specifically designed for, you know, a reefer truck company or something, it's not like they're gonna be 100% reefer trucks in my experience, right? So, but we do assume some reefer trucks are there in that underlying noise output data of all the trucks moving around, the truck idling and all of that.
And in regards to light pollution and odor and stuff, and regardless of what the engine is, they're not going to be electric vehicles. Well, I guess some could be, but there is going to be odor. There is going to probably be, you know, some PM 2.5 and so on. So, I mean, how was that tested?
So that's outside of my area of expertise as far as like an air quality. I'm strictly noise. So I can't really answer questions about
All right, can
emissions.
anybody answer questions on that? The pollution from, you know, diesel? Because there's some. And how would it affect, you know, the surrounding community?
Staff in their initial study, mitigated negative declaration, did address that issue, and the thought pattern in the ISMND, if I'm not incorrect, Corinne can correct me, was that it was not a significant impact. So it was determined to not be a significant impact in the initial study MND by your staff.
Based on, how did you guys determine that?
And through the chair, we received a letter from Air Pollution Control District in 2024, even more updated than what we included in our environmental, and they commented that it was not expected to exceed significant thresholds.
Okay.
They're still required to meet all of the requirements of APCD, but they weren't expecting it to exceed significant
Well, that was
thresholds.
my question, was the air, you know, CARB or the Valley Air District Control Board, so that answered that. And for, you know, we talk about truck parking and brake repair and trailer repair. So it's more than just truck parking. I mean, is this going to be like a brake and light inspection facility?
It's going to be a brake reliner and a trailer repair shop on site. I think I said 8 to 5, 7 to 5. I'll have to look up my notes, Mr. Supervisor, but I think it's 7 to 5, only for the trucks that are parking there. It's not retail. You can't come there and get your truck worked on. So it's just for trucks that are going to be in the facility.
But if I want to get my brake lights repaired, I can stay there and then you guys can do it.
You'd have to be part of the parking program to avail yourself of that shop activity. You couldn't just pull in and say, I want to hire you to fix my brakes or my trailer.
So how does that exactly work?
There's no retail component, and that'll be a condition of the use permit. Again, if they violate that, their use permit's at risk.
Right.
I don't see them risking 5 cents and lose $1.
Well, I'm just trying to understand that. You bring up another question for me. You can stay up for a second. I have a quick question for you. Everybody, you know, everybody's kind of tense, you know, everybody just, but it's, so how does that work then? Who gets to park there? Is it like if I want to go to a, you know, come here, I'm going to park in the garage across the street, I pay? Or is it like a membership, or how does that work?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Well,
Mr.
you said,
Supervisor.
I mean, it's.
You have to be a customer. You got to be a customer.
Yeah,
of your park
customer, but how do you become a customer? If I drive a big rig and I want to park my truck overnight, can I go over there and park?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So at that time, what if my brakes aren't working? I say, you know what, I need my brakes fixed, and there's no
Yes.
other place around, so I'm gonna go
you-
ahead and pay for, oh, let me finish.
You could park your truck there and get your brakes fixed, yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I mean, it could be for
But generally,
retail.
a person who wants their brake fixed don't want to pay a parking fee for their truck. They generally find a retailer, service mechanic who'll do the work, and they pick up their truck when the work's done and leave. They don't have to be part of a parking program.
No, but,
That's the business plan. We certainly have to sort out some of the nuances to that, Mr. Supervisor, but the business plan is it's no retail.
Just because if it's been a while since I dealt with brake and light inspection and stuff, and there's very, very few of those places that I'm aware of. So that if there's no other place around, and this is the only place that does it, would you be willing to pay an extra how much it is to get your stuff taken care of so you can get down the road? So does it become retail? It kind of does.
I understand your concern, Mr. Supervisor, and I think it's an appropriate comment from you. I can only respond by saying that's not part of the business plan that we've developed for the facility. That's not part of our business plan, is to accept retail. And I think the staff report clearly says no retail, and the use permit will be conditioned on no retail, which means you can't pull in to get your trailer fixed.
All right, that's it for now. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Canepa.
So on the one hearing I'm seeing here, it says Carlos Vieira, the applicant and designer of the project, explained that Global Carrier wants to expand their business. The business currently runs between 30 to 35 trucks. The addition of a transfer dock would allow Global Carrier to grow the business. It would also allow for the truck drivers to park their trucks overnight while in between jobs. So that's on the record here. So the intent is to have outside trucks park on this property, or the intent is to have Global Carrier and their own trucks on this property? Because this is in staff report page 2492. And it shows proponents and then it shows opponents. So is Carlos Vieira still the applicant in this project, or who is the applicant?
Carlos Vieira is here, and he'll speak to that issue, Mr. Supervisor.
Carlos, you caused quite the storm in your community in which you're trying to put this. So I would like some
from
clarification.
Design and working with the global, with the partners, Global Carrier, for 4 years, trying to get this project moving.
Please speak in the mic. Thank you.
So yes, this is it's not a parking mainly for a truck that comes. The driver wants to go home, spend a few days with the family, parks the truck there, and the plan is they rent that spot for them, because that's Global Carrier. They call the Highway 5 transportation. So they come from north from Canada. So come home. They have a transfer docking where they transfer the materials to another truck, somebody that will transport to south. So this is mainly to prevent the people that on this area to trying to find a parking spot in town or on the side of the road to leave the truck there to go home and spend the time with the family. So this is more a not a long-term parking area. 3-4 days when they get to this area, transfer their loads, and getting ready to get another load. So it's not a place where I'm coming down the 99. I need to sleep, and I come over there and sleep. That is Flying J. Flying J can, it's type of business. The Flying J, where they go there, take a shower, go to the mini mart. So that's nothing compared with the Flying J. This is mainly a parking lot. Who was asking about the service? The service is mainly tire and brakes, and that's there's no repair of the trucks or trailers. It's changing a tire that blow up or needs to be changed, and the brakes. Same thing with the brakes. There's no mechanical services on that shop. So, excuse me. You mentioned about the changing the light bulb or whatever. There's no light bulbs to be changed. It's tire and brakes, and that's what we applied in the beginning. So,
Okay, I think we're done. No more questions, right?
I'm somewhat clarified. I mean, I don't know the original use permit, so that's the kind of alarming.
Sir, while you're here, sir.
Carlos. Go ahead, Carlos.
Chair, thank you, Chair. So just to be crystal clear, this is not a day use parking spot.
No.
This is local truck owners that need somewhere to park their vehicle that's not beside the road or in front of their house. They are gonna sign up and get a contract, they get a credit approval, they have validated who they are, they're not driving in off the road, stopping and paying $20 to park for the night. This is local truckers getting off our roads.
that's the concept, and maybe the truck, another truck that their operations that down south that needs to come over here to pick up a load or to exchange using the dock, because the dock is for transfer cargo. So if they come over here, they need to rest 2 days. So they have a spot to rest there on. Kind of leave the truck there and go to a family or to a hotel or whatever they want to do. It's a not a long-term parking because this is not a storage. That's not a storage area where they're going to store their truck to go on vacation for 3 months. But it's operation. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, the public hearing is closed. If we called upon you, then you can speak, okay? So would you like to call on anyone else? Okay, anyone else like to speak? Any comments or questions? Okay.
Chairman?
Yes,
real
sir.
quick.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilor, conditional use permits. So if there is an issue with noise or air pollution, whatever like that, how exactly does that conditional use permit work?
My understanding is if they're not complying with the condition, now it's working. If they're not complying with the conditions of the use permit, there's a process by which the use permit can be revoked. I believe Zoe is present, and she probably has a little bit more nuanced or detailed understanding of the process.
Zoe, since you're sitting here.
I can't feel my legs. They're asleep. Your counsel did state that perfectly, that when we are aware of a use permit that is violating its conditions, we really can do two things. We will initiate that process both through code enforcement, so there will be stepped, sometimes discipline or enforcement. But if it is clear that there's nuisance conditions and there is violation of the conditions specifically, what we do is we will prepare that, we'll bring it to Planning Commission for either a modification of the requirements of that use permit or a revocation of the entire use permit. It's a pretty standard process. It would come to PC, and of course, they would be able to potentially appeal that to the board.
And that could be traffic, noise, air.
It's two-part. It can either be they're creating nuisance conditions, because one of the requirements of a use permit is they can't create nuisance conditions, either per se, meaning a violation of the code, or of course, de facto, meaning the way that they are operating is creating a nuisance condition, or they are specifically violating a stated condition of their use permit. Any of those allow that process to move forward for a modification or a revocation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I do have concerns, and I have to take my personal feelings completely out of this, and this is one of the issues, that we talked about when we, set up this ordinance. And hey, I can tell you, we have to have big rig parking. One of the complaints that we get, and especially the 5th District, because 5th District, and you look, it's the industrial area, right? You look at Tracy, you look at Lathrop, you look at Manteca, we get complaints from everybody, trucks parking on the side of the road. It's a safety issue. I know there's been fatalities because people have been parking on the side of the roads and cars that hit them. There's a pollution, there's a whole wide variety of issues that we're trying to resolve here as a board for entire county, as our economic development, our industrial, expands. So, there has to be a balance, and we're trying to do this balance as best as we can. And unfortunately, you're not going to make everybody happy. Those of you that are here, you're very, very passionate. I respect that. And although there has to be decorum in a setting like this, and no, tempers sometimes do get high, but the reason I asked about the conditional use permit, just looking at the letter of the law that's before me, it's, it has, is the applicant or, the appellant and whatever it may be, abiding by everything legally, and they are. But my concerns, and I don't want to say, we don't believe your concerns, and I do, and your question was asked, hey, if I was in your shoes, would I be happy? To be honest with you, probably not. It's that simple. But the conditional use permit that is assigned to this agendized item, or this, or what am I looking for? This business allows this board to put some teeth, you could say, into some of the different issues that you guys are talking about. If there is traffic issues, if there is, noise pollution, air pollution, whatever it may be, light pollution, odor, whatever it may be, that we can come back and correct those mistakes. So with that being said, I appreciate, you all being here, so thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? No, public hearing, public forum is closed, sir. He's the applicant. He's the appellant. Okay, would you like to make a motion, Supervisor Rickman?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve based on the conditional use permits, as long as that's in there.
Is there a second?
Well, hold on.
Well, whatever the motion.
You want to read what the option is?
So yes, if the board chooses to grant the appeal, thereby approving the project, staff recommends adopting a resolution and corresponding ordinance to adopt the findings and mitigated negative declaration and approve the project with the recommended conditions of approval contained in the staff report.
That's what I want.
Okay, and just to be, the resolution itself will strike the word, denied. It currently reads,
There's two options. Staff has two pathways, and they just read the second pathway.
And we can provide any updated documentation to the clerk.
so
of
the
board.
resolution itself, though, I'm looking at, I only see one resolution. It would have to strike the word denied and insert the word granted. Okay,
Yes, we'll amend the necessary documents.
okay.
Okay.
There's a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
I'm sorry, who was the second? I have
It was Supervisor Patty.
Patty, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman woke up and made a motion.
And the motion passes 4-1. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item number 6 from the morning calendar, Behavioral Health Services. Adopt a resolution authorizing behavioral health services application for the Behavioral Health Infrastructure Bond Act of 2024, Round 1, Launch Ready Program. We have Genevieve Valentine and Mr. Greg Dietrich. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Villaputo, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator, and County Council. Greg Dietrich, Director of Healthcare Services, and today will be the last day I will be before the board in this capacity. I just wanted to briefly provide a little bit of background about how we got here today. In partnership with Brian Jensen, the Regional Vice President of the Hospital Council of Northern and Central California, the Healthcare Services Agency, in 2019 had a series of regional behavioral health task force meetings that included leadership from both San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County administration, behavioral health, hospital and health systems, Medi-Cal managed care plans, and public safety to discuss how, yes.
Wait till everybody walks out. Get a minute, maybe a minute break.
I was just trying to be brief.
I appreciate it.
Discussion, under discussion.
I think we're good. Go ahead, buddy.
So we began to have a series of meetings in 2019 to discuss how we could increase the number of mental health and substance use beds within our region. This led to us inviting representatives from the Orange County Healthcare Services Agency and the executive director of Be Well Orange County to a meeting that we hosted in Manteca on August 1st, 2019 to discuss how we might replicate their public-private partnership model within our region. From this, we began to have established partnership, or looking to establish partnership and funding opportunities, but unfortunately, COVID stalled many of these planning efforts for several years. Then in 2022, the RAND Corporation released a study detailing the need for various numbers and types of treatment beds in California counties, and our region had a significant deficits. We reinitiated work on the regional 150-bed facility to be constructed in Ceres, California, to serve San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties, and the proposed use of behavioral continuum infrastructure and grant funding. Unfortunately, NIMBYism and funding issue killed that opportunity in early 2023, and it was at that time that I knew San Joaquin County would need to move independently, and if we were to achieve our goals. And as the chair of the Health Commission, I worked to establish a $100 million community reinvestment program in 2023 and used the health plan of San Joaquin to fund feasibility studies, both for the fiscal operations and staffing, along with initial construction estimates for an SJ Be Well campus to be potentially located on county-owned land in French Camp, California. And I know these processes, if we didn't do this via the health plan, they would have been bogged down if initially the county had led them. So this, coupled with the national opioid settlement, represented a once-in-a-generational opportunity. In behavioral health, held a series of stakeholder meetings in the spring of 2023, and in partnership with Healthcare Services, we developed a plan and brought that to the board for the San Joaquin County Be Well project. But with the passage of Proposition 1 in March of this year, and the billions of dollars to be invested in behavioral health treatment infrastructure, our vision has greatly or substantially grown. And we are here today to discuss a grant opportunity for phase 1 of this campus, and it's a very aspirational treatment campus. And with the work performed via the health plan of San Joaquin, Healthcare Service, Behavioral Health, along with various county partners, we have successfully positioned San Joaquin County to be launch ready, which is a threshold requirement to receive Proposition 1 grant awards. And as you will see with today's presentation, this campus will be vital to the county's continued efforts to address homelessness and the causes of homelessness in our county, as well as expand our capacity to treat both mental health and substance use. And I'm very proud to have been substantially contributed to these efforts. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Genevieve.
Thank you, Greg. Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, Madam CAO, thank you for allowing us to be the last presentation of the night. Genevieve Valentine, your Behavioral Health Director. We're going to go through a very few slides. I will try my darndest to be quickly as possible. However, I think it's important that we highlight specific items as we go through this Be Well update and our Launch Ready grant submission. Through our agenda, we're going to talk about the collaborative planning that has occurred, project highlights and goals, campus services and programs, the phase approach of this master plan, the quality measures and outcomes that we'd like to focus on, the estimated phase 1 costs, and what our request is today. It would be behooved of me to take time to actually turn around and thank a whole bunch of county partners who are still here after 5 o'clock, who have absolutely moved us forward in order to make this project happen. So Public Works, Community Development, General Services, County Council, our administrative office without them, we would be nowhere near where we needed to be. I have learned a great deal about sewers recently, and I would like to thank them for that. Through our monthly meetings, we've done multi-agency strategic planning, grant submission work groups, preliminary conceptual designs, environmental review preparation, utility assessments, marketplace solicitation and procurement preparation, and even cost estimating. So to highlight the project and to once again highlight why this is super important, yes, Greg is correct. This started with the health plan, but in recent years, what we ended up doing is looking at additional local data. When I became the behavioral health director, the General Hospital came to me in my first month and said more than a majority of those in the ER was connected to acute substance abuse and mental health service needs. So we asked them to do a quarter study for us to determine if that was accurate. And it is. So local studies actually show that 60% of those in our local ERs are actually there for acute substance abuse and mental health crises. In order to be prepared for Care Court and SB 43, we did our own proactive assessments of our current needs. 60% of those currently needing services will need residential treatment needs once Prop 1, SB 43, and Care Court goes into play in December. We will have a 40% increase in need of psychiatric health beds. We will have an 20% increase of mobile crisis and law enforcement 5150s, and we are anticipating a 40% increase in conserved clients in our region alone. As you already know, there are 0 substance abuse Medi-Cal residential programs for minors in this county, so all of our minors that need substance abuse residential care go on the other side of the grapevine to LA. We also looked at our no-show data, and we have determined that South Stockton, French Camp, Lathrop, and the Manteca communities have the highest no-show rate for mental health and substance abuse treatment. We also realized that it's incredibly important to support our law enforcement partners and to divert people from jail and instead move them over to treatment. So in order to support our local EDs and divert those who don't need to be in jail, we would like to create a one-stop shop that really helps the great impacts that already impact emergency services, our ambulances, our correctional health departments, and other partners through quality measures that you will see soon. So what is that solution? Be well. So what are our goals? There are 7 goals to the Be Well campus. This has expanded after the board graciously made behavioral health access and infrastructure one of the top 6 priorities that you guys will be focusing on. But in addition to that, we would like to improve access and health equity for our county. We'd like to prioritize behavioral health, as it was one of the highest priority rankings in the 2022 health assessment for our county. We would like to provide the right setting for services to improve outcomes, increase access, and lower county costs. We want this campus to be transformative in order to make sure that the campus itself is welcoming, supportive, and destigmatizes behavioral health. We want to promote healthy living and leverage our community over there in order to create a system-focused approach rather than individualized, and to make this done in a multi-phased, multi-approach while the growing needs of behavioral health and healthcare at large is expanding in our county. So what does this look like? And Greg is correct, the aspirations have grown. You told me to dream big, so I did. And so on the South Campus, part of the 19 acres, there will be 4 buildings that we are proposing for our grant submission. One building will be a community outpatient building that is approximately 70,000 square feet, which will include an intensive outpatient program for youth that are suffering from substance abuse and co-occurring, a intensive program for our older adults. As we noticed in the point in time count, a large number of our older adults that are homeless are suffering from substance abuse. There will be an integrated urgent care where we will be able to provide medical and mental health supports there. We will have the ability to have education and outpatient programming and a pharmacy in that building.
How many people would it be housed at? We hear about the 16-bed maximum treatment and such. So you have 70,000 square feet. How many beds?
So no beds in that program. So the next few buildings actually have the treatment. So once someone actually graduates from the residential treatment on this campus, they will go to that outpatient programming. So rather than having to send them to Tracy.
Building A is outpatient?
Is outpatient.
Okay.
Yeah, building A is all outpatient.
Got it.
Building B, which is the urgent care services, is a 16-bed psychiatric health facility. Hopefully, Supervisor Ding is correct, and we will be able to expand that later on. A 16-bed adult crisis stabilization unit, a 10-bed sobering center with the ability to have walk-in triage and make it an alternative destination where law enforcement and ambulance services can actually bring individuals there. The next, building C and D, which will combined will be 86,000 square feet, will be two separate residential treatment programs. One will include a crisis residential post crisis stabilization or post RPUF. It'll also have an adult detox center with residential treatment there. There will be the first on our side of the grapevine adolescent, so SUD residential program. And then the other building will be a 64-bed MHRC, which is actually new to the plans. This is a locked facility. At any given point, individuals do need to be locked for up to a year, maybe 18 months for intensive treatment before they step down through the services. This will allow us to do that from a rehabilitative mindset. Between the building B, C, and D, this will increase our bed capacity by 174 beds. So once again, this is just another way of looking at the design before. The South Campus, which would be phase one, would be approximately 184,000 square feet, 4 buildings. The North Campus, which we have not started any form of designs or concepts, will be phase two, which will include supportive transitional housing, family housing, adult housing, marketing, hopefully work with public health for another WIC grocery store, and the Office of Ed has reached out and said they are willing to provide education classes there for adults that need to learn to read and so forth. At this moment in time, we are anticipating 252 new beds on the phase two, which we're not asking for today, but wanted you to be aware of. So this is just the master plan at large. So you will see on the south side of the 19 acres, West Hospital Road, South El Dorado, Highway 5. The orange building is the urgent care building. That would be the psychiatric health facility, the sobering center, and CSU. The 2 green buildings are the residential programs, and then the blue is the outpatient program. So like I said before, the orange and the 2 green will increase our bed capacity to 174 beds in county. Outdoor space is going to be in primary importance for this campus because post-COVID we've realized the need for therapeutic supports outside. This will allow us to maintain the mental health supports of our staff, being able to go outside, but also for the residents on that campus, being able to have a community market, an amphitheater so that we can actually have the youth on that campus be able to provide art therapy, dance therapy, alternative holistic therapies, which is now billable through Medi-Cal, as well as other staff and fitness related zones. This is the design concept as of today. You will see all 4 buildings. The only difference with this design is the building with the beautiful glass that is the closest to us will actually be a 2-story building rather than a single-story building. And we will have ample parking, which has always been a problem with behavioral health on this campus, where we are looking on just the south side over 522 parking spots. This is the beginning of the outpatient program. So as this board has really driven home for all of us, outcome measures and quality measures are incredibly important to make sure that we are doing what we say we are doing and we're not wasting taxpayer dollars. There are various HEDIS measures that behavioral health must meet, but there are also additional ones that we can opt to do. And so there are 7 measures that we are required to do, 4 on the substance abuse side, 3 on the mental health side. But this campus will actually allow us to do 9 quality measures outside of our HEDIS measures in partnership with the health plan, such as reducing hospitalization, to do faster follow-up care, to make sure that if someone does hit the emergency room, we have a shop for them to go to in order to have treatment. We will also be able to really look at the opiate and fentanyl crisis and be able to prepare for psychopharmacology supports through quality measures, and as well as increase the medication supports that are necessary for our youth when they need services, but also to prescribe benzos, which are highly addictive for our older adults. So we opted for an additional 9 measures if this campus comes to fruition, in addition to the 7 that we are required to do. And we will be able to provide quarterly data so that you can see how the campus is actually meeting the countywide quality outcome measures. At this moment in time, funding. So the preliminary costs of Phase 1 was estimated to be $203 million. Hot off the press, though, we have received that the increased costs of some soft cost related things, this can be actually up to $240 million based off the estimates from the Cummings report that we received yesterday. So this is for the 4 buildings of Phase 1. What we have secured, the San Joaquin Health Clinics did a support letter of $450,000. We have already received B-CHIP round $5 for the PUF, specifically in the urgent building, for $11.6 million. We received funds through Senator Eggman's legislative priorities in 22 for $9 million. There is $3 million from Senator Feinstein to help with public health amendments. There are various opiate settlement agreements there. We have already spent, by approval of this board, $1 million for the match for the PUF, so those funds have already been spent. So at this moment in time, we have secured $39.8 million, spent $1 million. In addition to that, funds that are being pursued, we are going to the Health Commission for the formal ask late December for the $25 million. We've already done one of the 3 meetings. Sutter Health is tentatively agreed to $1 million match for this project. We have submitted a Sutter Health Foundation grant for $20 million, $5 million over 4 years. Our understanding is we will know if we are awarded that later on this month, but we have been moved to the last and final round of those grants. In terms of our BHSA mental health funds, we have earmarked $8 million towards this project as needed. Today, we are asking for your permission to apply for the largest grant the county has ever applied for $137 million. God bless you. With that being said, we also know that there is various county funds that, if at last resort we needed to tap into, such as the tobacco settlement, other capital outlay, or future opiate settlement funds, that is the $89 million that you see there. With that being said, we are currently trying to pursue $191 million, including the $137 million for the grant submission. So what are we asking today from you is to allow behavioral health to apply, with the support of our various county partners in the room, a Prop 1 launch-ready application for $137.5 million for Phase 1 construction, and to allow us to utilize opiate settlement funds of $13.75 million for the required match for the project. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Have you, on your funding, did you look at contingency funds? We have 1.7, yeah, we have a little bit left. You can,
I will happily, through the chair, take Supervisors Rickman's
might as well
additional
use the rest of it.
or anything else that District 3 might want to
But
offer up too.
my only question is, or my first comment, I think everybody in this board, wants this as fast as possible. It's something that is very, very needed here in this community. But looking at all the funding stuff, if you had to take a guess, how long would you think until we get the first phase up and running?
Thank you.
So through the chair to.
I know it's hypothetical, but just get a general idea.
So the B-CHIP round $5, which is the orange building, so the orange building, which is the urgent care building, our grant dollars say that we have to have that completed and operational by July 1 of 2027. So we know that orange building, we have to do something quickly. Now, mind you, that the project still has to go through the Planning Commission, come back to the board for approval, and so forth. But if everything goes as planned and everything is moving as We hope that at least the orange building will be July of '27. In terms of the other 3 buildings, because we are going through the process for all 4 buildings through our partners with CDD and the Planning Commission and GSD and Public Works and all of so forth, we would hope 6 months later, we would be able to launch the other 3 buildings. Now, keep in mind that is all contingent on CEQA approval of the Planning Commission and so
No,
forth.
it's exciting. I can't wait. Ms. Diedrich.
If I could add, we have county council and general services here. We're trying to expedite that, and I think it's something new that the county hasn't done before, and it's design, bid, build, and that ought to allow us to do things in parallel rather than serial, and hopefully cut some time off of this project.
Yep, well, thank you both. Sandy, you have something?
I believe it's a progressive design build, and I think that will help us expedite the project.
All right, cool. Again, we're excited. Thank you guys for your work, and thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Rickman's jumped ahead because I had put it in my request, but so a couple things. First off, when it comes to the funding, I caution this board. We put money into solar projects when we could have had solar projects installed with $0 out of our pocket, and we would have had an extra $20 to $30 million available for this. So that's when I cautioned that. I said, you're losing money, and this is sometimes you never know when you might need that money. But moving forward, and be that as it may, a great project. Greg, I know you brought this forward, modeled on Orange County. I spoke with the Orange County supervisors. They loved it, and I think you guys, along with Supervisor Canepa, Vice Chair, and Supervisor Ding, you went down for a visit and equally found some great ideas, some tweaks, some adjustments, and this has been expanded upon. So great job on all this. We're excited about it. I'm going to have one single request. When the plaque goes up on the wall, it's got to have initiated by this board, this CAO, and this team, not bypassing Supervisor or Director Dietrich, because this is a vision that's come forward and will take a while to be fully realized. One thing you did say, though, I have a question for.
Yes.
This will be the only project like it north of the Grapevine.
That is correct.
So does that mean people in Bakersfield, Fresno, Sacramento, is going to be shipping everybody here? Because that would be concerning if we have a population and a need, and we're putting priority and resources, and we're launching this. How do we make sure that we're taking care of San Joaquin County residents?
Through the chair to Supervisor Patty, that is a really good question. Now, in terms of the residential treatment, urgent care, and so forth, we are a Medi-Cal provider for San Joaquin County. So we have the ability to say, if you are not a Medi-Cal beneficiary within San Joaquin County, that you have to find services elsewhere unless it's urgent crisis. Urgent crisis is the entitlement that we are required to provide regardless of county of origin. So if someone is brought in due to law enforcement, 5150 or so forth, regardless of Medi-Cal, we have to at least put them into our crisis building, evaluate them, and then we can move them to whatever county is necessary. In terms of the Children's Substance Abuse Residential Program, we have received 5 letters of support from Stanislaus County, Merced County, Fresno County, Yolo County, and Sacramento County. Because of that 12 to 16 bed youth substance abuse program, at any given point, we know that we only have about 3 or 4 youth out of county at that time. Rather than wasting that space, we want to partner with those counties in order to keep their children as local as possible as well, so that the generational traumas of substance abuse actually can end in our region at large. But in terms of the other buildings, we can deny at any point, but we would like to partner on the substance abuse youth residential in order to make sure there is generated funding coming into the county, even if we are not using all of those beds.
And those letters are letters of support that might trigger some additional funding?
It absolutely can. So through Prop 1 Launch Ready Q&A, there's a section that says region for San Joaquin, and then there's a whole section that is for discretionary funds over $300 million. The state of California, through AHP, through our technical assistance, has said they are going to prioritize projects that are regional in mindset and campus settings. So our hope is that we are leveraging both our county partners as well as a campus model at large.
And I would add that you mentioned the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, 64 beds, obviously above the IMD limit. But on an average day, we don't have that type of capacity in our county. On an average day, we have 30 to 40 individuals placed out of county. That will allow them to be placed here, get rid of a lot of marginal costs of us taking them up there with a BLS ambulance staffing going up there, staff bringing them back for court. But that's also a kind of the regional thing where it's 64 beds. We can contract with other counties to support them now, but eventually 10, 20 years down the road, those 64 beds could be exclusively ours.
Got it. One last question then, and I know Director Dietrich you're busy with the myriad of things you have going on, understandably, but I know in the hallway I mentioned to you, when we were back in DC, there was a veterans, if there's a veterans component to this, a designated veterans, perhaps wing or something, that could trigger some very substantial funding. So that's, I'm just throwing that out there as another avenue of funding, because then we obviously have the VA clinic within a stone's throw away. So if we have a component of this that's catering to the veterans, we might very well be able to get access to some additional funding.
Supervisor Patty, through the chair. There's actual legislation that is in a 2-year legislation through the state of California that will allow county behavioral health to actually get reimbursed through TRICARE, which at this moment in time we are not. So if that actually does go into play, we've already had conversations with the VA and VA Sacramento specifically for their psychiatric health facility on how we could potentially partner together. So an individual could come into our crisis, into our CSU, we can actually get reimbursed through TRICARE and then transport them to the psychiatric health facility in Sacramento for our veterans. So absolutely, I'm in agreement. We have to make sure that our local veterans are being served.
And I would add, I think we talked about phase 2, and that's going to be residential aftercare, 200 plus beds. I think that might be our avenue, because I have concerns, how are we going to fund the capital there? It might be a bit more of a stretch, but that where the VA could come in as a partner.
Love the vision, love the program plans, looking to do different, better, and more, and enhancing. So great job bringing it forward.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excited about the plan. I'm fixated on where the dollars are coming from. So just a reminder, we've got draft day coming up here in a few weeks, and all the players in DC are uncommitted. So get together with Hillary and let's figure out exactly these different pots of money. Supervisor Patty just mentioned, veterans. There's one. Everything's going to be reimagined. So we need to, look at Capri, look at Ferguson, look at all of them and say, we're gonna this is our franchise player. This one we're going to trade whatever we're going to do. But now's the opportunity to do it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
Good job. It's very exciting to know that we're going to have another piece of the puzzle. So we submit on the 13th, timeline on possibly how many people are going to supply, it's shovel ready, right? So that'll help us in that aspect, but when would we find out?
That's a good question. So through the chair, we are actually hoping to submit before December 13th. Sabrina Parker behind me, our admin deputy, has already written 56 pages of the grant. So we are waiting just for the board resolution in order for us to actually submit. So we have been ahead of the game for grant submission. We're reviewing it now. Our partners in the room have actually also started reviewing the grant. So our hope is to actually submit before the December 13th date. Now, my understanding from all of the technical assistant calls that we have had, by May, at the latest, awards are supposed to be granted, and we have 90 days from the date of award to go into contract in order to start moving things forward. So by May at the latest.
And Genevieve, can you talk about the region, and maybe the region might be undersubscribed, so we will have a second access to the grant funds for the region later on this in 2025?
So launch ready is round 1 of the bond funds. There will be a round 2 because of the fact that there are not as many counties that are ready for launch ready projects. We're way ahead of the game. There will be another set of funds that are already set aside for other projects. So if we do not receive all $137 million for this, in May, a second NOFA will be dropped for county behavioral health for Prop 1 treatment beds. That is not the housing piece. The NOFA for the housing piece is being dropped sometime at the end of this month, early December. So to answer both questions, we are hoping to have an award by May, And we are very hopeful because of all the technical assistant calls and the feedback that we are already receiving. When the next NOFA goes into play for the treatment beds in May, we will know if there's any gaps within our funding in order to apply specifically for those. And if there aren't, then we will be able to go back to the drawing board and see if we want to partner with some of our other partners to expand within the county and still draw down those funds, because the funds are actually allotted through regions, and there's about 6 counties per region. And so we would definitely want to be able to partner and bring in additional treatment beds.
Perfect, thank you, Chair.
Well, I just want to say, that's incredible. I hope it falls through, and Supervisor Petty will come back one day and we'll see this and we'll say a few words.
My hope is that
No.
Supervisor Patty will teach boxing classes to our youth there.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Okay, on a closing note, Greg, I want to say thank you for all your years of service to our county. It was a pleasure working with you the last 8 years.
All right, thank you,
And
Chair.
we'll see you soon. Anyone else?
Great job, Greg. Thank you. I'm going to miss a haircut, dude. Looks good.
Okay, public comment. Anyone like to make a public comment?
Zoe?
Come on, Zoe. I know you want to talk. No. No. Okay, you're looking at 2 minutes. I'm joking. Public comment's closed. Anyone like to make a motion?
Motion approved. Second, or I'll give it to Canepa. I only did
Okay.
one today.
Yeah, we got to Canada the second, and we'll have a vote, please.
We want our names on the plaque outside.
The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Supervisor.
much.
Long day, everybody.
Thank you.
We don't need to do supervisor comments. Do you want to do comments? None. Yes, sir.
For a counselor, and we discussed it earlier, if CARB, the California Air Resource Board, just recently voted to increase gas for 65 cents a gallon, whatever, is there anything legally that we can do to combat that increase? I mean, that was one of the legal questions I had. I mean, and we could discuss it offline. I just wanted you to get the board to okay it, to look at it, or anything that we can do in order to combat CARB's new gas increase that has been in effect. And to our CAO, if we could talk to our legislative Hillary and see if we can get a letter signed by the chair with our opposition to the new gas tax. And there's a possibility there's going to be a special session or at the Capitol, and that we could do something in order, I mean, 65 cents is ridiculous. So we have to do our part. So either fight it legally and legislatively. Come and CARB disapproved like with 65 cents.
Oh, yeah, let's, I think we should come up with a statement as to Supervisor Rickles' point, come up with a statement of opposition.
Yeah.
Be a carb sanctuary.
Yeah, and enough's enough. I mean, we have to fight back and protect our residents, so.
Yeah, so we should agendize that for a later meeting, and I'll take a look at it.
Well, that's the problem is, I don't know when this vote's coming. If it's coming quick, then we can. I think they're gonna bring it back, if I understand correctly. But regardless,
We need a county resolution to this point.
but the chair has the ability to sign something.
Right.
If it's in our legislative platform, which it
Yes,
is.
through the chair, who's way over there. But if it's part of our legislative platform, and I'm sure that something of this nature, we should be able to just get a letter signed by the chair.
And then we can do a resolution, and legally, we can look at the legal avenues of what we can do.
I will take a look at that.
All right, thank you.
And to Supervisor Rickman's point, if you recall, the Supreme Court looked at the authority the EPA didn't have and ruled. So you've got basically CARB acting in total autonomy. They're not an elected board. They are appointed members that are not representative of the people. So the Supreme Court ruled on this on a federal case,
Yeah,
but on
I
a
kn-
state case.
I know what you're making reference to. I think this is probably distinguishable, but that isn't to say there isn't something else. I know what you're making reference to.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we don't have it agendized. I don't want to go on and on, but we'll take a look at it.
We expect you to be in the Supreme Court. Arguing.
Oh, I thought you were going to appoint me to the Supreme Court. Okay. I probably rule in your favor. Okay, I'll take a look at it.
And if you need funding, we have contingency funds.
Does anybody want me to sign their agenda for the day?